Chapter 141, Wait a moment, I'm going to kill 2 people. Dong. The sound of the bell echoed like ripples on the water, spreading in the mist-filled air. After the heavy bell rang, Suen suddenly heard a long and increasingly clear sound of bells, dong, dong, dong. The 2 different sounds of bells overlapped, as if gradually overlapping with another time and space. Suen felt his surroundings flicker before his eyes, and the scenery around him began to change rapidly. He was already familiar with this situation and knew that he had been sucked into the cursed space. It was a cold night. As the scenery changed, Suen found himself standing at a crossroads in the shape of an X. He quickly looked around at the surroundings. On the left side of the crossroads was a towering red brick bell tower, reaching a height of 100 meters, with lights shining on the top of the tower. The sound of dong dong still echoed in his ears. He looked up at the clock on the bell tower, and the black hands on the white dial pointed exactly to 12 o'clock. It was the midnight bell. 100 meters to the right was a magnificent white monastery. The street at midnight was desolate and quiet, with a thin black mist pervading the entire street. The ground was wet cobblestones, not spacious. There were obvious narrow lines on the thin layer of snow, as if they were traces left by carriage wheels. There were retro-style hexagonal gas lamps on both sides of the street, and black iron flower fences surrounded roadside flower beds. In front, there were rows of houses with red roofs, and the dim yellow light flickered on the frosted glass. It was the light of the fire burning in the fireplace, adding a touch of warmth to this cold winter night. Snowing? Will it snow in the city of dawn after 1,000 years? Suen looked at the intact buildings around him, which turned out to be the scenery of the city of dawn 1,000 years ago. At this moment, a black carriage swiftly passed by on the road. The bell on the neck of the chestnut horse ding-a-ling made a clear sound, and the horse's hooves stepped on the stone road, making a clank-clank sound. Through the window of the carriage, one could still see an old gentleman in a well-dressed suit sitting inside. The carriage passed by, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes, and the cold wind blew into the collar of Suen's coat. It made him shiver involuntarily. There were figures, lights, and chimneys emitting white smoke. There was an atmosphere of fireworks, as if in the real world. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he had traveled through history, and the painting of history was vividly displayed before his eyes. "Mr. Johnny? Where are we?" Beside him, a young boy in thin clothes tentatively called out. He was holding a basket of matches in his hand. "A match-selling boy?" Suen didn't recognize Tommy, but he could tell from his tone and casually responded, "Cursed space." He looked at Tommy's attire and guessed something, then asked, "What am I wearing now?" Tommy replied, "Police uniform." Suen looked at his own outfit as a hunter and suddenly realized. He focused his attention on the additional badge on his chest. Badge of the Dawn City Police. Intimidation +3. Explanation: an alchemical accessory, proof of identity as a police officer in the city of Dawn. With it, you are a police officer with law enforcement authority. But be careful, it will attract the attention of killers. I am a police officer? A cursed space in role-playing mode? Interesting. Suen looked at the easily misunderstood prompt with indifference, raising an eyebrow. He then looked down at his own hands. There was now an additional leather file folder in his hand. Opening it, he found a case record. Police testimony file for the Clock Tower Street murder case. Case number, MST-07 serial killer case. Case status, unsolved. Chief, Froyle Scott. Witness/assistant, Officer Johnny. The file record is as follows: this morning, a male body was found in the alley at 44 Clock Tower Street with his face and internal organs eaten. This is the 7th murder case in this neighborhood, and the modus operandi is identical to the previous 6 cases. Someone witnessed a cloaked figure wandering near the crossroads of Red Tower Street at midnight. Suspected distortion event. Handle with caution. Apply for support from the City Guard Special Organization if necessary. Is this a cursed space with a plot background? Do I have to find the killer? Suen quickly scanned the file, reading it line by line. However, the content of this file is very misleading. He had already seen through the name of this cursed space, Legend of the Clock Tower Monster, through the all-knowing eye, and guessed that the killer was most likely in the red brick bell tower on his left. Moreover, the way to get out was not to catch the killer. It was to fulfill a wish. But since the all-knowing eye judged it as a D-level difficulty space, Suen was not in a hurry. Besides, He had his gun, storage ring, and the scythe of the undead. There was more than one way to solve the puzzle. But speaking of which, this scene is really realistic. Looking at the vibrant ancient street scene around him, he lost interest in the murderer. It's the bustling Dawn City from 1,000 years ago that really piques his curiosity. Entering the cursed space for the first time, Tommy seemed a bit nervous on the side. "Mr. Johnny, where are we going now? Are we going to find the source of this cursed space?" "Yes. But no rush." Suen nodded and looked at two suspicious figures not far away. He said, "Wait here, I'm going to kill 2 people." "Kill?" Tommy was stunned by his words. His tone was as calm as if he were saying he was going to buy a few oranges. Before he could ask any more questions, Suen had already walked over. He took out his badge and said to the 2 men in black trench coats with pipes in their mouths, "Hello, please show me your identification." The 2 men were a bit confused, as if they hadn't fully reacted to their new identities yet. "We are detectives, we want to investigate." But before they could finish their sentence, Suen asked, "Members of the Warblade squad? How did you?" Before the man could finish his sentence, Suen pulled out his gun expressionlessly and shot 2 holes in their foreheads. The bodies fell to the ground, and Suen harvested some experience points. He solemnly took off the storage rings from the bodies. He muttered to himself, 10 in total, 8 more to go. After killing the 2 men, Suen turned his head and looked at Tommy, who was still stunned. He beckoned and said, "Let's go." Tommy quickly ran over and asked, "Mr. Johnny, why did you kill them?" He was also clever enough to guess something. "Those 2 were members of the Warblade squad, right?" Suen asked, "You recognized them?" Tommy nodded. "Yes." Suen didn't explain much. "You'll know soon." Tommy asked, "Ah, where are we going now?" Suen replied, "Let's go see what the Dawn City from 1,000 years ago was like." "Go out?" It would be a waste of opportunity to leave such an interesting place like this. Eliminating the Warblade squad was just a side plan. The most important thing was that he was already 100% sure that this companion space was related to the Wailing Witch, so he still needed to find some key clues in the space to understand the events. Suen led Kay walking on the street. Instead of going to the clock tower or the monastery, he went directly to a brightly lit red-roofed house at the intersection. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door and looked at the nameplate next to the door, then shouted inside, "Sorry for disturbing you so late, Mr. Smith. I'm Officer Johnny, and I have something to ask you." He quickly adapted to the role he was playing. A female voice responded from inside, "Oh, Officer Johnny. Please wait a moment." He heard some rustling sounds, as if someone was getting dressed. After half a minute, the door opened, and a golden-haired lady in a Victorian-style puffy skirt opened the door. She looked at Suen as if she recognized him. "Officer Johnny, please have a seat inside." Suen didn't hesitate and walked in. The interior of the house was elegantly decorated, with crystal chandeliers and mahogany furniture. Delicate ceramic dishes and silver trays were placed on the table. The fireplace was burning fiercely, and there was a deer head specimen and a hunting rifle on the wall. This was a wealthy household. Suen entered the house and quickly looked around. "Sorry for disturbing your rest, Mrs. Smith." The blonde woman muttered, "Oh, it's such heavy snow, and you still have to go on patrol, Officer Johnny. You must be working so hard. Has there been another murder? Oh my, it's so scary. There's bad news every day recently." After a pause, she asked, "Coffee or tea?" "Tea, thank you." Suen casually replied, fully assuming the role of a police officer, and asked, "Mrs. Smith, have you noticed anything unusual in the neighborhood recently?" Mrs. Smith was tinkering with a teapot on the fireplace and poured a cup of tea for Suen. She said, "When the midnight bell rang last night, I seemed to hear a very painful scream coming from the direction of the clock tower." When she bent down, Suen saw the large white gullies through her collar and the steel corset around her waist. "Oh!" Suen didn't sit on the sofa, but went to the decorative bookshelf next to it and took out a thick, gold-embossed book. He flipped through it, but there were no writings on the pages. The other books were similar, except for the book Complete Alchemy Basics, where he saw some fragments of ancient Nuid language. Suen wasn't surprised by this. He continued to flip through the book while continuing to ask questions. "Have you heard any news about Sir Isaac recently?" "No, not at all." Do your family have any plans to install mechanical prosthetics? Do you know a tall black tower? Do you have any knowledge of alchemy? Sorry, I'm not a sorcerer. Those books were bought by my husband, the mayor. But he hasn't come back for 3 days. Are there any alchemists nearby? The old nun in the white monastery across the street seems to be a powerful sorcerer. Mr. Smith won't be coming back tonight. Oh, Officer Johnny, you're so direct. Maybe you should be more tactful. I want to ask about the monastery across the street. Have you noticed anything unusual? There's nothing unusual there except for a few nuns and pigeons cooing all day. Do you have any special impressions of those nuns? I only remember a girl named Alice. She's very beautiful. She often plays the flute alone in the attic of the monastery. Oh, it's a sad tune that brings tears to your eyes. After asking a few more questions, Suen knew that he probably wouldn't get any more information. Mechanical and rigid answers. This cursed space was a fragment of memory from the cursed source, where the street scene could be restored, but a group of living souls could not. These people were like NPCs in a game, capable of simple responses but not complex emotions. Questions that went beyond their understanding or were unrelated to the mission would be selectively unheard. This is a low-level space. The higher-level cursed spaces would be closer to the real world. Suen didn't stay in the house for long, but he said to Tommy, "You stay in the house, no matter what happens, don't come out." Tommy was a little puzzled. Why? Suen said, "The monster comes out to kill at midnight, but all 7 victims in the files died on the street, so the house should be relatively safe. Stay with Mrs. Smith and remember not to come out at any time." Tommy said, "Oh. Officer Johnny, what about you?" Suen replied, "I'm going to find some clues." After a pause, he turned to the blonde lady and said, "Mrs. Smith, can you please take care of him? I'll be back soon." Mrs. Smith responded, "Of course, Officer Johnny." Suen knew that this cursed space was D level for him, but for others, it was a high casualty A level. Roaming around with Tommy might be dangerous. And Suen had some speculations. Since they both had their own roles when entering this cursed space, it was not impossible that both of their roles died on the street. Otherwise, the badge on his chest wouldn't remind him of a special attraction to the killer and wouldn't be so real. The rules of the cursed space followed the flow of the plot and were very simple. Everything was constructed from the killer's memory. Things existed, but they wouldn't exceed the killer's understanding. It was like the killer hadn't read the books on the bookshelves, so they were blank. Only the book they had read had text. Only when the killer had the concept of the badge as an alchemical item would it be identified as such. This was a space that became very simple as long as it was carefully sorted. By investigating some information, it would be discovered that all the clues pointed to 2 places, the Red Tower Clock Tower and the White Monastery. But the difficulty lay in the fact that this was the focus of the background story, but not the focus of the solution. Suen walked out of the door and stepped on the wet cobblestone street again. Snowflakes fell from the sky and landed on his shoulders and hat, occasionally forming a thin layer. Suen brushed off the snowflakes on his shoulders and strolled down the street. The cold wind made his thoughts particularly clear. Then he visited a few more places and collected several ancient books with scattered information. He asked a few questions, and the situation was similar. These NPCs would only say a lot when the nun named Alice was mentioned. There was also an old lady living in a house with a window attic facing the clock tower, who said she had seen a strange person on the tower. These were all crucial pieces of information. The police officer who investigated back then must have found this information too. The original process was for the players to collect this information and then be directed to the red brick clock tower to find the monster. But Suen wasn't in a hurry to go. Different choices would lead to different outcomes. Just like playing those open-ended plot games, Suen could directly kill the monster in the clock tower or fulfill its last wish without understanding the game's background and still complete the game. But the plot would end. He would lose the meaning of coming to this cursed space. So, Suen chose the second option. He walked down the street, intending to go to the monastery and see how the Weeping Witch was formed. Now that it was confirmed that this was not the Weeping Witch's space, the monastery wouldn't be too dangerous. It was just an ordinary scene. But it would fill in an important background for the story. Walking along, his thoughts whirling, Suen unexpectedly came across a few lost lambs. In a tavern, he saw a group of men dressed as detectives, arguing about something. Although their appearances had changed, Suen was able to discern their origins from their conversation. Damn it! What's the answer to that question? Sorrow answered ugly, Martin answered not ugly, both were killed, and Jik was killed for not answering. I suspect that cloaked monster just wants to kill for fun. Stop complaining, let's think of other ways. We're safe in the room for now, but are we going to be trapped in this cursed space forever? I just heard some news from the bartender, there's a weirdo near the clock tower. This group was also trying to figure out a solution. It seemed that 3 people who were not present had already been killed by the murderer. Suen walked in, without saying a word, he drew his gun and started shooting. Gunfire echoed through the tavern. Although the tavern was destroyed by the enemy's retaliatory explosion, all 5 men, including the team leader, the bomb maniac Collins, were killed. Suen put away his explosion-proof puppet, as if he had just done something trivial. He walked out of the tavern and continued towards the monastery with the white walls. In a city of alchemists who don't believe in gods, why would there be a monastery? That was what Suen was most curious about. And what was the relationship between the nun named Ailey and the weirdo in the clock tower? Chapter 142, Big Spenders. It was a snowy night. Snowflakes fell on the roof of the white monastery, making the building look bloated. As a police officer, Suen had no trouble knocking on the door of the monastery. There was thick snow in the courtyard, and pigeons were sleeping high up. A brown-haired nun received him. "Officer Johnny, what can I do for you? There has been a murder on the street, and I'm afraid the killer has hidden in the monastery. Can I go in and take a look?" Of course. The brown-haired nun led Suen into the monastery. There were no statues in the main hall, but instead, there was a totem of the alchemist's faith, the tail-biting serpent. Suen wanted to extract some useful alchemical knowledge from these nuns, but it was clear that he didn't succeed. "Can I know how many nuns are in the monastery now?" 6. "I need to ask a few more people some questions. By the way, where is Sister Alice?" "Sorry, she is doing her weekly tasks and maintaining the seal in the basement." "The seal?" The conversation was cut off halfway. At least Suen knew that these nuns were here to maintain the seal. After a while, Suen walked out of the monastery. Although he didn't see Alice, he heard a sad love story. The missing piece of the story was finally completed. As he walked out onto the street, he heard the sound of footsteps crushing the snow behind him. Someone was following him. But the gaze of that person didn't show any malice for the time being. Suen calmly turned around and saw a person wearing a black cloak from head to toe. The cloaked figure spoke, "Do you think I'm ugly?" The hoarse voice sounded like it came from a throat that had been scalded by molten iron. Then he lifted his head, revealing a distorted and monstrous face. Suen had already guessed who it was, but his expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, "Appearance has never been the key to measuring beauty or ugliness. In my eyes, kindness has nothing to do with one's appearance." The prompt given by the all-knowing eye was already obvious. Answering ugly or not ugly was not the answer. Not answering was also not the answer. Emotion was the correct answer. Feelings of disgust would stimulate it. That's why, for Suen, the difficulty of this cursed space was D-level. Suen could control his emotions very well. After a pause, he looked at the cloaked figure in front of him and sighed, "Mr. Brooke, I have heard your story, and I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure fell into silence. After a long time, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Sir, can you please come and see me in the bell tower? I'm going to die tonight, and I have a request to ask of you." Without hesitation, Suen agreed, "Okay." The result identified by the cloaked figure in front of him was a bass, the flesh mountain incarnation, on the verge of complete distortion. Suen knew he was not the bell tower monster. After Suen agreed, the cloaked figure seemed relieved and disappeared into the snowy night. Suen didn't pay any attention to the cloaked figure. He went straight to the red brick bell tower, which he knew was the key to solving the puzzle. There was a thick iron door at the bottom of the bell tower, which was now open. Suen walked in without hesitation. There was no elevator, so he climbed the stairs step by step. Gradually, strange patterns appeared on the surrounding walls, like autumn ivy climbing all over the walls, becoming denser as he went up. Later, he discovered that they were densely packed living blood vessels. As he continued to climb, there were moving human organs on the walls, intestines, pale yellow layers of fat. Even the steps under his feet turned into flesh with slippery mucous membranes, stepping on them felt wet and slippery. The air was filled with the special smell of fresh organ tissues. Suen felt like he had entered the body of a giant monster. When he was about to reach the top, he saw a giant beating heart. This was the true difficulty of breaking the curse in this space. A normal person entering this bell tower would probably first react by throwing a grenade to destroy everything. Stimulating the it upstairs would have serious consequences. Suen looked at the information identified and showed no change in his expression as he climbed up the fleshy staircase step by step. Finally, he reached the top of the bell tower and saw a distorted monster's face growing on the wall. This was a grotesque creature completely fused with the bell tower. Bell tower monster? No. More accurately, it should be called the bell tower beast. A voice came from the hollow below the two eyeballs in front of him, looking like a mouth. Sorry, did I scare you? Suen learned the story from the nun's mouth and shook his head, saying, No, Mr. Brook. You are a respected and brave warrior. Yes, I have no regrets about joining the war. There was a hint of pride in his voice. If there is time, I will talk to you about that battle. But I don't have time now. Pausing for a moment, he continued, although I did not die in battle, I was infected with distortion during the fight with the abyssal monster. 7 days ago, I came back here with the last trace of my determination, wanting to see her one last time. But unfortunately, my will cannot stop the distortion of my body anymore. The demon is devouring my sanity. I don't want her to see me as a monster now, so I hid here in this clock tower. Listening to his words, Suen looked in the direction of his two eyes and saw the white monastery through the gaps in the clock dial. In the final moments of his life, he silently watched his beloved girl from here. The voice continued, If possible, could you please help me fulfill my last wish and bring my memento to my beloved Alice? Tell her that I can no longer keep our appointment, and she should not wait for me anymore. Okay. Suen agreed and took the harmonica that emerged from a meat tentacle, taking a look at it. Brook's harmonica. Description: Can you help me deliver it to my beloved girl? Curse attribute: Love for a lifetime, it can be considered a curse. Explanation: Engraved with the names Alice and Brook, blowing it can soothe Alice's soul. With his last will supporting him, the face on the wall slowly closed its eyes. The beating sound of the giant heart gradually ceased, and the clock tower returned to silence. Only the sound of the clock hands ticking could be heard. The life of the distorted monster was so tenacious, but Brook willingly gave up his own life. With this, the entire plot of the curse space was completed. Looking at the distorted monster, identified as the abyssal Abass Meat Mountain, second-order silver level Eerie, dying, Suen breathed a sigh of relief. He also knew that this was the correct way to break through the D-level difficulty. A direct attack would be A-level. With such a large volume, even with the Black Reaper, it would not be able to cause effective damage. Even if the entire tower were to collapse, it would not necessarily kill Brook. Instead, it would completely enrage him and turn him into a terrifying monster. According to the original plot, Brook should not have entrusted this harmonica until his death, forming this obsession, hoping that someone would return this token to Miss Alice. Suen felt that he probably knew who the Weeping Witch was. The two companion curse spaces were like this distant clock tower and monastery. As the signs of life disappeared from the meat mountain, a glowing piece of flesh gradually condensed. Abass's flesh. Explanation: second-order silver-level material, can be refined into a professional advancement material, greatly enhancing physical strength. Second-order silver-level materials were already extremely rare. Suen put away the material and knew that the curse space was about to collapse. However, the story was quite good. No curse item was obtained? Suen didn't think too much about it. The surroundings suddenly changed. Then, he found himself back in the ruins of Dawn City, with Tommy looking at him in surprise, holding a black whistle in his hand. Looking at Suen, Tommy exclaimed, "Mr. Johnny." Suen guessed what had happened and asked, "Did you meet the cloaked person?" Tommy replied, "Yes." He suddenly walked into the room and asked me if I thought he was ugly. I felt his pain and chatted with him for a while. Then he gave me a whistle. After that, I don't know how, but I came out. Suen felt that sometimes, breaking the curse space depended on strength, and sometimes, it really depended on appearance. No wonder he thought there was no curse item in the space, it turned out to be with Tommy. Whistle of the Dead. Quality, gold. Description: do you want to talk to a demon? Curse attribute: by using the power of the demon, you will be tempted by the demon. Explanation: material for the mysterious necromancer profession. The conditions for the profession require a specific medium for spiritual communication. Suen didn't know what talent Tommy had awakened, but this curse item was a good thing. An ancient relic of gold quality, definitely a rare profession. Although he had never heard of a necromancer, it was definitely not simple. Tommy asked while holding the whistle, "Mr. Johnny, what is this whistle and why did the cloaked person give it to me? I feel like it suits me. A rare golden employment material. Put it away." Suen didn't say much, because at this time, on the ruins of the monastery in front of them, an expected scene was unfolding. Intense arguing could be heard. "We signed an equal exploration contract. Why does your Oliver family think we should help you explore the cursed space? Damn it, Blade Battalion! You are violating the hunting agreement. They never intended to let us leave alive." Not far from the monastery, dozens of members from the Blade Battalion, armed with guns, drove the 3 independent hunting teams, including the drunkard gang, into the monastery. It seemed like they were forcibly making them explore the cursed space. And at this moment, they also noticed Suen and the others who appeared out of thin air. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards them, and the barrels of guns and cannons were also pointed at them. Tommy, who was standing aside, saw his father among them and angrily rushed forward, shouting, "Let go of my dad!" The situation in front of him was exactly as Suen had expected. The Blade Battalion finally tore off their disguise, and dozens of malicious gazes made people's scalps tingle. In a critical situation, Suen snorted coldly in his heart, hooked the silk thread in his hand with one hand, and instinctively wanted to control the hatred and behead the second-ranked captain of the Blade Battalion, and then guerrilla snipe the others. But the next second, he glanced at his own hand and instinctively stopped. Then, a look of confusion appeared on his face. He lowered his head again and looked at his hand, trying to make that awkward finger movement, but he found a problem. He looked at the surrounding environment and then looked at his hand. Only then did he realize something. "Hey, so it's a dream. When did I fall for it? Was it the moment I came out just now?" The sorrowful witch mainly used dream killing as her method. Suen had never been careless from the beginning. He determined the scene in front of him through a special conditioned reflex. It was a dream he created himself. Normally, people who are dreaming are not aware that they are in a dream. But it is possible to become aware of being in a dream through some training techniques. Suen had done this kind of training before in order to control his dangerous personality that would harm others in his dreams. It was the finger movement he did when looking at his hand. He repeatedly suggested to himself before falling asleep, "When I am in a dream, I will look at my fingers and realize that I am dreaming." Note: lucid dreaming, similar to Tang Wang's technique, has been modified. Don't take it too seriously. Through this long-term training, it had become a conditioned reflex. Now, although everything in front of him was incredibly real, Suen was certain that he was in a dream. In front of him, the members of the Blade Battalion had already caught Tommy and were closing in on him. Suen smiled and said, "Hee hee. The self in the dream would definitely be alive. So they might shoot, but he would definitely not die." Facing countless gun barrels around him, he did not resist. A hint of madness appeared in the corner of his eye. After confirming that he was in a dream, everything became meaningless. He took out a gun and pressed it against his own chin, then pulled the trigger without hesitation. Very skilled, obviously not the first time. Everything went black in front of him. As if waking up from a nightmare. Suen looked around at his surroundings. It was a crossroads in a snowstorm. "Mr. Johnny? Where are we?" Beside him, a young boy wearing thin clothes tentatively called out. He was holding a basket of matches in his hand. A match-selling boy? This familiar scene seemed to be happening again. But due to the lack of memory in the dream, he only felt that the scene was familiar, as if it had happened before, but he didn't realize anything. 1,000 years ago, the Dawn City. Suen muttered to himself, wanting to respond to Tommy with cursed space. But suddenly, he instinctively looked at his own hand, then looked around, and his gaze instantly became serious, as if he had stimulated some conditioned reflex and realized something. A dream. Tommy beside him froze. He watched Suen pull out a gun and press it against his temple, and hurriedly exclaimed, trying to stop him, "Mr. Johnny, what are you doing?" Before the words could fall, Suen, with a smile on his lips, pulled the trigger without hesitation. "The more you talk, the deeper you fall into the dream, the harder it is to extricate yourself. Another gunshot rang out. Everything went black in front of him, as if waking up from a nightmare. This time, the scene changed. It was a broken monastery, surrounded by dense fog, and only the scene inside the monastery was real. In the grand hall of the monastery, a silver-haired nun over 5 meters tall was attacking several humans with her extendable hair. Among the 7 people, 5 were second-tier professionals, and the other 2 were crowd control sorcerers. 4 of the 5 second-tier professionals were familiar faces: the trickster Lloyd, the executive of the Crow Gang Blood Crowlang Pharaoh, the leader of the Battle Blade Group Bloom, the executive of the Steam Party Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Toynbee, and an unknown robed sorcerer. The other 2 first-tier professionals were also very rare crowd controllers. One used a thorn wrap spell to control the tall nun's legs, showing a special talent for controlling plants. The other emitted a slow ray that slowed the nun's movements, another special ability. The 7 of them surrounded the Wailing Witch, with the trickster Lloyd constantly shouting orders. Send another group of people into the witch's dream to stimulate her into the second state. Kill her then, and we can get the infinite hair. Hurry, control her. Her hair length is limited now, injure her severely first. Don't hit her head, we need to ensure the skull is intact for material collection. Under the cooperation of the 7, the tall nun was already covered in wounds. The next second, for some unknown reason, the surrounding fog gradually turned red. The nun, originally with snow-white skin, suddenly turned red all over. Has the witch entered the second-tier berserk state? Suen was taken aback by the scene before him. He had learned about the Wailing Witch's abilities in detail from Mr. Black, and immediately realized what these people were doing when he saw this scene. Such a big scene, am I dreaming? Looking at the unreal scene before him, Suen didn't believe his own eyes, and this thought instinctively popped into his mind. He looked down at his hand, only to find, it was the real world. Realizing this, his memory suddenly seemed to reconnect. Suen instantly remembered his experiences in the Bell Tower monster space and the memories of committing suicide twice to escape the dream. Looking at his surroundings again, his eye of true sight identified the result. White Monastery. Explanation: a special triggered cursed space. If you can't distinguish between dream and reality, the danger level will be T level. Kill the witch, and you can leave. This is the real world. Suen was surprised. This time, he didn't pull out his gun to commit suicide. But he also guessed, I must have been pulled into this space as soon as I left the Bell Tower monster space. Did I trigger some kind of large-scale spatial involvement? What did these guys do? He guessed that these guys had used some special cursed item, which caused the Wailing Witch's cursed space to cover all the nearby blocks. That's why he fell into the witch's dream as soon as he came out of the other space. How long have I been in the cursed space? When did these guys come? Suen was filled with doubts. But he knew that he didn't have time to think about it now. Recognizing the origins of these people, Suen instantly understood that this was the Wild Hunt team of the Oliver family. They came with 5 second-tier professionals just to collect hair materials. Big spenders. The power of the top financial group in the inner city was indeed not to be underestimated. They not only wanted to kill the monster for materials, but now they also wanted to deliberately stimulate this Wailing Witch to go berserk and collect higher-grade materials. The previously identified gold-level monster, after the second form, would definitely be a lord level. Want to get infinite hair? Suen quickly connected the information he had just captured with what he was seeing, understanding something. His eyes suddenly became malicious. Tisk tisk. Big spenders indeed. Chapter 143, Puppeteer's Secret Art Puppet Theater. Not enough, send in another 20 slaves. Very well, the witch's frenzy is complete. Prepare to kill. Suen heard clearly that the Oliver family wanted to make the sorrowful witch go berserk by sending in a group of slaves. When a witch is in a dream-killing state, they also need to be distracted. By sending in more people at once, overloading the witch, she is forced to enter a second stage of frenzy in order to kill more people. Unfortunately, Suen was supposed to be the fertilizer to induce the witch's frenzy. But now, he woke up. He also knew very well that if the Oliver family killed the witch and broke the curse space, how would they handle these living witnesses? Previously, there was only Bloom, the leader of the Sharp Blade Squad, a second-tier professional. Suen had confidence in both fighting and escaping. But now there were 5 second-tier professionals right in front of him, as well as 2 first-tier troublesome control warlocks. Under normal circumstances, if they were discovered, these people would surround him and Suen wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Moreover, besides these 7, there must be more enemies in the curse space. Although Suen seemed unharmed for the time being, the situation was already very critical. But it wasn't all bad news. The good news was that Suen was currently outside the monastery in the mist, and the people who were trying to kill the witch had not yet realized that he had woken up. In the dense fog around him, he could faintly see some figures standing there dumbly. These were all fertilizer. In the split second that he glanced over, several figures disappeared, probably killed in the dream and then expelled from the curse space. Seeing this, Suen instantly knew what he had to do. The silver-haired nun, who was originally over 5 meters tall, was already oppressive enough. Now that she had entered a frenzy state, her body was emitting billowing blood, making it impossible for people to look directly at her. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, like sharp blades. With a light and airy sweep, her hair easily cut through the original stone pillars of the monastery. The scattered hair turned into needles, piercing the hard floor like raindrops. When gathered together, it became a weapon that could strike heavily. And because she had entered a frenzy state, the silver hair was no longer limited in quantity or length. For a while, the entire monastery seemed to be woven into a cage by the silver hair, trapping the 7 people inside. Seeing this, Suen narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that this was also the purpose of these people, to stimulate the witch to enter the second tier and obtain this silver hair that could infinitely extend. But he knew that it was not yet time to make a move. The monster was unharmed, and the 7 people in the field were obviously not completely restrained. After all, they came prepared, and even in the face of a Lord-level anomaly, they were not at a disadvantage. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Toynbee of the Steam Party, who had transformed into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, entangled a large amount of hair with his heavily armed mechanical limbs. Bloom, the leader of the Sharp Blade Squad, swung his wind element dual swords like a windmill, clashing with the sharp spears formed by the silver hair, causing sparks to fly. And the executive of the Crow Gang, Lang Pharaoh, was even more sinister with his curse magic. The green hexagram under his feet emitted a bright light, and he held a crow with feathers in his hand, biting off the crow's head and making a bone-cracking chewing sound. After this sound rang out, the witch trembled all over, as if her own bones were being gnawed on. Even Suen, who was not far away, felt his scalp tingle when he heard this terrifying sound. However, the most exaggerated one was Lloyd, the magician who was the main attacker. Suen was seeing a puppeteer's battle for the first time. Seeing that the witch had completely entered the second stage of frenzy, Lloyd shouted, "Get ready, I'll control it, you guys attack according to the plan." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly formed a set of warlock seals with his hands, his gaze like a torch. Evolutionary armor unleash. As the evolutionary armor was unleashed, the body of this puppet master immediately underwent a transformation. The feeling he gave was that he suddenly lost all vitality, as if he was no longer a living person, but a puppet. Even more bizarrely, the exposed skin on his body burst open. It was as if the skin of a black yarn doll had been cut open, and the black thread and fluff inside were exposed to the air. And when he finished the last seal with his hand, the threads inside the doll's body suddenly swelled up like crazy. After Lloyd released the evolutionary armor, he hardly paused and formed seals again, chanting in his mouth. What he displayed was his famous secret technique Puppeteer's Secret Art Puppet Theater. A set of 36 mysterious magician seals made people dizzy. As soon as he finished arranging the magician seals, a huge blue hexagram alchemy array covering the entire monastery suddenly lit up in the sky. After the light appeared, a huge cross-shaped shadow slowly condensed into a solid form from the alchemy array. At the same time, it seemed to be in response to the black threads on his body. Countless black threads also descended from the sky, extending in the wind. As these black threads fell, the puppets that had been arranged around Lloyd in the monastery stood up with a crackling sound. In an instant, it seemed like the entire monastery had become a large puppet theater, with everything connected by the black threads. A pair of hidden hands behind the scenes controlled everything. Moreover, the purpose of the black threads was not just to control the puppets, but also to control. The black threads falling from the cross in the sky continued to invade, gradually engulfing the silver world like a black tide. Although the number was not as many as the silver hair of the witch, the momentum was equally strong. The puppets controlled by the black threads rushed towards the witch, but in an instant, they were firmly controlled by the silver threads, wrapped into a ball. But this was exactly what Lloyd wanted. The two types of threads intertwined and the black threads gradually entangled completely with the silver hair, like a tangled mess, becoming tighter and tighter. More than 10 puppets, like more than 10 nails, firmly pinned the witch in place, making it more and more difficult for her to move. Even if the silver hair could avoid the black threads by elementalization, the witch could not retreat. She could only be entangled more and more. Once she gave up defense, her body would immediately be entwined by these black threads. The threads of both sides were entangled together, like a group of entwined snakes, making people's scalp tingle. Lloyd's control objective was gradually being achieved. These black threads are actually tismixing iron wire worms. Suen identified the black threads and found that they were not inanimate objects, but living creatures. This was a kind of iron-eating parasitic worm discovered and named by an ancient alchemist named Tismixing. It had an extraordinary tensile body that could stretch up to 100 meters. It was exceptionally tough because it fed on metal, making it difficult to be harmed by swords and knives. Just these two characteristics alone made it an excellent thread material for puppet masters. Seeing this scene, Suen suddenly felt that his perspective was too narrow. He originally thought that the threads used by puppet masters were all inanimate objects, but it turned out that they could be manipulated like this. This magician actually used his own body as a host and raised so many living parasitic worms. But watching this scene, Suen also became interested and muttered to himself, controlling with threads, it turns out that puppet masters can use threads like this. But on the other hand, that guy can actually produce so many threads at the same time. Is it because of his secret technique or his equipment? This was much more advanced than Suen's mechanical gloves. No matter how exquisite the design of the mechanical gloves was, they could only pull out a dozen steel wires at most at the same time. But this magician Lloyd was covered in black threads from head to toe, and the quantity was not even in the same league. However, the quantity was enough. After all, the iron wire worms were still bound by the physical threads. Being entangled and cut off like this was a disadvantage. But what if it was the witch's hair that could transform between substance and non-substance? Thinking of this, Suen suddenly became excited. He finally understood why Oliver, the young master of the Oliver family, was so interested in this witch. The hair and the black threads intertwined, and the tall blood-stained nun was completely controlled on the spot. The black and silver threads pulled against each other, and the buildings they passed by were all cut into pieces. Facing the already Lord-level anomaly, the magician Lloyd was obviously struggling in the direct confrontation. After a moment of stalemate, he spewed out a mouthful of blood. But at the same time, he also shouted, "Attack!" Upon hearing this, the other second-tier professionals also began to form seals, seemingly preparing to unleash a powerful move. However, they did not expect that almost at the same time, when Suen heard these words, he also took action. His scattered gaze suddenly focused, sharp as a knife. At the critical moment when the few of them were about to attack and kill the witch, Suen raised his gun without hesitation, aiming at the head of the blue-robed female magician who was casting the slow light spell. But how keen were the perceptions of second-tier professionals? Among the 5 second-tier professionals present, except for the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Toinbai, who was slightly slower in reaction, the other 4 instantly sensed something abnormal. Seeing someone raising a gun from the mist outside the monastery, the 4 of them simultaneously had a thought in their minds: someone is launching a surprise attack. Although they were shocked that someone had awakened from the dream, they also instantly responded. Just as Suen raised his gun, the leader of the Blade Battalion, Bloom, stomped his foot fiercely, his figure moved several meters horizontally, instantly blocking in front of the blue-robed female magician. How could they not know that this was a critical moment in the witch hunt, where no mistakes could be tolerated? If the slow light spell was terminated and the witch regained her normal speed, their situation would become extremely dangerous. Seeing that the attacker was armed with a musket, Bloom breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just a musket, he was confident that he could deflect it with his sword. With him standing in front, no matter how precise the shot, it wouldn't harm anyone. Tisk tisk. Close combat professionals indeed have quick reactions. Seeing this, Suen, who seemed to have anticipated it, smirked and fired without hesitation. At the same time as he pulled the trigger with his right hand, his left hand fiercely clawed at the air, controlling the invisible zombie beside him to slash down. Bang! The unique explosion of the alchemical bullet echoed throughout the entire monastery. Flames spurted from the muzzle, and the noise of the bullet firing masked the sound of the scythe cutting through the air. Bloom also keenly caught Suen's little movement with his left hand. But even so, he didn't choose to dodge, but to block. because he knew that if he dodged, the mage behind him would definitely be shot. Besides, it was just a gunman, even if he was a master of firearms, this shot wouldn't kill him. As long as he could withstand this shot, once the others reacted, it would be the gunman's end. However, he didn't realize that he was facing Suen, the S-class wanted criminal on the bounty list of Old Lingdun City, nor did he know that Suen had the powerful weapon, the Black Scythe of Hypnos. Bloom could block the alchemical bullet, but he was not qualified to block the spatial rift. The moment the gun was fired, the sound of the bullet cutting through the air attracted everyone's attention, but they didn't notice that a dark spatial rift quietly appeared on Bloom's forehead the next second. Even though he used his weapon to protect his head, the scythe ruthlessly cut through his famous double-edged sword. The spatial rift didn't stop there, it cut off half of Bloom's head before disappearing. Just at this moment, a bullet passed through the crack in the head that had been split in half. The blue-robed female mage, who was continuously casting spells with both hands and had no time to react, looked in astonishment as the man's head in front of her was suddenly split in half, and then, a bullet grew larger and larger in her field of vision, hitting her eye socket precisely, and the world plunged into darkness. Bang! With a sound of explosion, the blue-robed mage's head burst into a cloud of blood, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 144, Alice's Tears. Done. Suen looked at the two people in front of him who had been taken care of, and his brow slightly relaxed. Killing two people was within his expectations. Before taking action, he had guessed that the action of raising his hand and holding a gun was too obvious and couldn't deceive high-level professionals. The other party couldn't just watch him kill the control mage, so there must be someone coming to rescue. The scythe that swung at the same time as the gun was the real hidden killing move, just to kill the control mage and also take down a second-level professional who came to rescue. Now it seems to be effective. Suen was very self-aware. After all, he was alone, even if he was strong, he was only first level. Even with a scythe in hand, it would be difficult to kill again if the enemy became vigilant after being discovered. Second-level professionals wouldn't just stand there and let him kill. Therefore, Suen still needed a helper. How to snatch the enemy's boss and kill enemies several times stronger than oneself when there are few people. The best way is naturally to assassinate the enemy's control mage and make the monsters go berserk. That's why he chose to kill the blue-robed mage first. Just like now, without the slow light covering the morning witch, a piercing scream of relief came from her throat. In an instant, the attack speed of her hair manipulation visibly increased by 50%. Before, several second-level professionals in the field could easily deal with the encirclement of her hair, but now they were instantly beaten into a sorry state. They were too busy dealing with the hair and couldn't spare any hands to deal with Suen, the assailant. Looking at the shocked and murderous gazes that were directed at him, Suen was completely fearless. He didn't stop his actions and once again used his fingers to control the invisible zombie beside him, slashing towards another target not far away. Seeing this, the magician Lloyd's face changed drastically, obviously realizing something. He urgently shouted, "Stop him!" The silver-black threads intertwined like two tug-of-war players, and he used the threads to control the witch, but at the same time, he couldn't move himself. Lloyd knew very well that he was the key to controlling her. If he had a problem, this raging witch would completely break free from her restraints, and they would undoubtedly fail, or even be in a desperate situation. However, how could the several second-level professionals in the field not guess that this was the movement caused by the famous sealing item, the Night Black Scythe of Hypnos? Since they knew, who would dare to use their body to block it? Moreover, even if they wanted to block it, they couldn't. In the next instant, another spatial crack appeared and accurately landed on Lloyd's neck. Silently, his head fell. Suen thought that this strike would definitely kill the immobile puppet master, but he didn't expect that even though the head fell, he didn't see any ashes. Hey, not dead. Suen's pupils suddenly contracted, and his instinctive crisis response made him quickly hide behind the invisible zombie. In the next instant, he heard the sound of breaking wind, and several poison needles sprayed out from the severed head, hitting the invisible zombie in front of him and falling to the ground. Looking again, Lloyd's headless corpse robe tore open, and a 1-meter-tall ugly dwarf emerged. So this is Lloyd's true form. Suen didn't expect that the famous puppet master would actually be an unremarkable ugly-faced dwarf. Although the witch was strange and not very intelligent, she also knew that the person controlling her was the biggest threat. Lloyd avoided Suen's killing move, but he couldn't avoid the silver hair that was everywhere in the monastery. After the beheading, the spell was interrupted. Now he was forced to give up his puppet body and also lost control over most of the black threads. Without the restraint of the black threads, the witch's silver hair broke free, and a piercing scream echoed throughout the cursed space. In an instant, the sky was densely covered with silver hair, like a tide crazily spreading, quickly enveloping the monastery in a silver cocoon. The infinite hair that they had been trying to make the witch go berserk to obtain had now become a death sentence. And as soon as the dwarf landed, a bundle of silver hair, like a spear, stabbed towards him. With a clang sound, it pierced a fist-sized hole in the stone floor. The puppet master's physical agility couldn't compare to other professionals. Although the dwarf tried his best to dodge, it was like being cut by a blade, and his thigh was pierced, causing blood to flow all over the ground. Moreover, what was even more despairing was that more than 10 spears of silver hair condensed in the air in an instant, and they came piercing down with a whoosh sound. Lloyd's face turned pale. In this moment of crisis, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Toynbee, who was closest to the dwarf, acted faster than his eyes. The steam boiler that had been charging up to attack the witch's main body suddenly changed direction and shot out, destroying the silver spears, saving the dwarf's life. The sky was filled with silver hair, like a pouring rain that couldn't be avoided. The other second-level professionals were also too busy to take care of themselves and were more or less injured, and the sorcerer who used the thorny entanglement first-tier spell desperately avoided several attacks, but still had a desperate look on his face as he was stabbed full of holes. The stalemate in the battle was instantly broken, and the situation was irretrievable. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the dwarf shouted angrily with a black face, "Retreat! Let's leave the cursed space first." The 4 second-tier professionals gathered together, destroyed a piece of silver hair above their heads, and tore apart a scroll before they were completely trapped. As the scroll shattered, a magic portal appeared out of thin air in front of them, and they rushed out without hesitation. "I thought I could kill a few more." Suen looked at the guys who escaped through the portal and felt a little regretful. The members of the Oliver family were obviously well prepared, being able to prevent falling into the dream and having a means of escape. But they could escape, while Suen could not. Not to mention that the magic portal disappeared in an instant, even if it didn't, he couldn't follow them out to die. A sharp scream sounded, and the nourishment in the mist was also cleared out. In the vast cursed space, Suen was the only one left. Now that there was no one to attract the firepower, the tall blood nun's target was only him. "I hope my deduction is correct." He exhaled a breath of impure air. Suen took off his gas mask and brought the Brooks harmonica to his mouth. Although he hadn't learned to play the harmonica in his previous life, this instrument was not too difficult. He had already mastered it well from the fragments of souls he had collected. Without much thought, he played a slow folk song, which he had heard the NPCs hum in the Legend of the Bell Tower Monster space. The melody was melodious and echoed throughout the monastery. The silver hair around him also seemed to understand the melancholy in the melody, suddenly becoming soft, like the water grass in a clear little lake, floating with the wind. Glancing at the scene in front of him, Suen continued to play the tune calmly, with a steady rhythm. In the distance, the tall blood nun, more than 5 meters high, also calmed down and stood there blankly. She seemed to recall something, and tears slowly overflowed from the corners of her eyes. Suen continued to play the song, and the surroundings rapidly changed. As if time was flowing backward, the broken walls and ruins around him quickly restored to their original state, becoming the majestic white monastery. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and pigeons flew again on the dome. In a flash, the surroundings seemed to return to 1,000 years ago. A young nun often stood alone on the attic, playing the song that carried her longing, waiting for her beloved to return safely from the battlefield. They had promised to meet again on that snowy winter day. After a while, the song ended. "I was entrusted by Mr. Brooke to bring this harmonica back to you." Suen stopped and didn't know if the now eerie Alice could understand. He looked at the witch, who had already calmed down, and handed her the harmonica. He continued, "He asked me to tell you that he can't keep the appointment and told you not to wait for him." The silver hair gently accepted the harmonica engraved with Brooke and Alice and handed it to the young nun in front of her. A smile gradually appeared on her face, as if she saw a beautiful scene, and she whispered, "You finally came to see me." In a flash, a handsome man in military uniform appeared in the courtyard of the monastery. He smiled and held the hand of the beloved girl, gently saying, "Yes, I'm back." They had vowed to love each other and spend their entire lives together. Brooke's short life had already vanished on the bell tower 1,000 years ago. And Alice? Waiting for this news. She had waited for 1,000 years. Suen quietly watched the scene in front of him. He knew that he was probably the only witness to the tragic love story from 1,000 years ago. A young girl had waited her whole life for a promise. And now, the young nun put the harmonica to her lips, gently blew, and played the familiar tune. The melodious melody resounded, and a crystal tear slowly fell from her eye. The nun in front of him had completely lost her malice, and the steel wire in Suen's hand loosened. Now that he had fulfilled Brooke's request and resolved a life-threatening crisis with this harmonica token, he hadn't forgotten that the person in front of him was still a Lord-level anomaly who could make second-tier professionals suffer on the spot. Suen didn't have the ability to create a portal like those guys before. If he wanted to leave, he could only kill this source of curse. But now, it seemed unnecessary. As the tear fell, he also saw that the Lord anomaly in front of him suddenly lost his momentum. From being sharp and intimidating in the previous moment, he became increasingly calm. And upon identification, the shining tear on the ground turned out to be a cursed item. Alice's tear explanation, an energy essence that has condensed the full magical power of the Weeping Witch, a very precious curse material. It contains a vast amount of magical and spiritual power, as well as the most complete spiritual matrix of this type of witch. All the magic power condensed. Upon reading these words, Suen suddenly realized something. Looking again at the nun, her aura was getting weaker and weaker. It seemed that she had found her answer, and that obsession was finally relieved. She was about to completely dissipate in the world. Suen no longer felt any hostility. Thinking about it, he didn't deliver the final blow. As for the witch's hair needed, it was all over the monastery. If a body was needed, it would be available soon. The harmonica melody in his ear was getting sadder and weaker. Suen silently began to collect the spoils and blood in the courtyard while listening to the song. He had killed a second-tier professional, the leader of the Blade Group, Bloom, and gained some combat experience. As for the rare magic system sorcerer, he was actually a graduate of the Inner City Black Tower Academy from 2 sessions ago. It had to be said, the soul fragments of these Inner City masters were of really high quality. Suen harvested a large amount of casting experience and alchemy knowledge. There was also a decapitated alchemical puppet, naturally left by the trickster Lloyd. The dwarf had fled in panic, not even having time to strip the storage ring from the puppet. Then, the sound of the harmonica abruptly stopped. Suen turned his head. He saw the nun lying on the ground. "It's quite nice," he said to the corpse, then walked over and calmly cut off the glowing head of the witch. Obtained memory fragment of witch Alice 2. You have received a piece of information. It seems like a very long time has passed. Finally he has come. I'm so happy. You have comprehended the intermediate silk control technique. Spiritual power plus 7.5. The cursed space began to collapse. Suen undid his plant armor, and cold flames erupted all over his body. He hadn't forgotten that outside the cursed space, there were people waiting for him to walk into their trap. Chapter 145, A group of guys waiting to kill Suen. Curse space. Dans Oliver, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, had a relaxed smile on his face. Having spent such a great cost and hired so many experts, he naturally had high hopes for the curse hair of the Morning Witch. Not to mention the experts from the Oliver family, the Crow Gang, which was sponsored by their family, had also managed to invite a powerful member of the Steam Party, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Toynbee. Of course, all of this was thanks to the beautiful and elegant woman by his side. Dans looked at the graceful and stunning beauty beside him, feeling great and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. If this matter succeeds, I must thank Lady Sabina for her help." After all, this was a ruin deep underground, not in the city of Old Ling Dun. For his Oliver family to gather so many slave hunters in the camp in such a short time, the 3 major gangs were of no use. After all, the slave hunters were all from outside the city. Unexpectedly, when he casually asked, this beautiful woman from the Steam Party readily agreed to help. Upon hearing this, Sabina smiled and said coquettishly, "Young Master Dans, you flatter me. It was just a small favor. I must express my gratitude." Dans smiled and glanced at the towering presence on her chest that was impossible to ignore. As the legitimate young master of the Oliver family, what kind of beauties had he not seen? But it was this gang leader's wife who stirred up his long-lost desire. He knew that he couldn't touch a woman supported by a rival family, but it only aroused his possessiveness. Seemingly within reach, yet elusive, and with a hint of dangerous conspiracy. Dans knew it well, but he enjoyed this feeling. Conquering a woman like her would bring him a greater sense of accomplishment. A cunning glint flashed in Sabina's eyes, seemingly unconcerned about revealing her alluring figure in front of others. She lightly opened her red lips and said, "Young Master Dans, with the Morning Witch's hair, you should be able to advance to the second stage, right?" "Yes. The materials for advancement and the blueprint for the prosthetic have long been prepared." Dans nodded confidently. "Originally, I was just following the family's caravan to explore the ruins and strengthen my physical endurance in the dense dark spiritual environment. I didn't expect to come across one of the rare silk threads that is most suitable for a puppeteer, the Morning Witch's hair. It's a pleasant surprise." He didn't hide his joy in his tone. He even imagined himself with the infinite hair prosthetic, which would surely attract everyone's attention in the field of puppetry in Old Lingdun. With that, Dans didn't forget to say politely, "Thank you again for your assistance, Lady Sabina." Sabina's lips curled into a seductive smile, "Then I congratulate you in advance. When I successfully advance, the Oliver family will hold a celebration banquet. Lady Sabina, please grace us with your presence." Dans had already started inviting guests to the celebration banquet. But unexpectedly, something extremely sudden happened. Before he could finish his words, a hexagram magic portal suddenly appeared on the ceiling barrier in front of him. Could it be that the witch has been killed? Dans looked at the magic portal and was about to be delighted, but the next moment, his expression froze. Because he saw several figures escaping in a sorry state. Due to the sudden rampage of the Morning Witch, the 4 surviving second stage individuals had varying degrees of injuries. Seeing the ugly dwarf with a leg injury, Dan's face changed drastically, and he quickly went up to ask, "Teacher, how did you get injured like this?" He had never seen anyone force his teacher into such a sorry state. After all, that alchemical puppet was an ancient relic that the family had paid a great price to obtain. Who could force him to abandon the puppet and escape? Could it be that something unexpected happened during the ambush? How is that possible? They were all familiar with the witch's attack methods. How could there be any surprises? The same question appeared on the faces of everyone present. Upon hearing the inquiry, Magician Lloyd became furious and angrily questioned, "Damn it! How did that wanted criminal appear in the curse space with the witch? Didn't you notice when you brought people in?" It was the first time he had revealed his dwarf identity to outsiders, and he felt the strange gazes around him, which further fueled his anger. "Ah!" Dans was completely confused by this nonsensical question and asked in confusion, "Teacher, what wanted criminal are you talking about?" Lloyd was furious, "Humph, we were just one step away from killing that second stage witch, but we were ambushed." Upon hearing this, Dans was shocked and angry, "Teacher, you were ambushed." Lloyd was so angry that his teeth itched. Someone brought that wanted criminal, Suen, into the curse space. And then that guy used the night black scythe of Sapnose to kill Bloom and Pickle, ultimately ruining our plan to kill the witch. Even I almost died in there. Was there really a problem with the ambush? Dan's eyes trembled, his face full of disbelief. How is that possible? They were just ordinary slaves. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately understood. Several streets near the monastery had already been sealed off, and the people who could enter must have been the slave group they sent in. Since they recognized the night black scythe of Sapnose, these people immediately guessed that it was Suen, who had been causing a stir in Old Lingdun recently. But, how could a wanted criminal like that be brought into the space? Just as everyone was puzzled about how the attacker managed to infiltrate the cursed space, a captain from the Blade Squad suddenly remembered something. He spoke up, "Well, if it's the person wearing the parrot mask. I have some impression, there was such a guy in the drunken squad before." Dans Jr. frowned upon hearing this, "Drunken squad?" The captain continued, "A small group of unaffiliated individuals, all of whom have been sent into the cursed space. However, they disappeared suddenly before you arrived, young Master Dans. Why didn't you say so earlier? We thought they were sucked into the witch's cursed space and had already died. Drag him away, execute him." "No, young Master Dans." Although the captain's words clarified the situation for everyone, he not only didn't receive any reward, but was directly executed by the furious Dans Jr. Such a big incident had occurred. If their leader hadn't already died in the space, even a second-order master would have been executed on the spot. You were supposed to bring a slave squad to scout for mines, but you brought an S-class wanted criminal with ulterior motives? And you almost wiped out the hunting team. The person was killed, and some of the anger was vented. However, at this point, it was meaningless to think about the question of why he appeared in the space. And it seems that the losses are not too great. Only 2 professionals and a group of slaves died, the witch's space is still here, the main force is still here, for the Oliver family, it's not a big problem. Dans asked, "Teacher, what should we do now? We can't enter the witch's space for now, without a field control mage, the casualties would be great if we rush in. If we want to get the hair, we'll have to wait for the family to send another group of masters." Lloyd also sighed slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "What we need to worry about now, is the wanted criminal's next move." Hearing his teacher say this, Dans was somewhat puzzled. "Teacher, the wanted criminal hasn't come out yet, he must have died in the cursed space. After all, it's very difficult to kill a second stage witch with physical damage alone, even with that forbidden scythe, how many times can he swing it? We can't be careless." Lloyd shook his head, as if he had thought of something. He frowned and said, "There was information before that the guy had mastered a way to possibly avoid the backlash of the scythe's curse, it seems to be true now, otherwise, he would have died when he killed 3 high-ranking members of the Umbrella organization outside Old Ling Dun." After a pause, he continued to analyze, since Suen was able to wake up in the witch's dream-making ability, he must have come prepared. And if he dared to take action, he must have been sure of his survival. Hearing this, Dans also frowned. "Lloyd, and when that guy attacked before, I clearly caught that he was controlling the puppet's movements. I guess he used the Shroud of Ounce's Iceman to make an invisible puppet." Hearing this, Dans frowned in confusion, immediately said, "Invisible puppet? But teacher, I have seen the scythe forbidden object with my own eyes, even if a puppet uses it, the curse backlash will definitely trace back to the source." Lloyd was also puzzled. "I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of special living puppet. That guy's puppet control technique is not bad, he should be a rare puppet profession, and he might even have some ancient special puppet refining methods." Dan's face darkened. If he could really avoid the curse backlash, how terrifying would that forbidden scythe be? And the fact is, Suen has already killed at least 4 second-order professionals with this scythe. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their necks. At this time, Lloyd seemed to think of something, and said in a serious tone, a sentence that made Dans Jr.'s back chill, "Maybe that Suen is targeting you, young Master Dans. This point, we must be careful." Dans was startled and puzzled. "I have no grudge with that wanted criminal, why would he target me?" A shadow passed through Lloyd's eyes. "No, we've met before." Dans was puzzled. "Hey." Lloyd continued, "Remember in the market before, someone bought those witch mages before you? Just now, that Suen controlled the zombies without leaving any traces, obviously using a kind of transparent thread. Apart from this, I can't think of any other thread that could meet this situation." Dans exclaimed, "It's that guy. Damn it, if I had known, I would have killed him at the camp." He had previously sent bodyguards to follow, wanting to retrieve the hair. Was it this action that provoked the other party? "Don't be careless, get ready, that guy might have other ways to escape from the cursed space." Before Lloyd's words fell, suddenly someone shouted, "No good, the witch's cursed space is collapsing." At the same time, an 8-legged shadow shot out quickly. "It's him." Lloyd's pupils contracted sharply, and he shouted, "Kill that guy." Chapter 146, Gun King Geiger. "It's him, kill that guy." Upon hearing the loud shout from a distance, Suen didn't hesitate and swiftly ran with his 8 spider legs. As the legitimate heir of the Oliver family, Dans, was present, it was natural for him to be accompanied by skilled experts. With just a glance, Suen saw at least 4 or 5 second-tier professionals, in addition to the 4 who had escaped earlier. Seeing the enchanting white fox fur woman, he finally understood why there were members of the steam party in the team that had previously hunted witches. The Oliver family actually collaborated with the steam party supported by their competitors. A moment of doubt flashed through Suen's mind, but his speed of escape did not slow down. Not only were there this group of second-tier professionals, but there were also over 100 elite hunting teams from the Oliver family. The intense gazes filled with killing intent made him feel like a roasted lamb on a stove, being turned and roasted. The moment Suen appeared, several rockets with long flames trailing behind them were already flying towards him. Boom! 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 The shells fell around him, exploding continuously. The sound of debris hitting his body was crackling. Fortunately, Suen had sharp senses and was able to predict the direction of the rockets in advance. It was also fortunate that his 8-armed spider spear was agile, allowing him to easily climb over ruins and leap over ditches. He narrowly avoided the first round of rockets. The bad news was that enemies were everywhere he looked. The good news was that the ruins were spacious, and the superior mobility of the 8-armed spider spear was fully utilized. After dodging this round of rockets, a dense rain of gunfire erupted behind him. But at this moment, Suen had already found an opportunity and rushed into the back of a building. Then, with a loud bang, a fireball fell from the sky, instantly flattening the building. A second-tier mage has made a move. Pushed back by the scorching wave of flames, Suen stumbled, but luckily his legs were stable enough to prevent him from falling. However, he didn't dare to look back and took advantage of the momentum to increase his speed by another 3 points. He could clearly feel that behind him, he was being locked onto by 6 or 7 particularly chilling killing intents. There was no need to think, those were the second-tier professionals from the enemy. With his 8-armed spider spear, ordinary professionals couldn't catch up to him at all. As long as he avoided the first round of firepower, the over 100 Oliver family hunters in the Dawn City ruins were not a threat at all. From beginning to end, the troubles he faced were only from those few second-tier professionals who could fight and run. For example, the group of lingering black crows above his head. Suen didn't dare to run towards the outskirts of the ruins. He was well aware that if he ran outside the ruins, although the environment would be safe, those second-tier professionals would definitely chase him relentlessly. Moreover, it was highly likely that he would be surrounded and hunted by various hunting teams mobilized by the Oliver family, making it impossible to escape. He could only run deeper into the ruins, where the chances of encountering people would be lower. The ruins were dangerous for him, just as they were for those second-tier professionals. Only by utilizing the environment and the mysteriousness of the ruins to delay the pursuers could he have a chance to escape. Fortunately, he had collected a lot of information at the tavern yesterday, and Suen had a rough understanding of some dangerous areas in the East City. He didn't dare to forcefully break through those death zones and chose a direction, rushing towards the center of the ruins. Suen looked at the crows flapping their wings above his head and knew that it was the work of Lang Pharaoh, the blood crow. If these crows weren't killed, he wouldn't be able to escape. Without any further thought, he raised his gun and fired a burst of shots. Bang bang bang, the sound of gunfire rang out. 7 or 8 crows fell in response, exploding into black blood mist in the air. Using this trick again. Suen glanced at the blood mist and muttered to himself. The techniques of these crow sorcerers were extremely sinister. He still vividly remembered the scene of vomiting crows from his encounter with Sergei, the plague doctor. Now, he had learned his lesson and wore a gas mask and quickly avoided the areas where the crow blood fell. This wasn't old Ling done, there weren't endless crows here. After the price was paid, he raised his hand and fired another burst of shots, leaving only a few crows flying away. Suen originally wanted to kill all these crows in one go, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of alertness. I've been targeted. Suen sensed something and his expression changed slightly. Instinctively, he moved to the side, trying to avoid the killing intent. But this evasive action not only didn't allow him to dodge the bullet, but instead caught the bullet. Crack! A burst of blood splattered from his forearm, creating a hole that was directly shot through. If it weren't for the fact that his body had been injected with the X serum and had become extremely resilient, and his arm guard had reduced the power of the bullet, this shot would have blown apart his entire forearm. How did it hit? With his right hand broken, Suen felt not only shock but also confusion. He clearly dodged, so how did he get shot? But before he could think further, that familiar sense of danger struck again. I've been targeted by that marksman again. Suen's heart trembled, instinctively wanting to dodge. This time, a mysterious scene played out again. He judged the direction of the hostile gaze behind him and roughly estimated the trajectory, instinctively avoiding the original path he was supposed to take. But even so, a bullet still hit his back. The shooter didn't follow his original route at all, as if he had predicted in advance where Suen would dodge to. The enemy predicted his prediction. Gun King Gage. Suen saw this ability and immediately guessed who the person behind the gun was. Glancing back, he immediately saw the guy holding the rifle, and his face instantly matched the person in his memory. He muttered to himself, no wonder I was hit by 2 consecutive shots, it's not surprising that it's this guy. That guy was none other than Gage Kiliman, the gunmaster with a notorious reputation in Old Lingdun City, one of the top-tier professionals in the gunner profession, known as the Gun King. Gage's awakened talent was the highly compatible B098 sixth sense for gunners. The old-fashioned rifle in his hand was also famous for its deadly accuracy, known as the Lucky 777 sniper rifle. Legend has it that this gun has killed not only hundreds of professionals, but also countless ordinary people. His talent was not considered strong, and it didn't have any enhancement effect on his body. But for almost any gunner, it was almost like a coveted godly skill. The sixth sense was not some profound divination ability, it was just a kind of instinctive feeling. It allowed him to predict the target's next move, avoid the harm he was about to suffer, and had no side effects. Not to say it was always accurate, but it hit the mark 8 or 9 times out of 10. It was this ability that made Gage the gun king in the eyes of all gunner professionals in Old Ling Dun. Less than 10 seconds separated the two shots. The angles were tricky. The first shot hit his arm, and the second shot hit his back. However, because Suen had the alloy plate from the PZ911 mechanical limb on his back, the second shot didn't cause any harm to him. In the distance, Gage, who witnessed this scene, was slightly surprised. "Hey, this bulletproof material is quite special. It didn't even penetrate my specially enhanced armor-piercing bullet." He bit a bullet in his mouth, loaded it again, aimed at the 8-legged figure running ahead, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "No first-tier professional has ever survived 3 shots under my gun. It seems like you need 4 shots, hey." At the same time Gage aimed, that looming deadly crisis struck Suen's heart again. A gunmaster who can accurately predict, it's really troublesome. Suen narrowed his eyes and frowned. He knew that he probably couldn't dodge the next shot. But since he was facing the Gun King, he didn't feel completely helpless. This time, Suen didn't choose to simply shift and dodge. Instead, while dodging, he summoned 4 pitch-black dolls to protect various vital parts of his body. Crack! Once again, he heard the sound of a gunshot. That guy hit Suen's lower back again. And this time, the bullet was a blast alchemy bullet. At the moment the bullet exploded, Suen felt as if his back had been struck by an elephant, and he was sent flying. As someone who was also proficient in firearms, a gun expert, Suen instantly guessed the purpose of Gage using the explosive bullet. Because he was cautious enough to be sniped, even while escaping, Suen always kept his head hidden in the blind spot of the gunner's line of sight. Now that guy's second shot had tested the alloy plate, he knew that hitting other parts wouldn't be fatal, only a shot to the head. He thought that this shot would make Suen lose balance and expose his head, resulting in a headshot. But since he had guessed that he would definitely be hit, how could Suen not be prepared? With this shot, although he stumbled, it wasn't a big problem. The 8-armed spider spear stabilized his body and didn't expose his vulnerable head under Gage's gun. But the enemy wasn't so lucky. This time, the bullet didn't directly hit Suen's body, but hit one of the pitch-black dolls first. In the instant the doll exploded, a cry of extreme pain came from one of the 7 pursuers not far away. Ah! The second-tier robe-wearing sorcerer who was previously surrounded and killed in the White Monastery cursed space screamed in agony, as if enduring some intense mental pain. In the moment when the second-tier sorcerer was in pain, Suen's gaze sharpened. Now is the time. With a cold snort in his heart, he controlled the undead to raise his hand and slash down. The sorcerer was still in extreme mental pain and hadn't recovered, nor did he have any defenses. A spatial rift appeared on his head. Another extremely smooth cut, his skull flew off, and his head was split into 2 crimson halves. Instant death on the spot. In the distance, the several second-tier pursuers were all stunned. It was clearly the Suen who was shot, so why was it their person who got killed? Now they knew that Suen held the forbidden object, Hypnosis Night Scythe, in his hand, and they were extremely cautious. So why were they still killed? The scream from just now was still vivid in their minds. Suen was shot, but one of their own was suddenly hit. Was it some kind of sinister spell? That blood raven Langpharaoh was all too familiar with this curse spell, and it scared the soul out of him. He immediately realized something and shouted, "It's a curse spell. Be careful, don't hit the puppet on him." He was afraid that if he spoke a second later, someone would hit the black doll on Suen's body, and someone would surely die again. Moreover, he guessed that one of them must be a cursed doll bound by his own blood. Langpharaoh knew that the spell couldn't kill him, but paired with that black scythe, one controlling from a distance, the other killing from a distance, it was simply unsolvable. It didn't give anyone any chance to react, and no one could save the victim. If this combo fell on him, Lang Faro felt that he would undoubtedly die. Looking at the corpse beside him with its skull chopped open, this Raven Gang executive couldn't help but slow down. Because he knew, the further away, the less the voodoo curse would affect. Correct. This black doll was the voodoo doll that Suen had just made. Previously in the cursed space, although the 4 second-order professionals had all escaped alive, they were all injured and left enough blood in the monastery for Suen to make a curse spell. Now it seemed, the effect was very good. Before coming to the ruins, he had tested the precise range of the voodoo doll in the transport team. Although the second-order professionals would be greatly affected by the curse spell, Suen didn't plan to use this spell to hurt people. As long as he had a slight chance, the black scythe would follow. Seeing that his attack was effective, Suen pulled out 8 or 9 black dolls, like flying kites, trailing behind him, protecting his body tightly. Although only 3 of them were useful, he guessed that the pursuers wouldn't dare to gamble. Once hit, someone would surely die. The tactic worked, and Suen thought about blowing up the voodoo doll, and the other 3 would hardly escape death. But he didn't do that. Because he wasn't sure how many more strikes the hateful zombie could make. Including the 2 strikes in the cursed space before, this was already the 3rd strike. If there was another strike, it would trigger an immediate backlash, and the hateful zombie would die on the spot. Without the deterrence of the black scythe, it would be Suen's own death. The effect of this string of dolls seemed not bad now. Even that Gun King Geiger, who never missed a shot, had stopped firing, not daring to shoot again. That was enough. The further the distance, the less threatening the gunman would be. Chapter 147, I'm not dead, it should be you who dies. Suen fled alone, with 6 people chasing closely behind him. But seeing that he was about to escape into the extremely dangerous Dawn ruins, those pursuers also became somewhat panicked. Now, 7 second-tier professionals were chasing after a first-tier professional. Not only had one of them been killed, but if the target were to escape as well, how could they face going back? The curse space shattered, and everyone understood that the sorrowful witch had definitely been killed by Suen, and the material for the hairpin must have been taken as well. They had worked so hard to create an opportunity, and even provoked the witch to become a second-tier lord. But in the end, they had given it all away for nothing? Wouldn't that Oliver family member, Dan's Jr., just let it go? And at this unfortunate moment, the communication device transmitted the furious roar of Dan's Jr., damn it! That guy took the witch's head, you must kill him and bring back my material. The tone of the order broke no doubt. Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the pursuers were not good. Except for the steam party cotter mechanical Tyrannosaurus Toynbee, the other 5 were all Oliver family bodyguards or henchmen. They were highly skilled professionals paid by the consortium, which meant that they had no qualifications to refuse Dan's Jr.'s orders. Upon hearing the command from the communication device, the second-tier professionals looked at each other and frowned. Lloyd, the magician, had an especially gloomy expression on his face. Only he knew how much Dan's coveted the witch's hairpin. Although he was Dan's puppetry teacher, how could he not understand the capricious nature of Dan's Jr.? It was one thing if the attacker escaped, but if the material was lost, this young master would definitely fly into a rage. His own reputation as a teacher would be tarnished. This old man hesitated for only a moment before urgently shouting, "Chase! That guy has already used the black scythe to make 3 strikes, at most there's 1 more strike left. The curse backlash will immediately erupt. His invisible puppet will definitely die as well. By then, he won't be a threat anymore. Otherwise, there's no need for us to go back either." The implication of his words was also very clear. Whoever took the last strike would be unlucky. All right. The others looked at each other and could only grit their teeth and charge forward. As long as they hadn't defected from the Oliver family's consciousness, this order had to be carried out. Hey, they're coming again. Suen furrowed his brows. Just now, he had used the voodoo doll to assassinate a second-tier professional, and those guys had quieted down for a while. But now, that feeling of being targeted had returned. Suen turned his head and looked at the several second-tier professionals who were suddenly accelerating, and he also guessed what was happening. Did they receive a death order from that young master? Thinking of this, he also felt that things were not good. Those guys had no way out, and neither did Suen himself. Looking ahead, without any hesitation, he directly plunged into the deeper part of the ruins where the mist was denser. Although the Gun King gauge was powerful, after all, gunmen were not good at chasing and pursuing. In this mist-filled dawn ruins with its complex buildings, as long as the distance was far enough, the threat from the gunman would become smaller and smaller. However, the enemy seemed to have guessed this as well. Those guys seemed to know that if they continued to chase, even if they caught up to Suen, their situation would be very dangerous once they entered the depths of the ruins. At this moment, they were preparing to determine the outcome in one fell swoop. Gunshots rang out once again. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was slower than the bullet. Even before hearing the sound, Suen clearly felt his body being hit and stumbled. And coincidentally, after the voodoo doll was hit, the blood-bonded Lloyd's body, who controlled two puppets, froze for a moment. Although the other several threats were getting closer and closer, Suen decided to kill this guy first. He didn't hesitate at all, and with a wave of his hand, the invisible puppet's hand holding the black scythe swung down towards the dwarf. But this time, it wasn't as smooth as before. When he swung the scythe, the several second-tier professionals used their abilities one after another, and their speed instantly increased several times, rushing towards him without any regard for their own safety. It was a resolute move to kill Suen in one fell swoop. The 8-armed spider spear was fast, but that didn't mean that second-tier professionals couldn't have a burst of speed in close quarters to catch up. They hadn't displayed it before because they each had their own plans and wanted the other to trigger the trap. After all, Suen had the black scythe in his hands. But now, they guessed that Suen only had one chance to strike with the scythe. And after seeing Lloyd being hit, the remaining few breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to have a dead friend than a living enemy. In the end, it wasn't themselves who were the unlucky ones. Since this strike had been made, the melee professional with displacement and sudden acceleration abilities no longer had any reservations and burst forward with all their strength. Toynbee, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, reacted the fastest. The modified jet propulsion device had already accumulated enough pressure, and now it was released all at once. With a pshh sound, white steam gushed out like a rocket launch. He was like an accelerated projectile, crossing several hundred meters in an instant. Even if Suen made several sudden stops and changes in direction, this guy also released the pressure and stopped suddenly, then used several bursts of jet propulsion for a long-distance charge, catching up to him in an instant. Then, in mid-air, a mechanical arm flew out like a claw, click sound, and shot out. Suen was controlling the invisible puppet to swing the black scythe and kill the dwarf in the distance, but he had to do his best to dodge the mechanical claw. It was this dodge that caused the direction of the scythe swing to deviate slightly. It didn't cut the dwarf's neck, only severing his legs with one strike. And Suen didn't have time to follow up with another strike because at this moment, the threat was approaching again. In addition to the mechanical arm, the Oliver family bodyguard in a suit was right behind it. That guy gathered his strength and leaped, his trouser legs bursting open, turning into exaggerated muscles like a bullfrog's legs, leaping 100 meters. Bang! As Suen sheathed his blade, the bullfrog-legged bodyguard in a suit charged at him, barreling straight into his chest. The speed of a second-order close combat professional? Suen had no time to react. He saw the man's movement, but his body couldn't respond in time. In the face of danger, he could only use his spider legs to pull a black doll in front of his chest for protection. With that collision, there was a crack sound, and the puppet shattered. Suen was hit so hard that his eyes bulged out, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. There was another thud, and a massive force spread out from the point of impact. It felt like being hit in the chest by a charging rhino, giving him the illusion that his soul was still in place while his body was thrown away. A moment later, his soul finally caught up and returned to his body. Only then did Suen feel the dizzy sensation of his blood flowing backward into his limbs. In mid-air, just as he became aware of his body, he suddenly crashed heavily into a building. After smashing through two thick walls, he finally stopped. Then, another mouthful of turbid blood sprayed all over the ground. If it weren't for the alloy breastplate on his chest, he would have died on the spot from that collision. However, someone else was suffering even more. The moment the black doll shattered, the mechanical warrior, Toynbee, who was about to come to help from 10 meters away, let out a painful scream, clutching his head and almost fainting. The voodoo doll, which used this guy's blood as a medium, exploded at such a close distance, the pain was unimaginable. It was because of this tactic that Suen wasn't sandwiched between the two and killed on the spot. Suen felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, and he was so weak that he couldn't muster any strength. In this critical moment, he didn't have time to catch his breath. His eyes suddenly hardened, and his emotions unleashed a crazed look in his eyes. In the next instant, the pain on his face disappeared, and his severely injured body seemed to no longer feel any pain. He forced himself to stand up, his 4 spider arms revealing sharp spears positioned at his chest, while the other 4 quickly pulled out several strange puppets to protect him. After making this defensive move, Suen's hands reached out into the void, trying to grab the distant black scythe for a desperate fight. But unexpectedly, he instantly felt a difference in the force on the silk thread. It wasn't shattered flesh, but a complete living corpse. Suen instantly understood something, and a surprised joy filled his heart. Hey! Even though he controlled the precise power of each slash, he had made 4 slashes in a short time, reaching the limit of backlash. Especially the last slash, which was too far away, was equivalent to 2 previous slashes. The curse backlash of the black scythe was immediately triggered. Although the corpse was wrapped in a shroud and Suen couldn't see where the wound appeared on the body, he could clearly feel the blood explosion of the living corpse through the vibration of the silk thread at the moment of the slash. Suen had thought he would have to fight desperately with his own body and the scythe again, but at this moment, he was surprised to find that the hateful living corpse hadn't died. The backlash didn't hit the fatal part of the hateful living corpse. Suen immediately understood what had happened. The wound didn't appear on the neck or the heart, any other place for the hateful one was not a fatal injury. Its terrifying recovery ability would heal the wound in a very short time. This meant, the buff was refreshed. The hateful living corpse had survived a round of curse backlash, and could be slashed 4 or 5 more times. Thinking of this, Suen's eyes shone brightly. Although he was spitting blood in a sorry state, a crazy smile spread across his face. On the other hand, the bullfrog-legged bodyguard had no intention of giving Suen a chance to live. After ramming him into the building ruins, he kicked off the ground and charged again. The sound of the wind whooshing came, the speed was so fast that it left no time for reaction. But because Suen was prepared, the bodyguard saw the poisonous spear standing on his chest and obviously realized the danger. He didn't dare to hit the spear, but stopped precisely in front of the spider spear, then used the momentum to stand on one leg and performed a spinning kick. The absolute power crushed 2 of the strange puppets with one kick. Then, the kick, like an iron whip, hit Suen's side heavily without losing any momentum. Bang! A muffled sound with a bone-cracking echo. Suen was hit hard again, and his body was kicked out like a sandbag, crashing into a thick wall. A mouthful of turbid blood spurted out from his mouth and nose, almost vomiting out his heart and lungs. However, the bodyguard obviously hadn't seen the rune puppets before, and he was affected by the wailing of the wailing doll when he was in close contact with Suen, causing him to be momentarily dazed. It was this moment of daze that gave Suen time to catch his breath. Without hesitation, he injected himself with a stimulant to prevent himself from fainting due to the unbearable pain. While injecting the drug, the 8 spider spears behind him had already controlled the hateful living corpse outside the ruins to swing the black scythe again. Suen looked at the momentarily dazed bodyguard, grinned, and showed his blood-stained teeth. Hee. I'm not dead, it's your turn to die. Chapter 148, Lion Sings. If it were steel wires, they would have broken countless times in such a battle. Unfortunately, Suen now has enough witch hair in his hands. Infused with dark spirit power and transformed into an elemental state, these transparent threads cannot be detected by others. Even if there are obstacles, there is a gravitational force between the threads that is strong enough to control the puppet's movements, like a magnet. With just a flick of his finger, a spatial crack instantly appeared on the bodyguard's neck. The guy seemed to be waking up from a daze, but the sudden life-threatening crisis made him instantly pale. Before he could react, the black spatial crack silently severed his neck. With a thud, the head fell to the ground. Suen watched this scene with a smirk on his face. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He used his 10 fingers to pull and manipulate the abominable undead outside once again. Because at this moment, the curse spell Mechanical Tyrannosaurus by the curse master Toinbai had also regained consciousness. Enduring the intense pain in his head, Toinbai rushed into the broken building. Coincidentally, he witnessed the scene of the bodyguard's head falling to the ground. Then, this guy looked at Suen's finger movement again, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He had seen this movement several times before, and each time, a high-level expert was inexplicably killed. Toinbai originally planned to capture the helpless Suen, but seeing this, he was scared to the point of trembling. Watching the moment when the headless body turned into a human fountain, his instinctive reaction made him quickly release the pressure valve in the steam boiler. Instead of rushing in, he flew out with a jet of air. Fortunately, Toinbai reacted quickly enough. While the jet device carried his body out, a 1-foot-long spatial crack appeared in the spot where he had just stood. Originally, the crack was supposed to cut through his chest, but because his body flew out, he survived. A mechanical leg fell smoothly to the ground with a clang. Although the mechanical prosthesis wouldn't feel pain when broken, it still had the power to fight. But where would Toinbai dare to rush into the ruins again? During the process of flying backward, he looked at Suen, who had a numb expression and was flicking his finger again, and his face turned pale with fear. He had no intention of confronting Suen head-on and quickly hid his body behind a building. But even so, a hair-raising spatial crack brushed past him. Fortunately, he had chosen to avoid an escape in time. Otherwise, these 2 consecutive tricky strikes would have definitely taken his life. While feeling fortunate, Toinbai couldn't help but curse angrily, who the fuck said this guy could only make 1 strike at most. Now, seeing Suen kill Dance Jr.'s bodyguard with 1 strike and then slash at him twice, it seemed like he could make even more strikes. Doesn't this guy experience any curse backlash when using that seal? While cursing, Toinbai also made sure to hide his body more securely, restraining his breath and sound, afraid of being seen by Suen and attacked again. Did I manage to dodge it? Hey, my body is at its limit. Suen gasped heavily, but he didn't chase after the guy who flew away. After enduring the pain of his shattered sternum and slashing 3 times in a row, he was almost at his limit. After a pause of 1 or 2 seconds, he felt his blood circulation, which had been disrupted by the impact, return to normal, and he regained his strength. The reaction speed of a second-tier professional is really fast. Suen muttered as he looked at the headless body on the ground. He didn't waste any time and took off the bodyguard's storage ring, harvested the soul, and didn't forget to throw a burning bomb to burn his own blood that he had spat out. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to deal with the ones outside. Suen could already hear the sound of someone chasing after him, so he continued to control the 8-armed spider spear and flee deeper into the ruins. There are 7 second-tier pursuers, 2 dead, 2 with broken legs, and 3 left. As Suen ran, he also had the idea of finding a suitable terrain to kill the remaining few. But he realized that he didn't have the confidence. First, his body was severely injured and couldn't withstand high-intensity battles. Second, although he had dealt with the melee professionals who posed the greatest threat, he wasn't confident enough to kill the Gun King Gage, who had the talent of Sixth Sense, with the Black Scythe. Moreover, he had already slashed 3 times with the Black Scythe, and Suen couldn't guarantee that the next backlash wouldn't be able to withstand the abominable undead. Now he had basically escaped from the pursuers, so there was no need to take the risk of ambushing them. Because he had been chased in a panic before, Suen felt that he had already entered a dangerous area in the Dawn Ruins. He hadn't run far when the sound of the pursuers gradually disappeared behind him, and his speed also slowed down. The mist in the air became thicker and thicker, and then he saw a low and dilapidated city wall. Suen suddenly realized that he had already entered the black area of the central ring in the hunting map, the Dawn City. The fog around him had reduced visibility to an extremely low level, so he didn't dare to venture further or look back. He happened to see a building that looked like a bunker and rushed into it. After a while, the mist in the air became denser, almost to the point where one couldn't see their own fingers. Suen didn't dare to leave the bunker. Among the hunters, there is a widely circulated experience that the areas with dense fog are where high-level aberrant monsters are most active. Fortunately, it seemed that the pursuers didn't follow him here. Suen listened attentively for a while, but didn't hear any pursuers. Instead, he heard strange noises coming from the thick fog, as if some kind of animal was gnawing on bones. Suen breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully observed the hiding place. The bunker was not big, about 10 square meters in size. It looked like a fortress from wartime. The walls were unusually strong and thick, almost a meter thick. When he entered earlier, he noticed many irregular marks on the outer wall, as if they were left by large distorted creatures. The entrance and ventilation openings were also small, enough to block the distorted creatures from entering. The dust was thick, and everything in the bunker had decayed over time. Suen didn't see any excrement from the distorted monsters, which also relieved him. He felt that it was safe enough here and decided not to go out for the time being. He planned to hide until the mist dissipated and then assess the situation. He used a scent-eliminating potion to remove his own scent. He took out a bulletproof plate and a mechanical exoskeleton, and made a simple and sturdy one-way door at the entrance before finally being able to rest. Unexpectedly, he found something good when he sat down and felt something uncomfortable on his buttocks. He dug through the dust and found a valuable ancient fire longsword that was comparable to famous swords on the market. In ruins, things that can be preserved over time are usually valuable. This weapon would be worth over $1 million if sold on the market. Unfortunately, besides some broken porcelain, he didn't find anything else valuable after searching. Suen leaned against the wall of the bunker and gently pressed his chest wound. A sharp pain came, the feeling of fractured ribs. It was fortunate that he had spider spears as legs. Otherwise, a normal person would be unable to walk with such serious injuries and could only wait for death. However, the situation was improving. Even without taking any healing potions, Suen clearly felt that the pain was subsiding. His injuries were rapidly healing, not worsening. The X serum gave him a super high self-healing ability, and at this moment, it was playing a huge role. The super strong cell activity was rapidly repairing his heavily injured body, as if patching up holes. Phew! He let out a long breath. Suen finally regained consciousness. His injuries healed automatically, without him needing to do anything. Now that he had a moment to rest, he began to examine his previous gains. The biggest gain was naturally the materials obtained from the White Monastery. Suen didn't expect that this trip would completely solve the problem of silk thread. The guys from the Oliver family had stimulated the witch into the second stage of the Lord State, which directly produced a very rare dark gold material. The head of the Weeping Witch. Explanation: dark gold cursed material, it is not just a head, but also a complex curse source with a complete structure and innate magic patterns. As long as there is enough energy, it can produce an unlimited amount of witch hair. Not only hair, but also the source of hair production was obtained in one go. With these hairs, Suen felt like a true puppeteer. Of course, there was also the concentrated magic power of the Weeping Witch's entire body, Alice's tears. Suen hadn't thought of how to use this material yet, which was identified by the all-knowing eye as very rare. There were also several storage rings and equipment obtained from killing people. He killed 2 first-stage control warlocks and a second-stage sword master, Bloom. The equipment and materials of the 2 warlocks were good. The one who controlled thorns dropped the materials needed to become a silver professional, Thorn Warlock. The Slow Light Warlock's abilities came from talent, and the equipment and materials were normal magic-based ones, but they were damaged. Although Bloom's second-stage equipment and materials were black iron, they were valuable. The agility-based black iron equipment, Wind Lizard's magic skin, and the required equipment for advancement, Dagger of the Wind Spirit. The bodyguard's storage ring didn't have anything special. Packing them up, they would probably sell for a good price. But what Suen was most interested in was the decapitated alchemy puppet left by the magician Lloyd and the storage ring. Now that he had time, he took out the alchemy puppet that looked exactly like a real person and carefully studied it. Upon appraisal, it was indeed an ancient relic from 1,000 years ago. The puppet's skin was similar to the synthetic skin Suen had seen on number 19 before, but there were obvious differences in both material and craftsmanship. The puppet was hollow, with a place just right for a dwarf to control, and some complex control components inside. Suen tried it out and felt that he could make a synthetic puppet in the future. Then, a pleasant surprise came. Among the pile of books in the storage ring, Suen found a large number of exclusive books for puppeteers. Moreover, he found a very important-looking golden box. When he opened it, he found a blueprint for a second-stage golden alchemy equipment 1000 threads, Roaring Lion's chaotic song. Looking at the description of the blueprint's effect, it was exactly the same ability as the one Lloyd had displayed, where threads burst out from his body. When used, it was like the mane of a lion, wild and unruly. The blueprint for the golden alchemy equipment was almost considered a forbidden item by the top financial conglomerates in the inner city. Suen felt that relying on his own luck, he might not be able to find a golden blueprint for puppeteers in his lifetime. Now I'm really rich, looking. At these spoils of war, Suen suddenly felt that the near-death chase he had just experienced was worth it. He guessed that both the skull of the Weeping Witch and these blueprints were probably advanced items prepared for Dan's Oliver. Now, they were in his hands. Tisk tisk. Indeed, hunting down professionals of the same class was the best way to find professional materials. If there was a better shortcut, it would be hunting down professionals of the same class in the inner city. Moreover, there were some exclusive puppeteer books that couldn't be bought on the market, such as Puppet Control Techniques 1 and 2, 3-Line Technique, Silk Thread Control Techniques. Suen claimed to be a trick puppeteer, but in reality, he was a half-baked one, only knowing a bit about making trick puppets, and completely ignorant of other professional skills. His professional level was even far inferior to his secondary profession, gunslinger. All puppet control was learned through his own exploration, without any instruction or soul fragments to peel off. But now it was different. With these books, he didn't need to blaze his own trail, these books were the smooth road. If he could fully digest the content of these puppeteer books, Suen felt that his puppet control would advance several levels, and he would truly be considered a beginner. It's a pity that the gnome's famous puppet secret technique puppet theater wasn't in the storage ring. Suen muttered to himself. He thought that next time he met, he would definitely ask the puppet master. While counting his spoils, Suen kept an eye on the outside. He thought the Olivers would catch up, but after waiting for an hour or two, they still hadn't arrived. There wasn't even a sound of a crow flying in the sky. He guessed it might have something to do with the thick fog outside. Instead of feeling relieved, he became more cautious. If the Olivers didn't dare to come, it meant that there was definitely a great danger in the fog. Luckily, he had this small fortress. Suen didn't plan to go out either. Then, as he waited, a small accident occurred. Suen saw crow feathers growing on his body. Looking at his panel, there was an additional curse technique crow feather parasite. Suen frowned, guessing that his blood left behind had been cursed by the blood Crowlang Pharaoh. He started to pluck the feathers. Without the X serum, he would probably die. But now, apart from being disgusting, this level of curse was of little use. So Suen stayed in the fortress, the fog outside getting thicker. Then, as the fog reached its peak, he found that the dark energy in the air became violent. Chapter 149, suddenly became handsome and compelling. The concentration of dark spiritual power is at least 10 times stronger than before. Suen looked at the attribute panel, his expression somewhat complicated, neither feeling good nor feeling bad. No wonder those pursuers didn't dare to chase after him. After the dense mist, the dark spiritual power gushed out like a spring, permeating everywhere. This was not something an ordinary person could bear, nor was it a high distortion concentration that could be filtered by a gas mask. The normal concentration of dark spiritual power was like the cold wind of winter, a cool breeze entering the body with each breath, slightly chilly. But the current concentration was like ice blades, cutting the throat with each breath. However, Suen knew that this value was dangerous, but his body honestly felt a thread-like comfort. Since the mist filled the air, he had already noticed the change in dark spiritual power and had been carefully observing the data on his body, fearing any accidents. But he found that there were no signs of distortion at all. Even now, when the dark spiritual power had reached such a terrifying level, he still didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, with each breath, his own dark spiritual power value increased. His body was crazily absorbing the special energy in the air, and this energy was also transforming his body. Because there were no reference examples, Suen could only judge based on his own feelings. As the data increased without any distortion, this should be a good thing. He knew that this abnormality in his body was definitely related to the increase in dark spiritual power tolerance caused by the X serum. Not to mention that the mist outside had become so dense that it was impossible to see or walk normally. Since there were no signs of distortion, Suen was not in a hurry to leave the bunker. And it seemed like he couldn't leave either. Although he couldn't see, Suen could hear many disturbing sounds coming from all directions after the dense fog spread. Sounds like the heavy footsteps of a very large monster, thud, thud, thud. Sounds like the crunching of chewing with skin and bones, crack, crack, crack. Sounds like the miserable screams of some distorted monsters being bitten to death. As Suen listened to these terrifying sounds becoming more and more numerous, he sealed off all the ventilation ducts, not daring to leak any breath. He knew that he seemed to have encountered a phenomenon similar to a beast tide, a large-scale activity of distorted monsters. However, Suen's mentality was still good. Since he couldn't leave, he would calmly recuperate here. He had enough food and water stored in his storage ring, and the bunker was sturdy enough, so he didn't have to worry about safety for the time being. The mist in the ruins was flowing, so this abnormal activity should be temporary. Even if small monsters discovered him and rushed into the bunker, he believed that he could protect himself from the loathing undead and black reapers. At least, in the current situation, it was much better than being chased and blocked by the Oliver family. Suen prepared some food for himself and then sat cross-legged, meditating. This meditation lasted for a night. Although there was no distinction between day and night in the ruins, it was obvious that the monsters were more active during the nighttime. When dawn came, the mist showed no signs of dissipating. But Suen felt pretty good. Over the course of the night, his body's powerful healing ability had already recovered most of his injuries. Although there was still a slight tingling sensation when pressing on his chest, the recovery efficiency was already very satisfactory. And after meditating for a night, Suen felt refreshed. On the data panel, the upper limit of his dark spiritual power visibly soared. After advancing to a professional, meditating for a night in Old Lingdun would usually increase his dark spiritual power value by 7 to 8 units. But in this Dawn City ruins, Suen had skyrocketed by more than 100 units overnight. Moreover, there were no signs of distortion caused by the rapid absorption of dark spiritual power or any other negative effects. Although Suen knew that the X serum would enhance the body's tolerance to dark spiritual power, he was still quite surprised by this effect. Last night, he meditated cautiously. If he absorbed without any scruples, the value might have increased several times more. At this rate of cultivation, in about a month, his dark spiritual power value would reach the limit his body could bear. That would be a value several times more exaggerated than the dark spiritual power requirement for ordinary professionals to advance to the second stage. From this perspective, this mist tide was not only harmless to him but also an excellent aid for cultivation. Suen also speculated that the unrecognized creature that extracted the serum might live in this highly concentrated dark spiritual power environment, and its bloodline was very suitable for survival in this environment. Suen injected the serum and now obtained some of the peculiar characteristics of this bloodline. And because his dark spiritual power value had increased significantly, Suen also discovered a good phenomenon, which was that the blue color of his skin was rapidly fading. Because of the all-knowing eye, he could accurately discern the changes in his skin color data. Although there was almost no visible change to the naked eye after just one night, the data indicated that the rate of fading was several times faster than yesterday. The raging dark spiritual power surged in, catalyzing the absorption of the serum and greatly shortening the absorption process. Originally, it was estimated that it would take at least 4 to 6 months to digest the serum, but now it seemed unnecessary. The second day, the third day, the fourth day. The mist showed no signs of dissipating. And the monsters outside became more and more active. And so, Suen passively stayed in this narrow bunker and didn't go out. During this period, he encountered several distorted monsters passing by, including small groups of distorted monsters and several times terrifying large distorted monsters. Fortunately, the small distorted monsters couldn't destroy the sturdy bunker and left after a few attempts. As for those giant monsters, although they discovered him, they didn't pay any attention to him. It was probably like humans seeing a mouse in a small hole on the roadside, not interested enough to even plug the gap with their teeth. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 large monsters that smelled something and curiously scratched with their claws. However, the bunker was strong enough, and they all safely passed by without incident. And so, without realizing it, a month passed. Suen's body also underwent earth-shattering changes. On this day, inside the bunker, Suen was meditating. Since the gas mask was useless, he didn't wear it anymore. However, that face was no longer the appearance of a blue-skinned bald weirdo from a month ago. His skin color returned to normal, and he grew a thick head of hair, even his eyebrows grew out. Without the dark punk-style smoky makeup, this angular face suddenly became handsome and compelling. This was not Suen's illusion, but the intuitive data on the attribute panel. My charm value has increased to 12. When Suen discovered that the fixed value of charm had changed, he was also surprised. Then, in this month, as he completely digested the X serum, his charm value increased from 9 to the current 12. From his observation, this data would hardly change with the enhancement of strength. Unless it was someone like Sabina from the Steam party he encountered before, who had the talent for charm, the normal value for a person would not exceed 10. The only explanation was that the serum not only made the body stronger but also had the special ability to optimize human appearance. He speculated that perhaps the indescribable creature that extracted the X serum was naturally good-looking. Suen didn't pay much attention to it, as it wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, the change in appearance suited him. At least now, he didn't have to continue shaving his head and go for the dark punk style. The previous disguise was to conceal his appearance and avoid being recognized by bounty hunters. Now, the wanted poster with his bald image was posted everywhere, so it was inappropriate to maintain the bald punk image. And now that his hair had grown out, it was perfect. Moreover, his appearance almost completely disregarded the wanted poster of the original owner. Because Suen believed that no one would associate his current appearance with the original owner, Fik Rigati. Not to mention the earth-shattering change in temperament, the 3 points of charm were displayed on his face, making it seem like he had changed his face. Moreover, even the body dimensions such as shoulder width, waist circumference, and hip circumference, were completely different from a month ago. After completely digesting the X serum, Suen's strength skyrocketed, his bones became tougher, and all of it increased 2 to 3 times. However, his body's muscle dimensions did not turn into a burly man but became more slender and symmetrical. But he felt that it was just right. Muscles with too large dimensions would hinder flexibility for both a puppeteer and a gunman. And the most exaggerated thing was Suen's current dark spirit power. From the previous upper limit of 2,214 points a month ago, it had now soared to 23,332, nearly 10 times higher. This was already an extremely exaggerated number. To advance to the second rank as an ordinary practitioner, a minimum of around 7,000 points of dark spirit power was needed, which would be enough to successfully fuse black iron materials for advancement. Even some high-demand silver materials would only require around 10,000 points. Rank advancement condition, material compatibility and current rank dark spirit power reaching a certain value. But now, Suen had reached an astonishing more than twice that amount. Even when he used the Hagrid breathing technique to meditate, he felt that there was still a small increase in space. Although Suen didn't know what was special about such a large amount of dark spirit power, he guessed that it had a direct relationship with advancing to higher ranks. The more solid the foundation of dark spirit power at a low rank, the easier it would be to advance to higher ranks, and the higher the upper limit. Another immediately visible benefit was that he temporarily didn't lack mana much. Just by controlling the first rank 8-armed spider spear, he could now maintain the state of exoskeleton for a long time. Using the witch's hair to control puppets, the distance he could control them had also increased. This month passed, and the mist around gradually dissipated. Estimating that in a few more days, this wave of mist tide would probably come to an end. The food and fresh water prepared in the storage ring were almost consumed. The X serum had also been absorbed. Suen felt that it was time to leave the ruins. After all, this ruin was not a good place. Suen thought that even if the large army of Oliver's family that was hunting him continued to wait, they probably wouldn't stay in the ruins for a month. Moreover, even if he appeared in front of those bounty hunters, most likely no one would recognize him with his handsome and compelling face as the S-rank wanted criminal Suen with the previous smoky bald appearance. On this day, the mist had almost returned to normal levels, and there were no more sounds of large distorted monsters around the bunker. Suen opened the ventilation duct and carefully observed the scene. In the distance, he could see several two-headed, humanoid goat monsters leisurely feeding on the foggy walls of Old Ling Dun, the fallen goatman. Eating grass? No, they were gnawing on the bones of their prey. Crack! Crack! The sound was enough to send chills down one's spine. Suen had been observing them for nearly 2 days now. There were about 56 of these upright goat monsters. They appeared docile, but in reality, they were ferocious. They were fast, capable of jumping and bounding, and their sharp teeth and jaws could easily crush stones. Especially the leader of the goat monsters, who was as large as a bull, had strength not inferior to a second-tier melee professional. The group could easily kill large prey when they surrounded it. They were not to be underestimated. Suen had a black scythe in his hand, and his strength had surged, so he wasn't afraid of these creatures. But he didn't want to start a fight as soon as he left the bunker. After all, this was the central ring of Dawn City, and the mutated monsters in the vicinity were not just them. After observing for a while, the group of monsters showed no signs of leaving. Suen figured he might have to wait another day. Once they finished eating the food they had caught yesterday, they would probably leave. After observing for a while, Suen closed the ventilation window and prepared some food for himself. He broke the black bread into pieces, added some of his homemade instant noodle seasoning packet, and chewed it down. However, this was just an occasional act to satisfy his taste buds and fill his stomach. The main source of nutrition was still the direct injection of nutrient solution. Digesting the X serum to enhance his physical body over the past month required a lot of energy, and he relied on these nutrient solutions to get through the day. Suen had a simple meal. Then he took out the puppetry books and started reading. During this time, he had carefully read through the puppetry books from his spoils of war, and had made up for his lack of puppet manipulation skills. He also learned that there were so many tricks and shortcuts to puppet manipulation. Playing with puppets and being a professional puppeteer were two completely different things. As he was reading, he looked at the golden blueprint of the 1,000 Threads Lion's song in the pile of books. He had been coveting this thing for a month now. He not only had the blueprint, but also the main material, the skull of the Weeping Witch, and even the refining materials were all found in his previous spoils of war. But Suen, who had studied the blueprint no less than 10 times, was still helpless. He was facing the same problem as when he got the blueprint for the 8-armed spider spear. Although he had been learning and progressing during this time, and his level of refining equipment was not low. But this second-tier golden blueprint plus dark gold materials, without master-level skills, he didn't dare to touch it. He really didn't have the confidence, and he didn't dare to waste the materials by trying recklessly. So he thought of Mr. Black. Unfortunately, that mysterious person was probably in the black market of Old Lingdun at the moment. Suen didn't dwell on the blueprint issue and continued to read the books attentively. But as he was reading, his ears suddenly perked up, and he exclaimed in surprise, "The fog has cleared, how could there be another big guy?" Then, like an earthquake, the ground began to tremble. He was used to this situation. Every time a large monster passed by, there would be this kind of noise. The bunker was like a speaker lying on the ground, making the sound particularly clear. But, this time it sounded a bit different. Is it a fight between large monsters? Suen immediately noticed the boom of the urgent tremors, which didn't sound like a monster walking, but like a fight. And it wasn't the small noise of hunting, but the noise of a fierce battle between equals. Fights between large monsters were very dangerous. These monsters could spit wind, spray fire, pour water. The ancient buildings in the city were so badly damaged because of these big monsters. Thinking of this, Suen didn't dare to take it lightly and opened the ventilation window to look out. A huge mutated monster came into view. But what surprised Suen more was the opponent fighting the monster. He originally thought it was two monsters fighting, but when he looked, the monster that was constantly wailing was actually being attacked by several humans. Upon closer inspection, Suen's gaze froze, and he was filled with disbelief. Is someone actually daring to take on such a high-level monster? Chapter 150, Seals. Suen cautiously looked out through the ventilation hole and immediately saw the gigantic humanoid monster that was over 30 meters tall. It looked like an ancient soldier, wearing a round-brimmed bronze helmet on its head. Its shoulders and legs were covered in the same bronze-colored metal armor, and its robe had long since decayed, revealing dark brown corpse-like skin. The most eye-catching thing was the hexagonal bronze lamp it held in its hand. The lamp had an ancient and simple design, with mysterious carvings on its body. The dark yellow glass lampshade had been smoked black, and the flickering dim yellow light could be seen, forming a halo of nearly 10 meters around the bronze lamp. It was this faint halo that gave off an extremely terrifying feeling, as if being touched by the light would cause one to be completely annihilated. A Dominator-level aberration. As Suen looked at the monster, his pupils suddenly contracted. The all-knowing eye identified this monster as a Dominator-level aberration, one level higher than a Lord level. Tomb Lantern Bearer of Dawn City. Explanation: a distorted monster formed from the resentment of ancient soldiers, a Dominator-level zombie species with superior strength, skilled in fire manipulation, extremely dangerous. Note: in the protagonist's current knowledge, any entity above the 3rd rank is considered superior rank. This was the strongest aberration Suen had ever seen. The oppressive feeling it gave off was like that of a mountain, causing one's soul to tremble. It was so powerful that Suen felt that even the Lord-level Morning Witch would be instantly annihilated in front of it. Even with the Black Reaper in hand, Suen felt that he had no chance of winning. Upon seeing it, his first thought was definitely to escape. Because, not only did he have a sealing item, but the bronze lamp that the monster held in its hand was also one. Furnace Lamp of Vogong. Quality: legendary. Description: those who play with fire will eventually burn themselves. Curse attribute: it can create extraordinary alchemical objects and possesses flames that can burn everything. Using this lamp can activate the Urkin lava fire that can incinerate any item whose level of law is lower than the lamp itself, but the flames are indiscriminate and will also burn the user. Explanation: a bronze lamp imitating a divine artifact forged by ancient alchemists, it possesses extremely powerful sealing abilities. Within the lamp is imprisoned a strand of Urkin lava fire, capable of forging high-quality alchemical objects. It can be used as an advanced material for fire-based alchemists. Suen looked at this ancient lamp, feeling even more shocked than when he first saw the Black Reaper. At least the damage from the Black Reaper was controllable, and the curse backlash could also be roughly predicted. But this lamp was simply an indiscriminate attack. As Suen looked at it, he could only see 4 words: mutual destruction. However, judging from the functions identified by the hexagonal bronze lamp, it should mainly be used as an auxiliary sealing item for forging, or perhaps for battles for alchemists with extremely powerful fire control abilities. It was only when the all-knowing eye identified this combination of a Dominator-level monster and a sealing item that Suen realized that this thing was not something a human could contend with. So, he was surprised that someone dared to attract its attention. A hunter? Obviously not. No matter how powerful the hunting team was, even if there were several top-tier hunting teams with third-rank professionals present, Suen believed that this monster could easily wipe them out. But in the misty shadows before him, 3 to 5 figures wearing black cloaks were constantly provoking the monster. They seemed to have clear divisions of labor, with some luring the monster out of the inner ring of the city wall, some interfering, and some taking action. In just a moment, the monster had already chased after those people and arrived near the city wall of the inner ring. At this moment, probably reaching the planned ambush location, one of the black-robed figures took action. He suddenly formed hand seals with both hands at a rapid pace, creating a series of complex hand seal patterns that even Suen found dazzling. Suddenly, a complex triple imprint lit up under his feet, with a tail-biting snake on the inner layer, a pentagram on the middle layer, and a septagram on the outer layer. Septagram Alchemy Formation. Suen looked at the brown alchemy formation under the man's feet, and his gaze slightly narrowed. Under normal circumstances, formulas below the third rank were pentagrams or hexagram formations. The septagram was only said to appear in some advanced alchemical knowledge. Now this guy made a move and used such a technique? After the black-robed man's robe fluttered without wind, and the septagram formation lit up under his feet, his aura also grew stronger and stronger. He had just been like an ant, but in an instant, his aura was already on par with that Dominator aberration. Suen looked at the pattern of the alchemy formation and guessed something: superior rank earth-based formula. The alchemy array under the black-robed figure's feet rapidly converted energy, and the surrounding earth elements were visibly transformed into yellow-brown spiritual lights, quickly converging. In the blink of an eye, a magnified 7-pointed star alchemy array appeared under the feet of the graveyard lantern-bearer of Dawn City. In an instant, the light shone brightly, and the alchemy array changed the solidification state of the earth elements, causing the once hard ground to suddenly become muddy. In another blink of an eye, it had turned into a dark swamp. The monster's body was too bulky to avoid it, and its legs sank into the swamp in an instant, even bending at the knees. And it wasn't over yet. After the black-robed figure displayed the identified super-grade earth alchemy spell, Art of the Great Swamp, his hands once again changed into the gestures of a sorcerer, and the brown 7-pointed star array under his feet suddenly became brighter and seamlessly transformed into another completely different and complex gold spell. As the spell changed, the marshy swamp also rapidly solidified. In the distance, Suen watched this amazing operation and couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. A composite spell that converts earth elements into gold elements? Even third-tier sorcerers may not be able to master the seamless conversion between 2 different third-tier spells, but this guy directly performed the conversion between 2 super-grade spells? How strong is he? Seeing this, he didn't know how to describe his own state of mind. Although Suen had never seen a third-tier professional take action, he had obtained some information from various books and memories he had collected, so he had a rough idea. Multiple element conversion is one of the top casting techniques in the field of alchemists specializing in elemental magic. The more seamless the conversion, the stronger the understanding and control of elemental spells needed. A normal third-tier professional who can proficiently master the seamless conversion between 2 different third-tier elemental spells is already considered a top expert. But this cloaked figure in front of him, consecutively displaying these 2 super-grade spells, seemed to be very calm. With just a change in spell, the rich earth elements in the marsh pit suddenly transformed into gold elements. The brown mud turned into a golden solid in the blink of an eye, like golden metal. With this change, the giant soldier monster's feet couldn't move anymore and was immediately immobilized. This spell's understanding is simply incredible. There are actually such experts hidden in Old Lingdun City. Suen felt that he had underestimated the top professionals in Old Lingdun. Before, he thought that the third-tier professional like Chuck, the leader of the Cross Society, was already the top powerhouse in Old Lingdun. But now, at least this cloaked figure in front of him was stronger than Chuck. When he identified the information about the Dominator-level aberrant monster earlier, Suen thought these people were overestimating themselves and misjudged the monster's rank. But now, looking at this cloaked figure using 2 super-grade control spells, he finally understood that these people were not misjudging, but rather came prepared, seemingly confident in taking down this monster and the sealed item in its hands. However, even though its feet were fixed in place by metal, the giant soldier Dominator still had not lost its fighting power. Its hand holding the lantern did not move, but its other hand, wielding a rusty greatsword, swung towards the cloaked figure casting the spell. In the face of absolute strength, any technique seemed pale and powerless. When this sword fell, Suen felt that it could easily split a 10-story building in half. Moreover, it was not just a pure physical attack. The blade of the great sword was visibly covered with a layer of raging wind elemental sword chi. Under the swing of the over 20-meter-long greatsword, it didn't seem fast, but it was actually as fast as the wind, and there was no way to avoid it. The large area of wind elemental sword chi covered the cloaked figure, pressing on his robe and rendering him immobile. Even before this sword fell on his head, the ground around him had already been crushed layer by the terrifying sword chi, extremely horrifying. Even the underground bunker where Suen was hiding hundreds of meters away seemed like it was about to collapse, with dense cracks appearing overhead and sand and stones falling like rain. Suen watched with a twitching eyelid. The bunker, which had remained intact despite being visited by the aberrant monster countless times, was actually about to be crushed by a strand of sword chi? Just how terrifying was this sword? Before he could hesitate whether to run out now, Suen suddenly saw another black-robed figure holding a short knife in his hand fearlessly meet the swing of the giant's sword. At almost the same time, the gestures of the cloaked figure casting the spell changed again, and the golden 7-pointed star array under his feet turned into a blue wind elemental array. Suen's gaze burned, again? Conversion between 3 elements. With the wind elemental alchemy array, it seemed that it was not meant to forcefully block the attack, but rather to channel and drain it, directly guiding the devastating straight sword chi on the giant sword into a swirling tornado. As the sword chi turned into a tornado, the ground cracked layer by layer as if plowed by an iron plow. But the 2 people at the core of the alchemy array were completely unaffected. Clang! The sharp sound of metal collision echoed through the ruins. The black-robed figure holding a short knife displayed astonishing strength, using his slender body to firmly block the consecutive strikes of the giant's sword. At the moment of contact between the blade and the sword, a shockwave erupted from the center, forming a visible wave of air that blew up sand and stones. Even inside the bunker hundreds of meters away, Suen was destabilized by the shockwave that poured in through the ventilation shaft. He exclaimed in awe, "So this is a top-tier expert." This attack made him feel that a third-tier expert had arrived, capable of inflicting heavy damage even if not killed. However, it was easily resolved by the cooperation of the 2 cloaked figures. He used advanced wind elemental control again. This sorcerer must be proficient in at least 3 types of spells. Suen watched, his eyes trembling, unable to find words to describe this black-robed sorcerer. The textbook-like maneuvers, whether it was the sorcerer's seal or the skill of casting and condensing elements, were flawless. Suen found it hard to imagine what kind of identity this black-robed person had that allowed him to be proficient in at least 3 types of spells. He even suspected that this guy might be like him, awakened with some kind of talent to harvest the abilities of others. Otherwise, how could it be so exaggerated? In normal circumstances, alchemists specializing in elemental magic would only focus on one type of element. After all, human energy is limited, and only by specializing can one become stronger and venture into higher realms. Therefore, most of the famous second-tier experts in Old Lingdun City were sorcerers specializing in a certain element, such as the mainstream earth, wind, water, and fire. There were very few who specialized in 2 elements. Because specializing in more than one element required sorcerers to invest double the time and energy of others. But if it was more than 2 types, it was usually called a useless all-element sorcerer unless they were an exceptional genius. And to cast advanced spells, it meant that the sorcerer must be proficient in that particular type of spell. However, Suen already found it incredible that this cloaked figure was proficient in 3 types of advanced spells. But the reality proved that it wasn't over yet. Now, the 7-pointed star formation under the cloaked sorcerer's feet lit up again. The light changed from blue, representing the wind element, to green, representing the wood element. Although this transformation had a few seconds of pause, it seemed a bit difficult. But 4 consecutive elemental transformations were already at an unimaginable level. Watching one advanced spell after another, Suen remained calm and muttered, "He has transformed 4 elements. How many types of elemental spells is this guy proficient in?" Then, he watched as the cloaked figure threw a green bean into the alchemy array. A green light flashed in the alchemy array, and a green vine suddenly sprouted from the ground, growing rapidly in the wind. The power of the raging wood element caused the vine to swell rapidly. From a small sapling, it quickly grew thicker, from the thickness of an arm to the thickness of a water barrel, and then to the thickness of several people hugging it. Then the main trunk of the vine began to branch out, spreading and thickening, and then branching out and thickening again. In the blink of an eye, it swelled 1,000 times, and the vine turned into a lush and towering giant vine. During the growth of the vine, it climbed up the giant's limbs like a coiled snake, tightly entwining and restraining the giant soldier. The monster tried to struggle, but the vine became thicker and tighter. In just a moment, Suen identified 4 advanced alchemical spells: Earth Element, Great Marsh Art, Metal Element, Transmutation, Wind Element, Wind Tornado Art, and Wood Element, Secret Art, Heavenly Vine. However, once the monster was under control, it was naturally killed. The monster probably intended to unleash the flames of the void with the hexagonal ancient lamp in its hand, but before the flames could burst out of the lamp, a pale blue 36-faced seal barrier suddenly appeared on the lantern. Then, with a flash of sword light, a smooth cut appeared on the arm holding the lamp. The monster's forearm was severed and fell to the ground. With the ancient lamp taken away, the monster posed no threat. What followed was an unsurprising kill. Suen counted, there were a total of 5 black-clothed individuals. Only 3 of them took action. After witnessing the ferocity of the black-robed sorcerer's methods, he knew that this battle was already decided. They had come prepared, familiar with everything about this monster, its attack methods, and the seals. Their tactical plan was flawless. Before it could unleash its ultimate move, the giant soldier's body had already died in the entanglement of the vine. However, watching the spectacle had become comfortable. Suen also knew that those people had noticed him. Experts of this level, being observed for so long, would naturally not fail to notice. However, Suen remained calm. Because he had guessed the identity of these cloaked individuals. He could imagine that only 2 forces in Old Lingdun could assemble such a luxurious hunting lineup. Either it was the Black Tower, or that mysterious third-party force. Clearly, these people were not from the Black Tower. Firstly, those from the Black Tower had no need to hide. Secondly, among the 5 people, Suen recognized 2 of them. Previously, he had a strong sense of familiarity with the black-robed sorcerer who could cast high-level magic with a wave of his hand. This omniscient and omnipotent feeling immediately reminded him of someone he knew, Mr. Black. And the one who could physically withstand the giant's sword. Her body didn't seem normal at all, with hiss mechanical propulsion jet sounds accompanying her movements. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the super mechanical warrior number 19. Suen watched them appear before his eyes, his expression quite complex. Chapter 151, Commission. At least a quadruple elemental mage, Mr. Hay is indeed incredibly strong. Suen looked at the black-robed man who had just finished casting his spell and now appeared no different from an ordinary person. He sighed with mixed emotions. Although Suen had guessed it the first time they met, he still found it unbelievable that this former vice-dean of the Black Tower Academy was so powerful. But on second thought, being shocked was not the main issue. Suen knew that he had been discovered and felt that he should now think about how to act so as not to be mistaken for a petty thief by these big shots who came to the ruins to trade and be killed on the spot. And now that the battle with the dominant graveyard lantern holder was over, the black-robed men were free. One of the 2 who hadn't made a move seemed to have noticed something and turned his head to look at the dungeon. Their gazes met at the ventilation opening. Suen couldn't see the face hidden by the cloak, but in that moment of eye contact, he vaguely felt a hint of a smirk in the cloaked person's eyes. It was the kind of playful smile a cat would have when it found a mouse. But fortunately, it wasn't a killing intent. And in that instant of eye contact, the cloaked person suddenly raised his arm under the cloak and made a throwing motion like a flying card. Before Suen could react, the golden card flew out of his hand, spinning through the air and accurately shot into the ventilation opening like a bullet. Clang! A sharp sound. The card embedded itself in the wall and then exploded into a burst of white smoke. Before the smoke had cleared, an incredible scene occurred. The cloaked person who had thrown the card from hundreds of meters away suddenly appeared in the dungeon. Suen stared at this teleporting figure and made no suspicious movements. Without waiting for the other person to do anything, he decisively spoke, "I am Mr. Hay's friend." As it turned out, people naturally grouped together. Mr. Hay himself was a true gentleman, and the people in his organization were not bloodthirsty. After Suen mentioned Mr. Hay's name, the cloak person with the card ability made a soft sound of surprise and then glanced at him. But he didn't say much, and his figure immediately turned into a burst of white smoke and returned to hundreds of meters away. He came suddenly and left suddenly. Then that person probably said something, and the 5 cloak people all turned their gaze towards the dungeon. But it was just a glance, and they weren't interested. They were busy dealing with the strange soldier corpses and the very dangerous hexagonal copper lamp. They didn't seem to have time to pay attention to this lost hunter who appeared here for no reason. Suen felt that there was no point in continuing to hide, so he opened the self-made mechanical door and finally walked out of the dungeon for the first time in a month. At this time, the black-robed man who had been casting his spell put down what he was doing and walked towards him. As he walked, he lifted the cloak covering his head, revealing a gentle middle-aged face. He was naturally the mysterious Mr. Hay. Looking at Suen with his long hair, Mr. Hay's gaze showed a hint of confusion, probably not recognizing him as anyone he knew. But he seemed to have noticed something and looked at the position behind Suen, revealing a sudden realization. That was exactly where the invisible undead stood. He didn't miss the subtle movement. An invisible object. It was no secret who had the Ice Man's shroud now. He instantly recognized who this person claiming to be his friend was. Mr. Hay smiled and took the initiative to greet him, "Suen, long time no see." Suen also greeted him and nodded, "Mr. Hay, long time no see." Mr. Hay always gave people a very approachable feeling. Before Suen could speak, he jokingly said, "I've been hearing a lot about you lately. You've caused quite a stir in Old Lingdun and the Dong camp." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Now not only the authorities, but also the black market, the Oliver family, the Crow gang, and the Steam party have all added a hefty bounty for you, waiting to claim your head." Suen chuckled. He wasn't surprised to hear this news. He had seized the opportunity of the Dance Junior and killed several second-tier professionals, so it was only natural to be wanted. As Mr. Hay spoke, he glanced at Suen with his long hair again and teased, "But now it seems that Suen doesn't need to worry about the wanted order anymore." Suen shrugged and humbly said, "I apologize for any inconvenience." After the pleasantries, Mr. Hay got to the point and asked, "By the way, how did you end up here? This is the central area of Dawn City, and there are many powerful aberrant creatures and anomalies nearby, especially since the mist tide just ended." The implication was clear. Large hunting teams led by top-tier professionals were only cautiously active in the central area now, so how could a first-tier professional like him end up here? And at this particular time? It's a long story. I was being chased before. Suen briefly mentioned the process of being hunted by the Oliver family. He then pointed helplessly to the bunker behind him and said, "Then, I hid in that bunker for a month." "You've been here for a month?" Mr. Hay's calm eyes finally showed a hint of surprise and curiosity. It wasn't something that could be easily survived just by hiding. The dangers were everywhere during the mist tide, not to mention the various monsters from the abyss. The violent dark spiritual power alone was something that normal people couldn't bear. A flicker of doubt flashed in Mr. Hay's eyes, as if he had thought of something but didn't say it out loud. However, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Yeah, that's about it." Suen didn't think that the X serum was a secret that couldn't be mentioned. Mr. Hay probably knew about it too, so there was no harm in saying it. But since he didn't ask, Suen didn't take the initiative to mention it either. While the two were talking, the other 4 black-robed figures had already cleaned up the bizarre corpse of the tyrant and tidied up the battlefield. They didn't even say a word to each other, just exchanged glances for a moment before leaving separately. It was as if they were a group of freelancers who disbanded on the spot after completing a mission. 3 of them left, but 1 stayed behind. It was number 19. Number 19 was a mechanical warrior with many advanced mechanical modifications, such as iris recognition, voice recognition, and skeletal contour recognition. She had collected Suen's data before and now recognized him with just a glance. She walked over, nodded as a greeting, and that was considered a friendly gesture. Suen didn't mind. It was already a good treatment to receive a greeting from the cold mechanical warrior. Since the battlefield had been dealt with, it was natural not to stay for long. Mr. Hay called Suen and said, "The commotion caused by hunting the anomalies just now might attract some troublesome guys. Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. Okay. Mr. Hay didn't inquire about Suen's secrets, and Suen tacitly didn't ask why they were here or why they were hunting the bizarre tyrant just now. He also didn't attempt to inquire about the secrets of this mysterious third-party organization. Of course, without asking, both sides had already guessed some of it. The three of them walked eastward, towards the direction of the ruins. With Mr. Hay and number 19 as super bodyguards, Suen no longer needed to be as cautious as when he was alone before. He had been thinking that now that he had second-tier blueprints and materials, he needed a master blacksmith. It was a coincidence that he met Mr. Hay. Just as he was about to ask for help, Mr. Hay seemed to have figured something out and spoke first. When I first met you, Suen, you were still a quasi-professional running around for first-tier equipment. I didn't expect that in just a few months, you would advance to the second tier. Hearing this, Suen asked in surprise, Mr. Hay, did you figure out that I was about to advance? Yes. Mr. Hay naturally read the hidden meaning behind Suen's words. It wasn't that he figured it out, but how did he figure it out? He directly explained, the amount of dark spiritual power you breathe out is extraordinary. This level is not something that any first-tier professional can achieve. In fact, many second-tier professionals can't reach this level. I see. Suen felt somewhat incredulous and thought that it might be due to some special perception ability. Considering that Mr. Hay could casually cast spells beyond his tier, he no longer found it strange. He followed the topic and made his request, Mr. Hay, I have a favor to ask. I need your help. Are you preparing to forge second-tier equipment? Mr. Hay smiled. Yes. Suen was already used to Mr. Hay's clairvoyant actions and nodded. While taking out the blueprints, he said, I happen to find suitable blueprints and materials for myself, but ordinary blacksmiths can't handle this kind of equipment, so I have to trouble you, Mr. Hay glanced at the blueprint that Suen handed over and said with a strange expression, isn't this the famous costume of the magician Lloyd? Did you kill that guy? The blueprint held by the tycoon would naturally not be sold, the only explanation was that it was obtained through murder and robbery. No. Suen shook his head and added, I destroyed his alchemical puppet and cut off his 2 legs. That's how I managed to get the blueprint. Mr. Hay obviously didn't know this information, so when he heard Suen's words, he showed a curious expression. Then he asked Suen, did you find suitable materials? Lloyd's fame is largely related to the Tismic's iron wireworm he found. Only special silk threads can unleash the full power of this costume. Yes. Suen nodded and took out a silver-haired head. Mr. Hay guessed that Suen had prepared the materials, but when he saw him suddenly take out a human head, this knowledgeable scholar's gaze also slightly faltered. After taking a closer look, he recognized what it was and asked with a questioning tone, the head of the Morning Witch? And it's the second stage infinite silk. Yes. Suen nodded and secretly admired Mr. Hay's extensive knowledge, as he was able to recognize the origin of the material at a glance. If an ordinary appraiser saw this, probably not many would recognize it. Mr. Hay asked, this is an extremely rare material, how did you get it? Suen looked at Mr. Hay's curiosity about the origin of this head and explained further, before, I followed a team to explore ruins, and coincidentally ran into Oliver's family's expedition. Then I got involved in the cursed space. So, that's how things happened. A month ago, in the fierce battle on Zhonglu Street, 7 second-tier professionals were chasing after a first-tier professional. 2 were killed, 2 had their legs broken, and Oliver's family probably didn't have the face to talk about this achievement. There was no need to explain too much. Mr. Hay, being the person he was, naturally guessed the cause and effect of the matter. Listening to this bizarre story, Mr. Hay couldn't help but show a very strange expression. Hee. I see why Oliver's family is so desperate to hunt you down, it turns out to be like this. Even number 19, who had been silent all along, looked at Suen with a strange look when he heard about that fierce battle. You, a first-tier professional, killed a large-scale expedition team? Mr. Hay didn't ask any further and put away the materials, saying, now that I have obtained the furnace lamp of Vogelgan, the production of the costume will be quick. At most 3 to 5 days, you will have the finished product. Pausing for a moment, he continued, by the way, have you found suitable advanced materials? No. Suen shook his head and coincidentally asked, I want to find advanced materials related to spatial abilities, but it doesn't seem easy to find. Spatial abilities do fit. Mr. Hay nodded when he heard this, but also had a regretful expression. I don't have any clues about such materials either. However, Dawn City will soon experience a wave of expeditions, and many ancient relics will appear. Although advanced spatial materials are scarce, it doesn't mean they don't exist. The Adventurers Guild is a good place for gathering information. You can try your luck there, and I can also keep an eye out for you. Okay. Suen nodded, he had the same idea. The Information Commission has been hanging in the Adventurers Guild for a month, and he didn't know if anyone had heard the news. As for the costume, I'll leave it to you. He didn't forget the rules of the commission and asked, so, may I ask what the fee is? Last time, it was a favor, but not this time. A master-level craftsman's services were not cheap. Mr. Hay smiled, and it seemed that he had originally not planned to charge a fee. But suddenly, he remembered something and changed his words. However, there is actually something you can help me with. Help? Suen was puzzled. A master of this level, is there something he needs help with? But he still said, please tell me. Mr. Hay said, you are going to the expedition camp now, right? Yes. Mr. Hay exchanged a glance with number 19 beside him, seemingly asking her something, and received her approval. Only then did he say, if possible, I hope you can help bring Miss number 19 into the camp. Mr. Black explained, as you know, she used to be a super mechanical warrior, excellent in combat, but lacking in life skills. I think she would cause less trouble if she were with you. Of course, just infiltrate the camp. Number 19, who was standing by, seemed completely unbothered by Mr. Black's assessment of her. As a war machine designed specifically for slaughter, she indeed lacked many of the emotions and smoothness of a normal human being. Although she didn't trust others, having an acquaintance didn't seem too bad. Infiltrate the camp? Just like that? Suen felt that this commission was a spur-of-the-moment idea from Mr. Black. Upon hearing about infiltrating the camp, his first reaction was, this woman is going to stir up trouble again. No, it should be said that this time it was their third-party organization that was up to something. However, Suen had no curiosity about it. If Mr. Black would tell him, he would naturally tell him. If he didn't, it meant that this matter was definitely the kind of thing that would cause trouble if known. He thought about it and it didn't seem difficult to do, so he agreed, okay. If it was just about sneaking someone into the camp, this commission was simply D-level difficulty. Before, Suen was thinking that his identity as Johnny had been exposed, and his hateful zombie body was too conspicuous. Whether he was invisible or not, he couldn't bring it into the camp anymore. The Oliver family would definitely pay special attention to large weapons like the black scythe that couldn't be stored in a storage ring. Even if it was disguised, it would be noticed. If he didn't bring the zombie and the scythe, he wasn't too confident that he could get out unscathed in case something happened. Now that he had number 19, a superpower, with him, it was just right. The two wanted criminals could look out for each other. Not to mention, the mysterious organization behind her. Apart from the two in front of him, the three who had left before, this was a force that could definitely take down the camp. Which also meant that they had 5 top experts near the ruins. In case something irresistible happened, these experts would most likely take action. Chapter 152, Another Big Move. Mr. Hay probably also felt that his commission was a bit vague. Although Suen didn't ask, he explained a bit more. You should know by now that I have formed a loose organization with some like-minded friends. You should also have guessed the purpose of its existence. But because of this, the identities of some of our members are sensitive and it is not convenient to expose them too early. Otherwise, it will alert the higher-ups of the Black Tower. So, unless absolutely necessary, Miss 19 will complete this mission independently. Suen nodded as he listened, understanding his meaning. Mr. Hay and the forces behind him must have a way to arrange for 19 to enter the city. But this time, they were planning to make a big move. Once exposed, they would definitely be traced back to the source. The members of the Umbrella organization were not ordinary people. The intelligence organization that claimed to be able to infiltrate anywhere would definitely investigate the channel through which 19 entered the camp by following the slightest clue. Even if the arrangement was well done, there would definitely be clues left behind, which would lead to a lot of trouble. The more people involved, the more exposed they would be. On the contrary, it wouldn't be a big problem to follow Suen inside. After all, although Suen was now an S-class wanted criminal, besides the information from the 2 incidents, there was almost nothing else. Even within the cross society, they couldn't find any information. With 2 top experts escorting them, Suen didn't need to worry about safety at all. The 3 of them moved quickly and soon arrived at the edge of the ruined city area. They had already seen frequent appearances of hunters here, so Mr. Hay didn't want to show himself in front of people and took his leave. Only Suen and 19 were left. The 2 of them avoided the crowd and didn't rush to the camp. Instead, they chose a high ground in the distance to observe. Just a month of absence, Suen found that the Dong camp had completely changed. The city walls had been built to nearly 30 meters high, and the camp area had doubled in size. A month ago, the highest building in the camp was only 2 stories high, but now there were already 5 or 6-story steel structures. The buildings were crowded and chaotic, but they already had the atmosphere of a war town. The dense steam pipelines were crisscrossed, emitting white smoke. Various mechanical artillery positions turned the city walls into a hedgehog. There were even city defense patrol teams wearing frost giant battle armor on the walls. Not only did the number of buildings increase, but the number of hunters and merchant caravans coming and going was several times that of a month ago. Looking out, the line of hunters queuing at the city gate to enter the city had already stretched for nearly a kilometer. 19 carefully observed the heavily guarded camp, her gaze becoming serious, as if she was also reminding Suen, the Phoenix Dynamic Micro-Touch Warning System commonly used in the inner-city laboratory is installed on the city walls. If someone climbs up, it will immediately trigger an alarm. She thought for a moment and continued, the range of installation for those highly sensitive components will be extensive and not easy to detect. Even if you directly jump over, there is a high probability of triggering it. Listening to her serious analysis of the possibility of climbing over the wall, Suen's tone became strange as he said, "You don't want to climb over, do you? How else are we going to get in?" 19 thought Suen was asking her seriously and replied with a puzzled tone. Speaking of which, she pointed to the queue of people entering the city and said, "Our wanted posters are posted at the city gate. Of course, they might not notice you like this. But if I want to go over, even if I disguise myself, there is a high probability of being discovered." Suen didn't know what to say as he listened to her serious tone and attitude. Indeed, Mr. Hay was right. This super-mechanical warrior Miss 19 lacked some worldly sophistication. He didn't say much and asked a question. "Do you have a wig and disguised clothes with you?" "Yes." "That's good." Suen felt that he probably couldn't explain his plan clearly to 19, so he directly said, "Let's go, let's change our clothes and enter the city." Although 19 was still puzzled, she followed Suen to a secluded place and changed her clothes. Suen took off his hunter outfit of a coat and leather pants and put on a luxurious white suit with exquisite fabric. He wore a top hat on his head. Coupled with his handsome and imposing noble appearance, he looked like a rich young master, extremely good-looking. After changing his clothes, Suen looked at 19 who was about to change into a pair of leather boots and a short skirt, frowned, and shook his head. "No, not this one, that one." As he said that, he pointed to a set of white lace ruffled skirt with leg of mutton sleeves, a steel-framed skirt with a noble appearance. 19 looked puzzled. With this kind of skirt, wouldn't it be inconvenient for combat if it's discovered? "No need for combat." Suen didn't know how to explain, so he just said the effect he wanted, "We will be a newlywed couple later, and you will be a young lady from a fallen noble family. That court dress is more suitable for your identity. The wide-brimmed hat and wig can cover your face, and the puffy skirt can conceal your figure." Not only was her face well known to bounty hunters, her perfectly proportioned figure was also highly recognizable. If she went out wearing those tight-fitting combat suits, even with her face covered, bounty hunters would still be able to recognize her. So, these seemingly bulky noble dresses were the most suitable. 19 listened to Suen's words, her beautiful face slightly wrinkled. Even if she felt that there were many flaws in this plan, she didn't say much and chose to execute it. Probably because she is a cyborg, she doesn't have many worldly thoughts. And since time is of the essence, she didn't avoid Suen and directly took off her previous clothes, intending to change into the dress. Since the off-shoulder low-cut dress couldn't be worn with a sports vest, she took that off as well, exposing her delicate and fair synthetic skin to the air. Since the other party didn't mind, Suen also openly enjoyed the view. It must be said that number 19's figure was impeccable. Originally, this scene would probably be very ambiguous to others. But for these two, it was as indifferent as ever. After a short while, they changed their clothes. Number 19 took a few steps and felt that the dress was restricting her movement. She furrowed her brows slightly and asked, "Is this okay?" Suen looked her up and down and was very satisfied. "Not bad, this looks good." Apart from her sharp gaze, her appearance was no different from that of a normal rich young lady. This court petticoat, beloved by noble ladies, was designed to intentionally compress the waist and abdomen, making the proportions of the chest and hips squeeze to an exaggerated degree. Number 19 already had a curvaceous figure, and wearing this dress made her figure look less natural, as if it was squeezed out. Coincidentally, it also perfectly concealed her impressive figure. Number 19 didn't say much and turned to look at Suen. "Is your forged identification ready?" "Yes." Forgery of identification was an important way for the underworld to make money. Although Suen had never used this ability before, he was proficient in this skill. There were ready-made identification materials among the spoils of war, and he just needed to modify some name details. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's enter the city. Hold me closer, more intimately. Yes, press your face against my neck. Even if someone is looking at you, don't respond, be arrogant." Suen and the disguised number 19 walked hand in hand, heading directly to the camp. They didn't go through the main gate but instead headed towards the side gate dedicated to the Chamber of Commerce. There were several hundred people from various merchant caravans and thousands of steam dogs carrying goods, all queuing up for inspection. The armed city guards meticulously inspected each large cargo. It was impossible for anyone to hide, whether they were spies or members of the Black Sickle. Because people were coming and going, no one paid attention to the 2 extra people in the Chamber of Commerce pile. Suen walked past while holding number 19's slender waist and pointed and gestured among the piles of goods for a while. Then, without queuing, they directly cut in line and went to the city gate. He naturally handed over his identification documents and greeted the chubby duty captain with familiarity. "Hey, Captain Mom, long time no see." As he spoke, he complained, "My caravan is still behind, but I don't want to waste time waiting here. Let them come in by themselves later." The duty captain, Captain Mom, was stunned. Obviously, he was racking his brains trying to remember who this acquaintance who greeted him was. But before he could speak, a heavy bag of money was already stuffed into his hand, along with the identification documents that flashed before his eyes. Suen didn't give him a chance to ask questions at all. He threw the documents onto the pile of documents waiting to be inspected and directly led number 19 to cut in line and enter the city gate. He even turned back and said warmly, "Captain Mom, let me treat you to a drink next time." The subordinates looked at Suen and their captain, thinking that they seemed familiar, so they didn't dare to stop them. And so, this group of people let the 2 of them enter the city in a daze. Number 19 intimately held onto Suen's arm, as if they were a newlywed couple deeply in love. She was a cyborg, and although she didn't have great acting skills, she didn't show any signs of nervousness either, so no one could detect any flaws. However, she didn't expect that they would be able to enter the city so easily like this. They had been walking for a long time, but no one had caught up to them. Number 19 found it unbelievable. She was very curious and asked in a low voice, "Do you know that city guard? Did they enter the city like this because they knew the city guard?" But that couldn't be right. He was also a wanted criminal, so the city guard couldn't possibly let him in. Suen shrugged casually. "No, I don't know him." Number 19 was puzzled. "Then how do you know his name?" Suen explained simply, "I can read lips. When I was observing from the highlands earlier, I noticed that his subordinates called him by that name." Number 19 listened carefully, pondering over it. There was still a hint of confusion in her eyes as she asked, "But, that guy actually let us in just because you called him by his name?" Suen smiled meaningfully. "Didn't you see that he even took my money?" Number 19 still couldn't understand. Money? Those guys would risk their lives to let unidentified people into the city for a little money? Are they that desperate? She thought for a moment and realized another flaw. She asked, "I also looked at the identification documents you forged. Although I couldn't tell if they were real or fake without careful examination, we don't have a merchant caravan at all. If they find out during the inspection, won't they immediately suspect us?" "Suspect? Of course, they would." Suen's tone was very certain as he continued, "That fat captain extorts money from every small merchant caravan. This is definitely not legitimate income. If it becomes a big deal, it won't be good for him." He paused and added, and if they really start to suspect, they might not recognize me, but they might suspect you. If they had guessed your identity, they would be even more cautious. Number 19 really couldn't understand. Did they think that by guessing his identity as an SS fugitive, they would avoid causing trouble? Suen found it a bit tedious to explain, so he simply retorted, but what would happen if a guard post in the inner city let a special fugitive in, according to the city defense team's regulations? Number 19 replied with certainty, the whole team would be executed by firing squad. Well, there you have it. Suen shrugged, we're already in. The fact of their dereliction of duty is established. Even if they realize it later and come after us, it would inevitably lead to a major battle with immeasurable losses. Whether they catch us or not, they can't escape the blame. On the other hand, if they keep quiet, who would know that they let the fugitive in during their shift? If they confess, they'll be held accountable. If they keep it a secret, they can avoid responsibility. What do you think a normal person would choose? The city guard's regulations were indeed strict, but human nature could be exploited. This super mechanical warrior lady had plenty of combat experience, but she lacked some experience outside of the rules. But what if they had stopped us just now and questioned us? Although I'm sure there was no what if. Even if there was, our credentials would withstand scrutiny. The Golden Camel Commerce Guild is a small guild that actually exists in the inner city. Even if they really wanted to make things difficult, there are many excuses we could use to deal with it. As they walked, Suen explained things to number 19. Soon, they blended into the bustling main street without any trouble. Now that they were in the city, both of them had their own things to do. The city was crowded, and they didn't stand out. Without patrols, the risk of exposure was not high. What number 19 had to do was dangerous, and Suen didn't plan to get involved, nor did he ask too many questions. They planned to part ways here. He looked at the most luxurious hotel not far away and said, I'll be staying at the Rose Hotel, registered under the name Nicholas. Then I'll open another empty room directly above mine under a different name. If you run into trouble, you can come there. Number 19 nodded, okay. Having entered the city in such an unimaginable way and without any danger, she now truly trusted some of Suen's abilities. Before parting, she remembered something and said, by the way, there's something else you need to be careful about. Suen, Number 19, I previously assassinated Umbrella Organization's chief intelligence officer in the outer city, Major General House, and obtained some top-secret information. But after analyzing it, I also found a problem. Above House, the Umbrella Organization actually has a never-exposed Major General-level intelligence officer, codenamed Sleepwalker. He should also be at the ruins this time. There's not much clue, the only certainty is that he can access a lot of secret information. I suspect he has close ties with all the major forces in this camp, and his identity and status should not be simple. Be careful. Suen listened and showed a thoughtful expression. In the Umbrella Organization, the higher the rank, the greater the ability and strength. Having such a lurking Major General-level intelligence officer indeed required extra caution. The two didn't say much, they just walked in the crowd and eventually went their separate ways. Suen took the opportunity to change into a wasteland hunter's outfit and checked into the Rose Hotel. Then he put on a half-face gas mask and went to the Wasteland Hunters Guild. He wanted to ask if there was any feedback on the information he had commissioned. Chapter 153, 1911 Hotel. As Suen walked towards the Wilderness Hunting Guild, he noticed that there were indeed some special gazes mixed in with the crowd in the city, probably from members of the Umbrella Organization. Their sharp gazes swept through the crowd, paying special attention to those who were hiding their identities or carrying large boxes as wilderness hunters. Suen didn't intend to cover his face with a half-face mask, but rather to hide his unruly handsomeness, making him look more like a wilderness hunter. When those gazes swept past and didn't match the image of a wanted criminal, no one paid any attention to him. Before long, Suen arrived at the hall of the Wilderness Hunting Guild. It was much livelier here than a month ago, with crowds of hunters filling the guild's mission hall, accepting and distributing tasks, filling the entire Storm Manor. Fortunately, Suen had been cautious and did not use Johnny's identity to submit the commission. This also saved him a lot of trouble. After checking, the Mission Management Office received more than 10 messages in total, all claiming to have information about space materials. Apart from 5 messages that couldn't reach the person, probably because they had left or died. 7 or 8 messages were unreliable, and a few were obviously fishing for information. There wasn't much useful information. After filtering, Suen saw a relatively reliable message, which came from a somewhat famous professional information merchant named Red Nose Fox. 5 days ago, this guy left a message saying that in a cursed space newly discovered in the West City, a wilderness hunting team had found a strange creature with spatial abilities. The appraiser determined that the strangeness was at least a second-order silver rank, with a high probability of producing advanced space materials. Suen also carefully looked at the address and general information description on the message, and preliminarily judged that the information had some degree of truth. As for whether it was exactly what he wanted, it was uncertain. But he planned to go and meet the information merchant first. After paying the commission, Suen left the Wilderness Hunting Guild. In Old Lingdun, information merchants were a lucrative grey profession, and there were many in the black market. Their sources of information were complex, including taverns, brothels, gambling dens, gangs, and friends of women. Some were responsible for collecting information, while others were responsible for summarizing it. They were even rats in the information networks of major forces, occasionally leaking information. Whoever paid the most money would be sold the information. Of course, this circle was full of mixed fish and dragons, and these people were usually double-faced spies. Buying information could easily result in being sold information. Suen returned to the city and went to the Black Gentleman Tavern again. This was where Red Nose Fox had left his contact information. There would probably be a big commotion on the 19th, and Suen thought it would be best to obtain the necessary information as soon as possible and leave the camp. Only after reaching the second rank did he feel that he had the ability to calmly protect himself from the pursuit of the Umbrella Organization and bounty hunters. Suen entered the tavern and went straight to the bar, casually tossing a silver coin and asking the bartender, "Hey, have you seen Red Nose?" The bartender took the tip and said, "Mr. Fox usually comes here to drink around 7 in the afternoon. Take a seat, maybe you'll meet him soon." Suen looked at the time and realized there was still about an hour left, so he decided to stay and try his luck. He raised his hand and ordered, "Give me a pint of black rye." The tavern was noisy all day long, much busier than a month ago. Although it had been renovated and expanded by 2 floors, it was still packed. Not finding a private room, Suen could only sit at the bar. Looking around, there were also many more scantily clad barmaids, but the demand seemed to exceed the supply. Suen originally wanted to find a barmaid to inquire about recent events in the camp, but the Mama-san unexpectedly said there were no vacancies. But luck was on his side. After waiting for less than half an hour, a green-haired man with a red nose and cunning eyes walked into the Black Gentleman Tavern. The bartender seemed to remind Suen and greeted him, "Mr. Fox, you're here." Suen looked at the shrewd gaze of that guy and knew that he was Red Nose Fox. He was familiar with the rules of the street and greeted him without hesitation, "Hey, Red Nose." Upon hearing this, Fox was pleasantly surprised. Being able to call him by his nickname meant that the customer had a lot of background. Suen got straight to the point and said, "I want to buy some information." Fox walked over, calmly glanced at Suen, and smiled, Sure. Suen said directly, "I want to know about the space materials in your possession." As soon as Fox heard this, his small eyes immediately lit up as if he had discovered something interesting. He lightly exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. You're the one who posted the shocking 5 million reward, right?" This guy didn't mention the business first and said again, "Hey, my friend, that trick of yours really works. I've been trying it for a few days, and my business has indeed improved a lot. But recently, there are too many people imitating it, and they're always using the shocking phrase. Now I don't even know which information is really valuable." Suen smiled and didn't dwell on this topic. He asked, "Is that cursed space you mentioned still there? Or can you provide information about the whereabouts of advanced materials?" "It's still there. The cursed space is currently being developed, and the materials haven't been obtained yet. However..." Fox's eyes flickered, and he said directly, "I see that you posted a reward claiming to provide a maximum of 5 million for the information. The information I have is worth 1 million. After a pause, he boasted, "Although the price is a bit high, I can guarantee that I, Red Nose Fox, have the most detailed information about the entire Dong camp. These information dealers are all experienced, and they always start with a high price. Just like the vendors in the antique market, they always negotiate for a higher price." Suen didn't pay much attention to it and said calmly, "Based on the information you left in the Hunting Association, it's currently worth only 3,000. If you can provide more detailed and useful information, I will consider adding a bit more. As he spoke, he took out 3,000 in cash. Hee. 1 million became 3,000, but Fox didn't mind. He took the money with a smile, knowing that Suen was knowledgeable, and said directly, 7 days ago, the members of the buck hunting team discovered a large cursed space near the Black Lake in the eastern district of the ruins, close to the central ring. After exploring, they found a strange being that is at least a second-order silver. It is an ancient magician with the ability to produce various items out of thin air. We speculate that it is definitely a professional spatial ability. Then, the information stopped abruptly. He took 3,000 yuan and only provided information worth 3,000. Suen became interested. Is the cursed space still there? It is. Fox nodded, his eyes flickering, and said, no one has heard of anyone killing that strange being. Moreover, I can guarantee that even if a large hunting team goes there, it is impossible to deal with that cursed space in a short period of time. When Suen heard that even a large hunting team couldn't handle it, he asked, is it an S-level space? Fox shook his head and skillfully piqued Suen's interest, no. It is a compound cursed space, and it is currently difficult to determine its level. Based on the information we know, the danger level is probably B. The second floor is somewhat special, but it should be A+, the third floor is currently unknown, as no one has come out alive. It is temporarily classified as T level. And, I can give you a free piece of information, that cursed space is very special, and the rewards will be astonishing. A compound cursed space usually refers to a super large cursed space with localized difficulty levels. It often produces various cursed objects, and even sealed objects of super tier curses. Suen became more and more interested and asked, what if I need detailed information about that cursed space? A shrewd look flashed in Fox's eyes as he held up 3 fingers and said, 30,000 for the address and basic information, 100,000 for detailed information. Suen expressionlessly took out a wad of money and placed it on the bar, but didn't fully hand it over, saying, this is 100,000. I hope the information I receive is worth this price. Don't worry, I, Red Nose, have been in the information business for a long time. I have professional ethics. Fox looked at the money, squinted his eyes, and smiled like a fox. He immediately took out pen and paper, drew a map while saying, that cursed space is called the 1911 Hotel, an ancient luxury hotel. There is a time difference between the space and reality, approximately 20:1. The condition to exit is simple, just stay in the space for a full 24 hours, and you will see the exit. The general situation is, at midnight, the hotel will be contaminated by ghost fog, and all the tenants in the hotel will turn into strange beings. There are 99 rooms on the first floor, and most of them have been explored. The rooms are all first-order black iron, with a few silver-level strange beings. The hunting teams that have explored it have gained a lot. As Suen listened, his expression remained unchanged, but his mind was racing. Fox continued, the number of rooms on the second floor is unknown, but no more than 10 have been explored, and the danger level is very high. The magician I mentioned earlier lives in room 2013 on the second floor. No one has survived on the third floor, so there is no information. After a while, Suen finished listening to the information. He now had a rough idea of the 1911 hotel cursed space. It was probably an ancient hotel, and at midnight, it would be contaminated by a special polluted energy, turning everyone into monsters. Each tenant in every room would be contaminated and turned into a strange being. And according to the information, the hunting teams had been exploring there for 7 days and gained a lot. But they hadn't even fully explored the first floor. Which meant, there was a great risk. Fox finished speaking and drew a sketch, promising, I guarantee that this is the most detailed information about the 1911 hotel. Okay. Suen felt that this was probably enough. This information was indeed worth the price. With this information, he could save a lot of trouble. Moreover, based on the description, he became more certain that the ancient magician's strange being in that space could produce the materials he needed. Suen obtained the information about the cursed space, but he didn't rush to leave the tavern. He sat at the bar, drinking and constantly thinking. He had finally obtained information about the space materials, and he naturally had to find a way to obtain them. It was not realistic to wait for others to bring out these rare advanced materials and then buy them with money. So he definitely had to personally visit that cursed space, the 1911 hotel. But the 1911 hotel cursed space seemed to have many confusing aspects. Why were there only bosses and no small monsters in the cursed space? What was the powerful ghost fog that could directly turn hotel tenants into strange beings of a certain level? Why would the wilderness hunting group, who discovered this cursed space, be willing to share it with other hunters? Is it like the situation with the White Monastery last time, where they needed people to sacrifice to the abyss? One question after another arose. However, there was also a piece of relatively good news. This space operated on survival mode. If you could survive for 24 hours, you could leave. There was no need to completely clear the game or kill any final boss. From the known information, if Suen stayed on the first floor, the 1911 hotel wouldn't pose much risk to him. Of course, he would have to avoid the rooms where the ghost species had been found. But the materials he needed were on the second floor of the hotel, which was currently classified as an A-end level area, with high levels of unknown dangers. The strength of that mysterious magician was unclear, and many things were uncertain. Even if he brought the living dead with him, he wasn't very confident. With these thoughts, Suen fell into deep contemplation. As night fell, the business in the bar became increasingly lively. The Black Jazz Bar was packed with hundreds, if not thousands, of people. Suen sat there, sipping his drink in boredom, while keeping his ears pricked for the various conversations in the bar. After fully absorbing the X serum, his hearing had become even more acute. In the bar, the heavy metal rock music and the chatter intermingled, creating a thunderous and noisy atmosphere. However, in his ears, he could clearly distinguish the mixed sounds, like different colored threads. As long as he focused his attention on a certain thread, he could distinguish that voice from the noise and hear it clearly. Even the whispers spoken in hushed tones. "Oh, boss, we can't do that here, only hand stuff, nothing else." Ha-7000, double satisfaction. Automatically filtering out some useless information, Suen focused his attention on the relic information exchanged among the hunters. "Have you heard? The two-headed snake hunting group went to the North City the day before yesterday and harvested a batch of valuable gems and alchemical ancient books. A few days ago, a branch of the Iron Boots group went to the Central Ring, but I heard they suffered heavy losses." As Suen listened, he heard his own name. "Hey, brothers, the young master of the Oliver family is looking all over for that wanted criminal Suen, any news? That bounty is too tempting. I got news that Suen should be in the ruins. After all, you know, last month's fog tide caused heavy casualties to the hunting teams in the East City. The Oliver family and various hunting groups have blocked the periphery of the ruins. If he didn't escape, he's definitely dead. Ah, what a pity. But after that fog tide, many strange and bizarre monsters appeared in the East City." As Suen listened, he summarized this information, and then roughly understood the progress of the hunters' exploration over the past month. As for the Central Ring, the exploration caused high casualties and progressed slowly. Suen sat there alone, drinking his wine, his ears capturing all sorts of information. But as he listened, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the second floor of the bar. It was a somewhat immature roar. "Old witch, if you dare, kill me." Chapter 154, Mind-Altering Alchemy. Suen immediately felt familiar when he heard it, "Tommy." Then, a voice came from upstairs again. "Even if you kill me, I won't join your steam party. Hey hey hey. I already told you that your father's death has nothing to do with us. If it weren't for the lady saving your ass, you wouldn't be here making a fuss. Don't be ungrateful. Humph, you're all accomplices. I won't join you. Shut up, you brat. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. I'm not afraid of you." Then, there was a muffled sound, probably because his mouth was covered. This time, Suen heard it clearly and confirmed that it was Tommy. "He's not dead yet." Thinking of this, Suen's eyebrows slightly raised. Last time at the White Monastery, he was too busy to take care of himself and thought that Tommy had died in the witch's dream or during the settlement with the Oliver family. Didn't expect him to still be alive. That's fortunate. Old witch? Could it be the mafia boss Sabina? Just as Suen was discerning this, the tavern suddenly quieted down. The restless music continued, but the noise gradually disappeared. Everyone's gaze was once again attracted to the charming woman on the stairs. Naturally, it was Mrs. Sabina. This enchanting woman was dressed in a very cool black veil dress today. The semi-transparent light veil split skirt revealed her beautiful legs, perfectly outlining her alluring figure. The fabric of the clothes was high quality, like alchemical products. It was called a dress, but it looked more like wisps of black smoke lingering on her snow-white body, perfectly concealing her privacy. This woman was not stingy in showing off her exquisite figure in front of others. She dared to wear and reveal, wherever she went, she would definitely be the focus of men's attention. Alluring yet just right, not making people feel wanton, but full of charm. Suen looked over, and this woman was never lacking men around her. This time, she was accompanied by several well-dressed middle-aged gentlemen who seemed to be from the 5 major families of the camp. As the group descended, there was also a professional with a mechanical prosthetic limb modification following them, surprisingly the steam party cotter mechanical Tyrannosaurus Toynbee. This guy was chasing Suen in the ruins last time and had his leg cut off. Now he had a new mechanical prosthetic limb, which had an obvious color difference. And beside him, there was a half-sized boy with his mouth taped shut, his face full of anger. Looking closely, it wasn't Tommy, then who was it? Suen raised his eyebrows and guessed that the steam party people probably also discovered Tommy's unique talent, so they kept him. Old witch? Tisk tisk. Tommy has a sharp tongue. Suen looked at Tommy, whose mouth was taped shut, and was not surprised. Although he was in a somewhat embarrassing situation being locked up, his life was not in danger. Those guys from the steam party didn't seem to want to kill him. Otherwise, they would have already silenced him and gouged out his eyes for offending the mafia boss. But on second thought, if they weren't enemies, it would be a good choice for Tommy to join the steam party. In the outer city, the steam party was one of the few organizations that could provide a large number of machinery and transcendent knowledge. When this group of people came down, the tavern quieted down for a moment. Almost all the greedy gazes of the men fell on Sabina, and Suen didn't behave differently. He felt that he shouldn't be discovered while blending in with the crowd. After all, there were people in front, back, left, and right, and he only took a glance through the gaps between people. But unexpectedly, when Sabina and her group walked down, Tommy, who was still struggling, seemed to suddenly notice something. When his gaze swept over the crowd in the tavern, he suddenly looked over. In that instant, Suen immediately realized that he had been discovered. But fortunately, it seemed that Tommy also knew that Suen was a wanted criminal. After a moment of surprise in his gaze, he immediately realized something and quickly averted his eyes. No one knew that it was just a slight fluctuation of interest, but when Sabina, who was walking at the front, seemed to sense something, a barely noticeable color flashed in her crystalline eyes. Watching Sabina and her group leave the tavern, Suen also stayed a little longer before leaving through the back door of the tavern. There were stacks of empty bottles in the alley behind the tavern, and a few couples were intimately entangled here. Suen pretended to be a customer getting some fresh air and deliberately lingered at the back door for a while. Although he believed that even if Tommy recognized him, he wouldn't expose him to others, he still felt a sense of unease. That feeling of being locked on by some means. But after carefully sensing it, he didn't find any tracking gazes, and there were no special prompts on his panel. After observing for a while, he didn't notice anything unusual. Suen slipped into the alley and deliberately made a few turns, taking some anti-tracking measures, before returning to the main street. He didn't go back to the Rose Inn, but instead found another cheap hunter's inn with a lot of people and mixed smells, and rented a single room. The sound insulation here was not good, and you could hear clear snoring and conversations from the corridor and next door. But it happened to cover up many traces. It was already midnight, and Suen planned to wait here until dawn before leaving the camp. Excluding all possibilities of being tracked, he felt that he might have been overthinking. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. Like this, about half an hour passed. Suddenly, Suen felt that the surroundings seemed to have suddenly quieted down, and he faintly heard a charming female voice whispering in his ear, as if she had cast some kind of spell. After hearing this murmuring sound from the depths of his consciousness, Suen, who was meditating, suddenly lost consciousness. There were no other sounds from outside the corridor, as if the space had distorted and become unreal. In the next moment, with a click, the door was opened from the outside. A red-haired woman gracefully walked into the room. She glanced at the cheap hotel room, her eyebrows furrowed, seemingly disgusted by the dirty environment. The person who came was none other than Sabina, whom she had met at the tavern before. At this moment, her face was even more charming, but her aura was completely different. She was no longer a delicate woman, but a seductive demon exuding a dangerous aura. If there were others present, they would probably be shocked. This usually delicate gangster's wife was actually using a second-tier mental spell. She walked up to Suen, who was completely unaware, and a hint of playfulness appeared in her eyes as she muttered to herself, "Let me see what secrets you have in your mind." Sabina formed the hand seals of a sorcerer with both hands, and her beautiful face suddenly became eerie. Her pupils turned crimson. In an instant, she gathered the sorcerer's hand seals and softly chanted, "Mind alchemy daydreaming." Just as the alchemy array lit up, her eyes burst with a red light, as if trying to probe the secrets in Suen's mind. But as soon as the spell was cast and the mental connection was established, a wave of intense negative emotions flooded into Sabina's mind, violently assaulting her sanity. Like being electrocuted, Sabina's face changed drastically, and she quickly interrupted the spell. How can he have such strong mental power? Instead of glimpsing any secrets, she was frightened. Sabina exclaimed in her heart, "What kind of monster is hiding inside this guy's body?" In that instant, she saw not a person, but a terrifying monster made of emotions. She peered at him, and it stared back at her. It was an absolutely terrifying emotion that could instantly drive a normal person insane. But just as Sabina was lost in thought, the man in front of her suddenly opened his eyes wide, his eyes bloodshot. She inwardly sensed danger, but it was too late to react. After a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, his large iron-like hands swiftly grabbed her slender neck. Without giving her any chance to react, a tremendous force pressed the delicate beauty against the wall, followed by a heavy punch to her chest. A muffled sound of flesh being struck by an iron hammer. This punch hit her chest solidly, causing Sabina to involuntarily spew out a mouthful of crimson blood. Before the force of the impact dissipated, it passed through her chest and back, causing the partition wall behind her to collapse, and the two of them crashed into the adjacent room. The bloodshot Suen straddled Sabina's delicate body, and a faint blue flame surged out of his fists like raindrops, fiercely bombarding the soft body beneath him. Caught off guard, Sabina couldn't react in time, her heart filled with disbelief. Isn't he just a first-tier puppeteer? How is he so fast? Thud. 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 The muffled sound of fists hitting flesh echoed throughout the entire hotel. The shadows of fists were continuous, so fast that it seemed like the sound of a torrential rain, merging into one. Mental professionals were powerful, but silently taking someone's life was extremely dangerous once they were in close proximity. She never expected that her tried and true mind alchemy would be defeated today. In a critical moment, Sabina bit her tongue and sprayed another mouthful of hot blood onto the man's face in front of her. In an instant, a cool sensation washed over his mental power. The blood red in Suen's eyes suddenly faded, and his sanity seemed to return to his body. But when he looked at Sabina beneath him, he immediately understood what had happened. However, instead of stopping his attack, he swiftly drew the pistol from his waist and pressed it against her forehead, decisively pulling the trigger. But in this moment of stagnation, Sabina finally got a chance to catch her breath. The dark spiritual power surging within her quickly condensed, and she finally managed to cast her spell. However, mental techniques had limited effects, and she had no intention of entangling further. Bang! At the moment the gunshot sounded, the delicate body beneath Suen exploded into a burst of scattered pink petals, disappearing completely in an instant. She escaped. Suen looked at Sabina's body, which had turned into petals and disappeared, his eyes filled with seriousness. The appearance of his alter ego did not mean that he had lost consciousness, it was just that his rationality was no longer in control, replaced by those dangerous emotions. He was well aware of everything that had just happened. The woman had used a mental spell to control him, then got beaten up, and used a sobering spell to restore him. At this moment, the tenant in the room, who had been expressionless, also regained consciousness. He looked at the shattered walls and the sudden appearance of another person in the room, his face full of confusion. It was as if he had just woken up from a drunken stupor and had no idea what had just happened. Suen didn't dare to linger in the inn. By the time the other tenants were just waking up from their dreams, he had already swiftly left the inn. As he walked, he was replaying the recent battle in his mind. Talent B005 Succubus. Sabina is actually a high-level psychic professional. With her mind-altering alchemy that can invade people's consciousness, no secret can be hidden from her. She must have known about Tommy's ability, hypnotized him just now, and then discovered me. All the clues connected, and Suen deduced the reason why this woman had come to him. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, and his face slightly changed. Could it be that she is the Sleepwalker, the major general-level intelligence officer in the Umbrella organization? Thinking back to the woman's ability to play both sides among the major powers, Suen felt that this guess might be true. He didn't know before that this woman was a rare psychic professional, but now it all matched the description given by number 19. The boss of the Steam Party's woman is actually a high-level professional and a high-ranking intelligence officer of the Umbrella organization? Ha! With this psychic manipulation ability, this woman must have played many people into the palm of her hand. But how did that woman track me down before? Unable to figure this out, Suen didn't want to stay in the city any longer. Without waiting for the city guards to react, he went straight to the city wall of the camp. He had originally planned to leave at dawn, but it seemed that he couldn't stay in the camp now. He had observed during the day that there was an early warning system here, but the defense was weak. Once his armor was removed, he used his octopus spear to climb up the wall. In an instant, the alarm sounded loudly. However, he was trying to escape now, and he wasn't afraid of being discovered. After climbing over the wall, he exchanged a few shots with the city wall guards, and then easily escaped. With his current physical condition, even a second-order professional would find it difficult to catch him. Chapter 155, She Stole a Very Strange Thing. Suen controlled the 8 spider spears and ran wildly. His speed was extremely fast. The terrain next to this underground cave was much better for the spider spears than the ruins in the city. Climbing up the cliff, Suen quickly reached the top of the cave where he had hidden during the day, and obtained the invisible undead and black scythe hanging in mid-air. With the powerful weapon in his hand, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now Suen was not in a hurry to run anymore. He waited in place for a while, setting up an ambush trap. He originally wanted to see if there were any pursuers coming, so he could gain some experience. Although his strength was not strong at the moment, with the black scythe and spider legs, he could fight and escape. Facing 1 or 2 second-tier professionals was basically a piece of cake, and even if a large group came to besiege him, he could retreat into the complex underground cave. However, after waiting for a long time without hearing any movement from the pursuers, he gave up. Suen thought to himself that maybe Sabina didn't actually summon the city guards. After all, in the eyes of others, she was just a delicate and weak woman. It wouldn't make sense for her to personally launch a night attack on a wanted criminal in the middle of the night. It was still early in the morning, and Suen had no intention of running around. After all, he had some small agreements with number 19. He used a silk thread to hang himself on the cliff and planned to wait until dawn to go to the East City. With some free time, Suen recalled the previous battle. He had to admit that he couldn't underestimate other professionals, especially those in the Umbrella organization who gathered various strange and special abilities. There might be someone who could counter his abilities. Sabina today was an example. Spiritual professionals were already rare, and a second-tier professional like her with the talent of succubus was truly hard to guard against. Not to mention second-tier professionals, even third-tier professionals without defensive spiritual control methods might not be able to do anything to her. If it weren't for Suen's extraordinary spiritual power, even with the black scythe in hand, he probably wouldn't have had a chance to make a move against such an enemy. He even suspected that since this woman had such means and scheming, the leader of the Steam Party, Butcher Banner, might not be the one in real power. This scheming woman might be the one holding the real power. Thinking about the fact that she was the intelligence officer of the Umbrella organization and had a suffocating intelligence network that almost covered the entire outer city of Old Lingdun, it was clear how much control the Black Tower had over Old Lingdun. That woman must have cultivated a spiritual secret technique. Although he didn't seem to have suffered any losses in the previous confrontation, Suen still had lingering fears. In the instant when Sabina invaded his consciousness, they both felt each other's spiritual strength clearly. From the perspective of quantity, the woman's spiritual power might not be stronger than his, but in the moment of casting the spell, Suen was hit. It felt like his own spiritual power was like a pile of sand, while Sabina's was like a carefully constructed fortress, capable of both offense and defense. Tonight, Suen had experienced the power of spiritual techniques and felt that he urgently needed to cultivate spiritual secret techniques. He still remembered back at Storm Manor when Pestoya easily controlled him and Yvonne with spiritual threads. He felt that he had played the puppeteer of illusions like a puppeteer of marionettes, and the way he opened it was definitely wrong. Otherwise, having such a huge spiritual power would not be a combat strength, but a burden. Suen also keenly felt that the more soul fragments he harvested, the more obvious the hidden danger of oppressive emotions became. It made him feel an impulse to go crazy and indulge. Lost in his thoughts, Suen hung on the cliff, occasionally using a telescope to observe the distant camp, wanting to see if there were any signs of large-scale mobilization. Looking at the brightly lit camp, he suddenly thought of number 19. I wonder if she succeeded in what she planned to do. Suen wasn't too worried. After all, this was not the heavily guarded old Ling Dun. He could easily leave the city, so number 19 should be able to as well. Although he didn't ask before, he was indeed curious about what kind of mission could make the mysterious third-party organization concerned. Was it to assassinate a special target? Or to steal something? Number 19 was decisive in character. Once she determined the target, she would immediately take action. Maybe it was tonight? It was quite a coincidence. Just as Suen was thinking about this, suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! Gunshots suddenly rang out. The sound traveled from afar, shaking Suen's figure hanging on the cliff. Hey, something happened. Suen immediately became alert and picked up the telescope to look in the direction of the camp. From his high vantage point, he suddenly saw that the camp was suddenly in chaos, with gunshots ringing out. And from the direction of the gunfire and flames, it was clear that the firepower was coming from the Storm Manor on the hillside, and it was rapidly approaching the city walls. It was as if someone was being chased and blocked, and then ran towards the city walls. Suen looked at the flames and immediately guessed that it was number 19. Only that notorious wanted criminal could cause such chaos in the camp. But it wasn't over yet. Just when Suen thought that number 19 could escape from the camp, a low rumbling sound like an air raid alarm suddenly came. Level 1 combat readiness. Suen knew exactly what this rumbling represented. It meant that the camp was facing a special grade monster siege event where life and death were at stake, and this alarm would only be sounded in such situations. With the alarm sounding, it meant that all the hunters in the city had to participate in the city defense mission. Looking at the situation now, were they planning to block number 19 in the entire city? Sure enough, as the alarm sounded, the whole city seemed to boil, and even from a distance, one could hear people shouting at the top of their lungs. Someone, quickly catch the wanted criminal. Brothers, it's time to get rich. Capture her and get a 1 billion reward. With this shout, the entire city joined in the pursuit and blockade. Perhaps because there were other wanted criminals hiding in the camp, gunshots were heard everywhere in the city. However, just after the alarm sounded, Suen saw that the target that seemed to be number 19 was blocked and suddenly turned around, heading towards another side of the city wall. And then, she was blocked again. Houses collapsed one after another, and the battle was intense. Has she been blocked by a top-tier powerhouse? Suen wondered as he watched. He didn't think that number 19 would be at a disadvantage. After all, the mechanical warrior had an alloy body that was impervious to knives and guns, and it had a super strong propulsion and acceleration system. Even if she faced a hail of bullets, no one could stop her. Besides, she wasn't alone. Sure enough. After the battle didn't stalemate for long, a small mushroom cloud suddenly exploded on the street where the collapsed houses were. It seemed like some kind of large-scale weapon was used. And then, the chase began again. This time, Suen saw through the telescope a figure leaping lightly from the city wall, and it was none other than number 19 in black leather. And right after that, he saw another person chasing closely behind, jumping off the city wall. The vice president of the Hunter Guild, Tier 3 powerhouse Storm Sword King Nero Redgrave. Suen's pupils slightly contracted as he looked at the red-bearded pursuer wielding a large sword. No wonder he was so fierce, with a sword aura that extended tens of meters. So it was him. However, seeing this, Suen felt that number 19 was not in danger. Melee professionals indeed ran fast, but swordsmen had no advantage against super mechanical warriors, and they would actually be at a disadvantage. And then, Suen noticed the large black box that number 19 was holding in her hands, and he understood what she was going to do. So she's going to steal something. He muttered to himself, also curious about what exactly number 19 had stolen. If she couldn't put it in her storage space and had to carry it in her hands, it meant that it was definitely a super-grade item. A sealed item? Suen raised an eyebrow. Something that even the powerful organization that could stock up in ruins wanted to seize. It definitely wasn't just an ordinary sealed item. Suen watched the show from the cliff, his heart calm. Once they left the camp, the outcome was already determined. But just at this moment, Suen suddenly saw number 19, who was running frantically, shoot a signal flare into the sky, and then run towards his direction. Is she asking me for assistance? Suen instantly understood what was happening. This was the escape plan they had discussed before. In case of a special situation, if both sides happened to have someone outside the city, they would assist each other. Seeing this signal, he didn't hesitate, and he released his implanted device, controlling the undead to climb down the cliff. There were only a few top-tier professionals, and their methods were highly recognizable. No matter how well they hid, once they made a move, their identities would easily be exposed. That was also why Mr. Black said that they wouldn't intervene unless absolutely necessary. And Suen had the black scythe in his hands, which happened to have the ability to help. This favor he was doing had almost no risk. Suen descended from the cliff and went straight to the predetermined ambush location. In the blink of an eye, the person being chased and the pursuer also arrived. Suen seized the opportunity and decisively controlled the undead to swing the black scythe down. Unfortunately, although the spatial rift was silent, the faint sound of the undead swinging their scythes alerted Nero, the Sword King of Wind and Thunder. Nero noticed something was amiss and swiftly moved away from his previous position, narrowly avoiding Suen's predicted attack route. However, his pursuit of Suen slowed down upon realizing that someone had launched a surprise attack. Knowing that it was the scythe, he naturally guessed who the attacker was, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He looked around, worried that there might be other ambushers. Suen was not surprised to see that the opponent could avoid the spatial rift. Previously, when number 19 fired the signal flare, Nero naturally guessed that she was calling for reinforcements. It would be strange if he didn't take precautions. Top-tier professionals were not so easily killed. At this moment, number 19 also noticed Suen and headed straight towards him. Then, with a powerful swing, she threw the black box in her hand towards him. With nothing in her hand, her combat power instantly soared, and she immediately turned around to clash head-on with Nero, the Sword King of Wind and Thunder. For a moment, sword energy filled the air, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Suen caught the box and knew what she meant. He looked down and saw the identification, engraved with a super-grade sealing rune secret box. However, even though it was sealed in this box, he seemed to sense a strange aura emanating from it. Holding it felt like holding a block of ice, not only chilling to the bone, but even causing his soul to tremble. What exactly is in this box? It feels so eerie. Suen muttered to himself. But after looking at the attribute panel and seeing no effects, he didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't care about the situation on the battlefield, nor did he ask where to take the things he obtained. He turned around and left. The 8-armed spider spear spun rapidly as he quickly left the battlefield and entered a nearby corridor. When tomorrow's news comes out, it will probably say that the two of them, important wanted criminals, teamed up to steal a treasure. This completely absolved the third party of any involvement. After all, when you owe too much, it doesn't matter if there's one more crime on Suen's wanted list, or even an extra S. Helping Mr. Black with a small favor would bring even greater benefits. Number 19 held back Nero, the Sword King of Wind and Thunder, allowing Suen to escape smoothly. He knew that he didn't need to ask where to go, someone would definitely come to pick him up soon. Sure enough, not long after he started running, a cloaked figure appeared in the pitch-black corridor. Suen didn't let his guard down and instinctively controlled his silk thread. As he watched the figure remove the cloak, he relaxed. Mr. Black, as always, was polite. Suen, my friend, I've troubled you. Suen casually handed the sealed secret box to him and smiled indifferently, just helping out. He didn't bother to be curious about what was inside, but instead remembered something and casually said, by the way, Mr. Black, I just received some information that might be useful to you. Mr. Black listened attentively. Oh. Number 19 told me before that the Umbrella Organization has a senior intelligence officer codenamed Dreamwalker. Suen didn't go into too much detail and didn't mention the battle process. He simply said, and I unexpectedly discovered that Sabina from the Steam Party is a Tier 2 psychic professional, and her talent is succubus. I suspect she might be that intelligence officer. It's her, no wonder. Mr. Black's surprise was evident on his face, and then he suddenly realized. Without going into too much detail, just these 2 points were enough for him to deduce a lot of information. Suen knew that Mr. Black wouldn't ask for more details, so he didn't continue. Now, he naturally wanted to bring up the topic of psychic secret techniques. There was no need to hide anything from Mr. Black, so he directly said, Mr. Black, I have seen Sabina's psychic abilities before. I wanted to ask if you have any information related to psychic secret techniques. Mr. Black naturally knew that Suen was looking for psychic secret techniques. After all, he was the one who brought it up. Upon hearing this, he said directly, not before. But recently, I received some information that there is indeed a place in the ruins where a psychic secret technique that is very suitable for puppet masters can be found. Suen became interested. Oh. After a pause, Mr. Black frowned and shook his head. However, the situation is a bit complicated. Well, at least wait until you reach Tier 2 before discussing it. It sounded like he had to go get it himself. But since Mr. Black said so, Suen didn't ask any further. Okay. At this moment, Mr. Black seemed to have thought of something and said, by the way, do you have any information on spatial materials? I received a message saying that a magician's trickery has appeared in a cursed space in the East City. It probably has the materials you need. Suen, the 1911 restaurant. Hearing his response, Mr. Black knew that Suen was aware of the information. He said, yes. I've been staying in the ruins for a few days and just gathered the information today. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to tell you, but it seems you already know. Upon hearing that Mr. Black knew about the cursed space, Suen simply asked another question, Sir, do you know what's going on with that space? I didn't get much information. But it sounds like, that space is not simple. That space is indeed not simple. But, if you're going, it shouldn't be a problem. Mr. Black seemed to have thought of something, a smile appearing in his eyes. After a pause, he took out a golden card and handed it over, saying, this is for you, as a thank you for your help tonight. When you go to that space, keep it on you, it might help you solve some troubles. Thank you. This gentleman always had an attitude of not wanting to take advantage of others, which Suen found very pleasant to deal with. Since it was a gift, he naturally accepted it without hesitation. He initially thought it was some kind of amulet, but the identification showed, card with a spatial mark. Suen's first reaction was that it was the card of the mysterious person he had encountered in the ruins who could teleport using cards. Could it be that the cloaked figure was going? If that was the case, the cursed space would be much safer. However, he always felt that Mr. Black had some other intentions in giving him this card. But he didn't think too much about it. Not to mention that he didn't feel any malice. If Mr. Black really wanted to harm him, he wouldn't need to go through such trouble. Besides, there was nothing on him worth coveting. 2 cursed items with significant characteristics? How could someone who could go to the ruins for supplies lack these things? Chapter 156, Twisted Light Gate. Suen disappeared without a trace when the 5 major families and the city guards troops arrived to surround her. There was a commotion in the Dong camp all night. Those guys were probably trying to find the accomplices of the wanted criminal, but they ultimately found nothing. As a participant in the crime, Suen was even more at ease. He found a secluded cliff to rest for the night. Camping on the rock wall was not bad, except that occasionally some strange-looking insects would crawl up to say hello. No one slept soundly. Early in the morning, Suen squatted not far from the Dong camp, on the road leading to the ruins. He and a group of penniless wanderers who couldn't afford to stay in the city were waiting for the large group of hunters to come and pick them up for the expedition. Before long, the troops began to leave the city one after another. Listening to the hunting teams heading towards the East City, Suen casually joined a team that was heading in the same direction as his destination and set off. Following the team, he could inquire about some news from last night. Going on the expedition, it was also good for fabricating a background. In the eastern part of the city, near the central ring, there was a huge black lake. There were ruins of buildings by the lake, which was where the 1911 hotel was discovered. Before coming here, Suen thought that there wouldn't be too many people here. But when he arrived, there were about 2,000 people. These guys had already set up a small camp here with stones and mechanical equipment. Looking at the flags on the tents in the camp and the numerous hunting teams, there were dozens of them. Naturally, the responsible ones were the direct hunting teams of the 5 major families. Suen didn't rush to enter the camp like the other hunters to inquire about the news of this cursed space. Instead, he looked at the camp's defense situation. He wasn't thinking about how to get in, but instinctively thinking about how to escape after coming out of the cursed space. He still had the card that Mr. Black gave him in his pocket, which made Suen feel like the danger of the instance had decreased a lot. But, He had a feeling that something was going to happen. Looking around, he didn't find the guy who looked like the cloaked person he saw before. Suen didn't pay much attention and entered the camp. In addition to the armed hunters, there were also information merchants who looked like scalpers selling information in the camp. These guys brought their business directly to the front line of hunting, without having to enter the ruins themselves. They only needed to buy the latest information from the hunters who came out and then consolidate and sell it to make a profit. Most of the people who came here to hunt were hunters with some strength. No one would be stingy to buy some information to increase their chances of survival. The information merchants were doing well. While Suen was wandering around the camp, a middle-aged man with a small beard approached him. "Hey, brother, want to buy some information? The latest information, guaranteed to be worth it." "How much?" 50,000. "Forget it then." 10,000. "No money." Tisk, poor guy. Suen wasn't in a hurry to spend money, but instead listened carefully to eavesdrop on the surroundings. It's better to listen to multiple sources than just one. After inquiring, the information was similar to what he bought from Red Nose Fox before, but there was some new information as well. Basically, it said that the ownership of this cursed space belonged to the 5 major families, but they couldn't handle it themselves, so it was open to all hunting teams. After entering, they must complete a designated exploration task assigned by the families. If they completed it, the rewards would belong to the individuals, and there would be additional rewards. If they didn't complete it, they would have to pay a hefty entrance fee when they came out. Most of the 99 rooms on the first floor of the hotel space were explored in this way. These conditions didn't sound too bad. Risk in exchange for reward. As for what the 5 major families wanted, in their words, they only wanted the high-level items on the second floor of the space and the final cursed source. The twisted light gate of the cursed space appeared twice a day, with about 100 people entering each time. The casualty rate varied, sometimes high and sometimes low. Sometimes they would be wiped out for no reason. Sometimes most of the people would survive. Overall, the death rate was about 60%. This was still within an acceptable range. Also, because there were exploration tasks arranged in advance, the people in the camp roughly estimated the high-risk rooms on the first floor that couldn't be explored based on the casualty rate. As for the information Suen wanted to know about the second floor, it was still scarce. In summary, most of the first floor consisted of first-tier anomalies, black iron and silver. As for the second floor, it was said that the anomalies all started at the silver level, and there were also an unknown number of second-tier anomalies. Suen also understood that the higher the floor, the higher the combat power of the guests transformed into monsters, and the better the materials produced. The death rate of this instance is not low. Although there are 1,000 or 2,000 people in the camp, not many dare to go in. Just right, there are 2 groups every day, which can almost fill up 100 people. Suen signed up for the next round of exploration in the cursed space and received a mission to explore room 1088. Then he sat in the waiting area and listened to the temporary captain explain some precautions for this time. After entering, no one is allowed to hunt down the guests in the hotel in advance. Otherwise, after midnight, these dead will definitely turn into phantom species, which will harm yourself and others. Remember, rooms 1021, 1055, and 1071 are not allowed to be opened, and you are not allowed to disturb the guests in these 3 rooms. You can search for clues, but don't offend the guests or do anything strange. Otherwise, if you are caught by the hotel security, you will be locked up and undoubtedly die. Last time, there was a guy who got carried away and harassed a noblewoman. He enjoyed it himself, but he also prevented the noblewoman, who was originally a second-floor guest, from going upstairs at midnight. She directly turned into a second-order anomaly on the first floor and almost wiped out that team. Before the ghost mist appears, we have plenty of time to search for clues. But remember, don't trigger some difficult plot points casually. The fewer accidents, the greater our chances of survival in the end. Suen listened silently, which was not far from his speculation. Although the plot in each cursed space they entered was the same, the outcome was different because of human intervention. For example, when the midnight ghost mist descends, there is a big difference between guests in rooms and guests not in rooms. Although they will all become anomalies, the difference in combat power may be the gap between black iron and silver anomalies. There is also a big difference between being dead and alive. The dead will become phantom species and the living will become zombie species. While Suen and the others were listening to the temporary captain's explanation, the camp suddenly became noisy. Look! The exit of the cursed space has appeared. It's the Falcon Squad. Quite a few people survived this time. It seems like they had a good harvest. Not far from the camp, a several-meter-high elliptical distorted portal suddenly appeared. Like a black hole, it sucked in the surrounding light. This is the usual way the cursed space appears. In just a moment of noise, some hunters with more or less injuries walked out of the pitch-black portal one after another. However, although these survivors looked a bit disheveled, they all had relieved smiles on their faces. Coming out alive means that the harvest has now turned into real gold and silver. At the moment these people came out, professional merchants had already stationed themselves at the entrance of the space, competing to make offers to buy the treasures they brought out. 13 pieces of black iron, 5 pieces of silver cursed materials. Oh, it's actually a rare ancient job material. Oh my god, Balok, where did you find so many alchemy books? This batch alone can be sold for at least 7 million. Wow, high purity gemstones, these are good materials for enchantment. One piece is worth 300,000. Brother, you've made a fortune. This bag is worth. The merchants were counting the hunters' harvest. Each offer stimulated the excitement of the hunters outside. Not to mention that these hunters might have hidden good treasures that they didn't bring out, just the current harvest alone was worth millions per person. For the majority of ordinary hunters, this was already a fortune worth risking their lives for. Suen also squeezed into the crowd to watch, but his gaze fell on the distorted portal. With the all-knowing eye, he identified the result. 1911 Hotel. Explanation: a large-scale compound cursed space, sealing a fragment of the super-tier creature. The guests have been contaminated by corpse energy, and at midnight, they will completely transform into anomalies. Surviving in the space for 24 hours will cause the space exit to appear again. Death in the space will impact and destroy the seal. Current progress of breaking the seal, 1157/3000. Suen saw the information about this cursed space and remained calm. Even though he saw that the source of contamination was a fragment of an unrecognized super-tier creature, he didn't feel surprised at all. Without this super-tier existence, it would be impossible for an entire hotel full of people to transform into boss-level monsters. When he saw the last sentence, he muttered to himself, as expected, it's this kind of nature. This cursed space, which produces good results, is definitely not a good intention of the 5 major families. Suen had only suspected before, but now, looking at this information, it was solid evidence. They seemed to have discovered another way to break through this space. That is, instead of exploring, they directly used human lives to fill the gap. Perhaps because the area being developed recently was getting larger and larger, and the slave group was not enough, these guys thought of attracting scattered groups in this way. I was wondering why the death rate remained high, so that's why. In the same instance, logically, the more times it was cleared, the lower the casualty rate would be. But here, the death rate always remained around 60%, which was quite strange. But it wasn't all about total annihilation. They left some people alive to spread the news and attract more people. No matter how you look at it, it seemed fishy. Upon seeing this, Suen lost interest in the treasures produced by the ruins. He focused on each person who came out, especially those who were uninjured or didn't seem too excited. Soon, he discovered something. After the twisted light gate appeared, it disappeared again. By evening, the entrance appeared again. And there were just over 100 people in the camp, lined up waiting to enter. Suen was going anyway, so he led the undead to line up in the middle of the queue. He scanned the team entering this time again, but still didn't find the person who might be the card cloak man. Did I get it wrong? Suen didn't think much about it and followed the team into the space. After he entered, he didn't know that a small incident had occurred outside. The number of people entering the space was not constant, it was about 100 people. But in reality, the stronger the people who entered, the fewer the number. Originally, over 100 people were prepared, but as they entered, the light gate suddenly disappeared. This abnormal scene left everyone puzzled. Why did the light gate disappear after only so many people entered this time? It seems like only over 60, right? That's not right. Even when there was a second-tier professional leading the team, over 90 people entered. Why are there so few this time? Did the space have a problem? The news quickly reached the ears of the managers of this small camp. However, this did not attract their attention. All kinds of strange things could happen in the ruins, and they thought this fluctuation in the number of people was probably normal. The leaders of the 5 major families' hunting groups were troubled by other things. In the tent, several leaders were gathered together, discussing something with worried expressions. The higher-ups have given a death order to break through the sealed space as soon as possible. But from the looks of it, at least 1 or 2,000 people need to be sacrificed before this space can be broken. I heard that there was a big mess at the main camp last night. The mysterious item brought back by the Blood Axe group was stolen, which angered the higher-ups of the Black Tower. Ah, it's useless to talk about those things. Spread the news and try to attract more hunters. But no matter how much we spread the news, only about 200 people can enter per day. We can't always kill people inside, can we? If the death rate is too high, it won't attract scattered groups after 1 or 2 times. On the other hand, Suen and his group had already entered the cursed space. This was the street scene of Dawn City 1,000 years ago. The hunters appeared on the street, and in front of them was a luxurious building with a sign that read 1911 Restaurant. The temporary team leader also noticed the abnormal number of people, slightly puzzled, but didn't think much of it. The number of people this time is a bit small, everyone be careful. Remember the precautions I told you before, alright, disperse. Yes. Everyone dispersed. Seeing that the number of people coming in was significantly reduced, Suen guessed something and thought to himself, so he really came in. However, he didn't rush to enter the restaurant to search for treasures like the others, but found the source of the faint malice and followed it. Chapter 157, 4 Corpses, 4 Alchemical Objects. The cursed space is cut off from the outside world, so if you want to control the death rate, the hunting teams of the 5 major families must send people in. Suen suspected this possibility and has been keeping an eye on certain suspicious individuals in the team. He didn't want to become someone else's fertilizer while looking for materials. He had noticed a faint malice in the team before, and after observing for a while, he naturally discovered the man wearing a deer hunting hat. The reason why the malice was sometimes present and sometimes absent was because it was directed towards everyone in the team, not just Suen. More than 60 hunters entered the restaurant one after another, and Suen followed that guy inside. There was no one on the streets outside, but the restaurant was bustling. It was an exceptionally luxurious ancient restaurant, with exquisite candlestick-style classical crystal chandeliers, artistic female body murals, and warm-toned decor that gave off a heavy sense of luxury as soon as you entered. In addition to the hunters, there were also some staff members in the lobby, such as the cute receptionist, doorman, and serious-faced security guards in black trench coats, but these people were all shrouded in a faint black aura, a sign of contamination. Suen followed the guy with the deer hunting hat and walked straight in. The guy seemed to be familiar with the layout of the restaurant and had a clear purpose. As soon as he entered, he headed towards the guest room area, occasionally looking back to be vigilant of anyone following him. Such anti-tracking methods were almost useless for Suen now. He quietly followed, his extremely high nerve reaction speed allowing him to easily anticipate the other person's movements and avoid them in advance. After walking for a while, Suen saw that the guy stopped in front of room 1021 and pretended to be a smoking guest, waiting there for a while. Hey! Isn't this room 1021 one of the few rooms that should never be touched? What is this guy doing? Suen looked slightly curious. He didn't expect the guy to go straight to this room. According to the information he had obtained before, this room should never be opened. Once opened, it could trigger a terrifying wipeout plot, seemingly involving some terrifying ghost species. Is this the key to controlling the death rate? Or is it intentionally misleading information leaked by someone? Suen just watched coldly without stopping him. He knew that this guy definitely didn't come here to seek death. Since he was doing this, even if there was real danger as rumored, he probably knew some way to survive. Moreover, Suen had previously speculated that the background plot of this cursed space in the 1911 hotel was likely related to room 1021. Otherwise, why would there be a few special rooms that mysteriously appeared on the same floor with the same level of contamination? It was called the survival mode, but in reality, it was also the plot decryption mode. There was more than one way to clear the cursed space. But from the information he had obtained so far, all the information was about how to kill monsters, and there was almost no information about the background plot. The hunters were also after wealth, so they probably didn't want to meddle and trigger any high-risk plots. No one would interfere. But Suen was different. He needed something on the second floor. The current information about that place was almost blank, and he needed to collect more useful information. Now, watching this sneaky guy with malicious intent enter room 1021, Suen felt that he must go and take a look. And in that moment, he saw the guy with the deer hunting hat take advantage of the waiter's disappearance and pull out lock-picking tools, fiddling with the door lock. The guy looked around while working on picking the lock. Click, click, click. The lock cylinder made a faint metallic sound as the tool probed for the correct position. Suen leaned against the corner of the corridor and attached a silencer to his gun, calmly and unhurriedly. He didn't even look, but he could clearly distinguish the progress of this guy's lock-picking from the sound. The technique was pretty good, but due to nervousness, he made a few mistakes. Then, after waiting for nearly a minute, Suen heard a click sound. Listening to the faint sound of the door opening, Suen suddenly rushed out from the corner. He moved extremely fast and appeared in front of the room door in a few strides. In the instant before the person could close the door, Suen grabbed hold of it. The man, who was already nervous, was startled when someone grabbed the door. Before he could react, a gun was pressed against his head. Suen pushed the guy into the room and casually closed the door. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" What do you mean?" The man's voice trembled as the gun was pointed at his head. Suen lazily looked at the pale-faced guy, not paying attention to him at first, but instead glanced around the room. The room was very tidy and didn't look like someone had been living in it. However, at first glance, Suen saw a pair of feet with livor mortis on the white bed. A corpse. Suen wasn't surprised. If, as the rumors say, ghosts appear in this room after midnight, then it would make sense for the tenants here to die. But looking at the corpse, it seems like it has been dead for a while. Because there was a screen blocking the view, Suen didn't see the whole picture. He took 2 steps and wanted to move closer. At this moment, the guy opposite him seemed to sense that Suen's attention was not on the gun, and he charged forward, wanting to snatch the gun and counterattack. Then, Suen easily dodged and the butt of the gun smashed into the man's head. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bayou! Bayou! The special gun with a silencer made a sound. 2 shots accurately shattered the kneecaps, and the man in front of him fell to his knees. Ah! A scream! Just as he was about to cry out in pain, Suen's gun was pointed at his head, and he coldly said, "If you don't want your head blown off, shut up." The man endured the intense pain, sweat pouring down his forehead, and said, "We're all scavengers." What do you mean?" Suen calmly said, "Tell me, what were you doing in this room, and all the information you know." The man wanted to argue and hide his intentions, but listening to that indifferent voice, he had no doubt that as long as he didn't satisfy the other party with his words, he would be killed immediately. He endured the pain and threatened fiercely, "If you kill me, you're dead too." Suen ignored his threat because at this moment, he had already seen the body on the bed. It was a male corpse with a blood-stained sack over his face. With the all-knowing eye, information immediately appeared. Faceless man. Explanation: a special resentful corpse containing powerful fire attribute energy, one of the sacrificial materials required for an evil ritual. If the body is damaged or moved out of the room, the practitioner will immediately detect it. Upon further examination, the sack on the body's face turned out to be an alchemical item. Cursed sack. Explanation: who recognizes you with a sack over your face? This is a sack tainted with special corpse energy. When worn on the head, it is immune to attacks from specific vengeful spirits. It is both a weapon and a restraint against vengeful spirits. Evil ritual? These words were particularly eye-catching. As Suen read this, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he suddenly realized that things were not so simple. His thoughts immediately raced in his mind, and he suddenly guessed the purpose of the forbidden rooms on the first floor. Seeing that Suen seemed a bit dazed, the man with broken legs thought his threat had worked. He sneered and said, "Now that room 1021 is open, you're dead. If you're smart, you..." But before he could finish his sentence, Suen interrupted him and said expressionlessly, "Are you trying to say that at midnight, this corpse will turn into a ghost seed and kill anyone who enters? And if you wear the sack on the corpse's head, it won't attack you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the man's confidence vanished, his face went from white to black, and he pointed at Suen in disbelief, as if he had seen something even more terrifying than a distorted monster. You! He roared in his heart, why would someone else know this secret? Dragging his broken legs, the man kept retreating, finally leaning against the wall with nowhere to go. Suen glanced at him, then pulled the trigger. Baiu! Baiu! 2 shots again, breaking the man's arms. Suen had lost patience with wasting time on this kind of person. Now that the door is open, is there a way to prevent the corpse from turning into a ghost seed? With his limbs broken, this man had been scared silly by Suen's cruel methods. His greatest reliance had been exposed, and he knew he had no bargaining capital left. Trembling, he said, I don't know. Suen asked one last time, tell me any information you think will let you live. I am a member of the Clark family's exclusive scavenger team. Before the man could finish speaking, a bullet blew off his head. Asserting his identity had become oppressive, and there was nothing worth listening to. Suen had no interest in wasting any more time on this kind of person. He walked over, took off the sack from the corpse's head on the bed, and put it away. There were still over 4 hours until midnight, and he didn't have much time left. The body couldn't be moved or damaged, and Suen didn't care. He walked out. To confirm his suspicions, Suen went directly to the room 1055 that was strictly forbidden to open according to the intelligence. This room also had a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging on the door. Suen's lock-picking skills were much better than the previous guy's, and he opened the door in less than 20 seconds. Then he walked in and saw the hanging corpse, hanging from the ceiling with its feet off the ground, and a sudden realization dawned on him. Hanged corpse. Explanation: a sacrificial material for a certain evil ritual, a wind attribute resentful corpse. If the body is damaged or moved out of the room, the practitioner will immediately detect it. The rope hanging the body was also an alchemical item with cursed properties. Its function was similar, both to avoid harm from specific evil spirits and to restrain them. Then, Suen made another trip to room 1071, where he found a drowned female corpse in the bathtub and picked up a strand of wet hair. He had gathered corpses of water, wind, and fire attributes. The previous scavenger team had identified problems with these 3 rooms, saving Suen a lot of trouble. However, there were still 10 rooms, 1090-1099, that had not been explored. Thinking it wouldn't take much time, Suen decided to check them out before midnight. There were 3 rooms with "Do Not Disturb" signs. Suen listened at the doors. If there was noise, it meant there were living people inside, so he didn't need to open them. For the rooms without any noise, he would pick the locks and take a look. Then, on the bed in room 1099, he found an earth attribute big head grudge baby corpse and an alchemical item, the grudge baby's swaddling clothes. Looking at the 4 almost identical special corpse materials, Suen had a rough understanding of the hidden plot on the first floor. Someone had set up an evil ritual and left 4 corpses in 4 rooms, perhaps there were more? But there were many rooms in the hotel, just the first floor had 99. Searching room by room would definitely not be enough time. He thought he should go to the front desk to see who had checked into these rooms, perhaps he could find more clues. As for the magician he was looking for, there was no rush. According to the intelligence, the magician would not appear until an hour later and would perform in the hotel banquet hall. It wouldn't be too late to go then. The previous scavengers had risked their lives to test that the previous 3 rooms were forbidden rooms. Now that Suen had opened 4 rooms, it meant that about 4 ghost species would appear. But he didn't feel much of a crisis. After all, having opened a forbidden room, it was destined that this wave of scavengers would be wiped out. Suen thought that if he could investigate clearly, there might be a chance of survival. Moreover, ghost species were indeed powerful, but they were not truly invincible. Their usual methods were mental attacks, and they were usually immune to physical damage, so for most scavengers who used physical attacks with guns and knives, they were invincible. But in reality, it wasn't that exaggerated. The so-called ghost species could not escape the category of energy. They could be hurt by magic, or some other magical means. For example, the cold flame of no servant. As for the mental attacks of the ghost species, they were also graded. Ordinary first-order ghost species couldn't control a healthy human unless they were scared to a very low SAN value. Want to scare Suen? It didn't seem very realistic. Want to control forcibly? It probably required a high-ranking ghost species. From the information currently known about this space, such an existence would not appear on the first floor of the hotel. Things weren't too bad. Besides, that card master had also come in, so there was someone to back him up in case of trouble. Without a room keycard, Suen had no right to go to the second floor guarded by guards. He thought about it and went to the hotel's registration front desk. Just like the last time in the clock tower space, there were many ancient people restored in the hotel. Guests, waiters, doormen, guards, there were thousands of living people. These NPCs didn't have much wisdom, they were like programmed robots, only doing certain fixed actions, reacting to certain fixed dialogues. They wouldn't think that these scavengers who suddenly appeared were outsiders. As long as you didn't disturb their normalcy, they would choose to ignore. This time, more than 60 scavengers had come in. Obviously, some people thought of getting some useful information from these hotel staff, such as, which room was occupied by a rich businessman, a jeweler. A direct theft would yield a lot of rewards. But obviously, not everyone could check the registration records. When Suen arrived, a few scavengers had just been rebuffed at the front desk and left cursing. "Don't waste your time, those silly front desk ladies won't reveal a word. Yeah, ask a few more times, damn it, they'll call the guards. If we get caught, it'll be really bad. But speaking of which, the girls at the front desk are really good looking. If it wasn't for the fact that we can't force them, I'd really like to try these ancient people." Waiting for the few people to leave, Suen then walked over. He didn't beat around the bush, and directly asked, "Beautiful lady, can you do me a favor?" Sure enough, even if they were NPCs, they would react when someone complimented their beauty. The blonde girl changed her previous indifference towards the scavengers, her pretty face was filled with a smile. "Sir, please speak." Knowing that conventional methods wouldn't work, Suen took out a badge and said mysteriously, "I'm Officer Johnny, this is my badge. I'm here to secretly investigate an important fugitive, so I'd like to see the room records." Chapter 158, By Performing Magic with Magic. This police badge was naturally obtained in the clock tower space last time. Because it was placed in the storage ring, it was brought out directly. Suen originally wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect this police badge to be quite useful. The blonde lady covered her mouth with one hand and suddenly became respectful, calling out softly, "Oh, Officer Johnny, please wait." Then, Suen conveniently saw the registration records. After flipping through them, he successfully found the check-in records for 4 rooms, 1021, 1055, 1071, and 1099. They were all registered under the same person, Tag Galsun. It looked like a pseudonym. However, the somewhat good news was that only 4 rooms were registered under this name on the first floor. And the 2 female attendants also described the appearance of the registered man. Suen roughly glanced at the half of the rooms on the second floor that were the same as the first floor. Then, Suen looked at the name of the magician who registered for room 2113, Robert Bell. Then, he looked at the third floor, which only had 10 luxury suites. Because he speculated that the third floor would be the source of the curse of this cursed space, he paid careful attention, especially to the check-in dates. There was only one room that was checked in on the same day as the 4 rooms. Suen looked at the name of the tenant of that room and asked, "Do you remember Miss Gloria Gary in room 3001? This question triggered a special conversation. The blonde girl seemed to remember something and responded, "Oh, she was an old nun. It happened to be my shift that day, so I remember it well. Because the guests on the third floor are all VIPs, the doorman would help them with their luggage. And that old nun brought a big suitcase. The doorman offered to help her with her luggage, but she didn't allow it and carried it up herself." An old nun? A big suitcase? When Suen heard these 2 key words, he suddenly thought of something. In Dawn City, nuns were a very rare profession. As far as Suen knew, there was only one discovered monastery ruins. Coincidentally, he personally experienced one, which was the White Monastery where the Weeping Witch was located. And before entering the space, Suen had already identified that the curse source of this 1911 hotel was a superior level biological limb. So when he heard this information, he immediately guessed, it seems that the pollution source should be in that suitcase. In that case, the seal placed on the White Monastery back then was sealing this. Suen had already figured out some of the ins and outs of the matter by this point. He felt that he probably knew who the old nun was. Suen chatted with the 2 registration attendants at the front desk for a while and roughly extracted all the information they could provide. Calculating the time, he planned to go to the banquet hall to watch the magician's performance. Everything else was not important, obtaining advanced materials was the top priority. Unfortunately, as soon as he left the front desk, he was blocked by two hunters at the corner of the corridor. One of them, a guy with a modified mechanical arm, glanced at Suen and said with a smirk, "Hey, buddy, you've been chatting with those two front desk girls for so long, you must have gathered a lot of information, right?" Suen had actually noticed that the two had been observing him before and guessed their intentions, so he didn't give them a good face. So what? They were from the Scorpion Squad, and the squad leader was the temporary captain who came in this time. He was a somewhat famous veteran. Among the 60-plus people who came in this time, this squad accounted for half, so they had absolute authority. The man looked at Suen's uncooperative expression and reminded with a smile, "Wow, buddy, you're quite impressive. I've never heard of anyone being able to extract information from those two front desk girls. What did you say to them?" The other person also showed off the pistol at his waist and smirked, "Share the information with us. Since we're exploring the space together, it's fate. Let's make a fortune together." Their intentions were already very clear. They wanted to forcefully obtain the information. This kind of situation was common in the wilderness. Hunters were characters who risked their lives to make money, and not many of them were good-natured. Embezzlement, smuggling, coercion. Ordinary lone hunters could only suffer in silence. Suen knew that he was being treated as an easy target, so he didn't even raise his eyebrows when he saw the guns they revealed. He didn't bother with them. Killing someone here would definitely attract the attention of the hotel security, and getting into trouble would greatly affect his subsequent plans. He glanced at the two and simply walked away. The two men were stunned for a moment when they saw Suen's attitude, then caught up with him angrily, shouting, "Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking?" While listening to the other party pulling out their guns, Suen calmly asked, "Do you dare to shoot?" At the same time, he noticed that the security guard's attention had already been drawn over, and the killing intent in their eyes disappeared. He sneered and ignored the two guys who were just bluffing, and walked away directly. "Scorpion Squad? If they really want to, I don't mind sending them off early." Suen didn't waste time entangling with these two insignificant characters and went straight to the hotel's banquet hall. It was dinner time now, and almost all the tenants in the hotel were dining here. This was the best time to observe the situation of the guests in each room. But the banquet hall had security guards, and you needed to show your room keycard and meal ticket to enter. When Suen arrived, there were already 7 or 8 hunters squatting there. They occasionally approached and tried to extract some information from the passing guests. But obviously, the results were minimal. These NPCs directly ignored those strange behaviors that were beyond their understanding. Suen walked straight past them, showing the room keycard and meal ticket he had just obtained from the front desk attendant, and walked in. This action naturally made several hunters at the door very puzzled. "Hey! Wasn't that guy just a hunter with us? He doesn't have black aura on him, so he must be a hunter. It's strange, how did he get the room keycard?" Hunters were not unable to infiltrate the banquet hall, but they all used shady methods. Some assassins climbed walls and sneaked in, some disguised themselves as maids and infiltrated, and some attracted the attention of the guards and sneaked in. But none of them entered so openly. Seeing Suen's actions, the hunters were naturally amazed. At this time, the 2 members of the Scorpion Squad that he had encountered at the front desk had also escaped from the guards and happened to witness this scene. Seeing Suen enter, the mechanical arm man's face turned pale and he cursed angrily, "Damn it, that guy must have obtained some important information at the front desk. Would you stay here and inform the boss?" The banquet hall was lively, with about 100 or 200 people dining. The lights were dazzling, illuminating the restaurant with an orange glow. Well-dressed gentlemen in suits and ladies in low-cut dresses were elegantly dining. The tables were filled with various delicious-looking foods and fruits. On the stage not far away, geishas were performing passionate and hot dances. Suen found a seat where he could see the stage directly and glanced at the dining guests. He didn't see the nun or the man described as Tiger Jerson who had booked 4 rooms. Just as he sat down, a petite and cute waitress in a black maid outfit with a professional smile walked over and said, "Sir, would you like to order?" Suen glanced at the delicious food on the neighboring table and gestured, "Bring me a portion of that." As he spoke, he handed her a coin as a tip. The waitress smiled and bowed deeply, "All right, sir. Please wait a moment." By midnight, these waitresses would transform into monstrous creatures with sharp teeth and claws. They were called bloody maids in the intelligence, known for chasing and biting people. Suen didn't pay much attention and shifted his gaze elsewhere. The singing was pleasant and captivating. The performers on the stage were dancers from the Swan Dance Troupe, and their registration records were at the front desk. Originally, Suen came to the banquet hall mainly to wait for the magician to perform. Because he was afraid of missing some special NPCs, his left eye was constantly emitting a gleam, in a state of continuous release of the all-knowing eye. But unexpectedly, he gained something else. At this moment, as he looked at the enchanting and charming lead singer on the stage, his eyes suddenly changed. When he appraised the other NPCs in the restaurant, all their names displayed were contaminated ancient human remnant manifestation. But the lead singer performing on the stage actually had a name displayed, contaminated dance diva Barbara remnant manifestation. Suen looked at the woman on the stage who was displaying her charm, and suddenly felt a familiar sensation. She was so stunning that it seemed like a filter had been applied to her visual impact, clearly showing her high charm value. This made Suen immediately think of the mafia boss Sabina, and a thought popped into his mind: could she also be a woman with the charm demon talent? Is she an ancient alchemist? Obviously, having a name meant that she was different from others. And there was no information about this Barbara from the outside world. Because she was a second-floor guest. Suen recalled the registration records he had checked earlier. She was staying in room 2115, right next to the magician in room 2113. The performance on the stage continued. As Suen looked at the fair and beautiful singer, instead of thinking of anything seductive, his first reaction was, if this woman distorts into a monster, it would be quite troublesome. He thought of Sabina's psychic attacks and frowned. If she turned into a monster, her combat power would definitely be off the charts. But why would an alchemist go to a dance troupe? And come to think of it, that magician Edward also seemed to be here to perform? Suen thought of something and a pensive look appeared in his eyes. Before Suen could think too much, a waiter pushed a food cart over and started serving the dishes. Although it was a cursed space, the things were real. Colorful fruits, golden brown roasted chicken, fine wine, and various exquisite dishes. 1,000 years ago, these delicacies were a luxury. Suen took a bite of a fruit, which was sweet and juicy. In Old Lingdun, fruits were luxury items, especially those that had never been seen before. But before he could take a few more bites, the dance troupe finished their performance. Then, several boxes were brought up. It was time for the magic show. A handsome man in a tailcoat and a top hat walked onto the stage and bowed deeply to the audience in a gentlemanly manner. Suen looked at him and squinted his eyes slightly because this guy was also appraised with a name, Contaminated Magician Edward Remnant Manifestation. After the applause, Edward began his performance. He first conjured a cane out of thin air, twirled it a few times, and then squeezed it, causing it to explode into ribbons and disappear. Then he took off his hat and pulled out live rabbits, doves. After that, he performed a teleportation through space. There were 2 cabinets on the stage, about a foot off the ground and covered with black cloth. He entered one of them and pulled the black curtain closed. The next second, the black curtain of the cabinet several meters away was pulled open, and he walked out with a smile. These were all seemingly ordinary magic tricks. But Suen watched with shining eyes, and waves surged in his heart. He thought of a saying. Some people, under the guise of performing magic, are actually casting spells. He was certain that this guy named Edward wasn't just performing magic just now, but actually cast a spatial spell. With the all-knowing eye, the illusionary magic had almost no effect. If it was a prop, it would be immediately appraised. For example, if the hat had a hidden compartment, it would be appraised as hat with hidden compartment. But now, it was simply displayed as a normal top hat. And the 2 cabinets used for the teleportation didn't display cabinets with mechanisms, but simply normal cabinets. This guy just now went from one cabinet to another, not using any twin substitutes or secret doors. The magician had truly teleported. Upon seeing this, Suen immediately confirmed that this Edward was a professional who had mastered spatial abilities. Retrieving objects from a distance. Spatial displacement. The abilities demonstrated by this magician perfectly matched all of Suen's expectations for his second-tier career planning. This magician is incredibly agile, he must have a high level of skill enhancement. Coupled with the ability to teleport, he is excellent in both self-defense and attack. If he can produce advanced materials, I suspect he would be highly compatible with my puppeteer profession. Suen watched the performance on stage, his eyes slightly trembling. However, while he was hopeful, he suddenly showed a hint of difficulty, muttering to himself, "He has the ability to teleport, I'm afraid even the Black Scythe can't kill him." Suen's previous plan was to kill this magician and take his professional materials before midnight, that is, before the pollution occurred, once he confirmed that the magician possessed the spatial abilities he needed. Otherwise, there might be unexpected changes after the mutation. But now, having seen some of the professional techniques Edward demonstrated in his performance, Suen immediately realized that even without the mutation, he was not confident he could kill this magician. There were no signs of a seal or an alchemy array lighting up, which meant that this guy had mastered spatial abilities. Even if he tried to ambush him with an invisible zombie, Suen felt that he might not succeed and instead get beaten up. Being killed by an NPC meant real death. However, spatial materials were hard to come by. Having finally encountered a cursed space that could produce them, Suen was still hoping that this special NPC would drop spatial professional materials. He couldn't just give up. But he couldn't beat him by force, so he had to think of other ways. This is a bit troublesome. Suen couldn't wait until midnight. Because he found it hard to imagine how tricky this ability user would become after turning into a monster. Was the second floor an A+ difficulty? No. If these two mutated, the rating would at least be S-class, or even higher. Thinking of this, Suen quickly stood up and headed directly towards the backstage. Because he had thought of a breakthrough. A performance team hiding two powerful alchemists was clearly the hidden main plot in the background story of this cursed space. If he couldn't kill them directly, what about a plot kill? Chapter 159. According to the original plot, the contamination will only occur at midnight, and everyone in the 1911 hotel will become strange. The scavengers come in to collect materials, just to act after midnight, because ordinary people will transform into strange beings, and then curse materials will appear. But Suen couldn't wait until that time. If the magician really transforms, Suen feels even less confident in killing him. Moreover, all 4 forbidden rooms on the first floor have been opened, and he feels that there may be other changes in the contamination event tonight. To solve the problem, he needs to act early. Suen walked towards the stage and then entered the backstage through the staff channel. He planned to intercept the magician when he came off the stage because he heard from the intelligence that no one had seen the magician after he came off the stage. Suen thought that he might use his spatial ability to teleport away, so he could only guard him in the backstage. After the stage, there was the dressing room, which was slightly narrow. The Swan Ballet Troupe dancers were changing clothes here. There were staff members guarding the entrance. Suen took off his hat, revealed his face, and showed his police badge. He was not stopped and walked in. The dancers were used to changing clothes temporarily during performances and didn't mind not having separate dressing rooms. When Suen walked in, he saw the young girls in tight and graceful costumes changing in the narrow dressing room. When the girls saw a strange man walking in, they were startled at first, covering their exposed bodies. But when they saw Suen's handsome face, the dancers instantly calmed down. No one screamed or laughed, but instead whispered and giggled. Some of them were bold enough to smile flirtatiously at him. "Hey handsome, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Mr. Edward." "Oh, what a pity. I thought you were here to invite our leader, Barbara, to dinner." Suen smiled politely at these beautiful girls as he walked past them. He wanted to walk to the backstage exit and wait for the magician so that he wouldn't disappear from his sight. After walking past, he saw a small dressing room next to the dressing room, separated by a curtain. Miss Barbara, the lead singer, was changing clothes and removing makeup inside. The lighting was bright, and a large makeup mirror reflected her enchanting face. Suen saw the enchanting woman with her red lips in the mirror, and the woman saw him too. "What's the matter, handsome? Are you lost?" Her voice was soft and seductive, making people's bones feel weak. Suen looked at the woman turning around, and his gaze was involuntarily attracted to her rose-colored bright red lips. It was as if those red lips had endless magic, making it impossible to look away. This was a mental suggestion with a bit of psychic power, which made people let down their guard. Suen narrowed his eyes slightly and guessed that this woman was probably a professional with the talent of a succubus. He was afraid that this woman would use some kind of hypnosis, so he directly showed his police badge. "I want to wait for Mr. Edward. I have something to consult him about." Barbara looked at the police badge, her eyebrows curved, and her tone became even more sticky. "Oh? A police officer. What can I do for you if you are looking for Mr. Edward? Suen didn't sense any malice, nor did he let his guard down. He said calmly, some official business. Although Suen thought that this woman probably knew the magician, he still wanted to wait and communicate with Edward. Upon hearing this, Barbara smiled charmingly and pointed to the chair beside her, saying, "Handsome police officer, come and sit. Mr. Edward will take a while to finish his performance." Suen glanced at her and didn't want to get too close to this psychic professional. He declined the alluring invitation. "I have official business to attend to. I won't sit." Because Barbara was changing clothes, she was also dressed quite revealingly. As she spoke, Suen's peripheral vision unintentionally swept across her deep cleavage. By the way, do women with the talent of a succubus have such a captivating figure? Barbara covered her mouth and chuckled, also catching that gaze. But she didn't mind. Instead, she smiled playfully and proudly displayed her attractive figure, teasing, "Handsome police officer, what are you looking at?" Suen remained unchanged. He felt that this was probably a professional habit of a succubus. Just as these few words were spoken, the stairs in the backstage suddenly made a sound. A man in a tailcoat came down, and it was Edward the magician. The ambiguous atmosphere instantly dissipated, and Barbara said to Edward, "Mr. Edward, this police officer says he has something to discuss with you." When Edward heard police officer, it seemed to trigger something, and he finally looked at Suen, whom he had originally planned to ignore. Suen directly showed his police badge and said, "I am Officer Johnny from the Clock Tower District. I have been ordered to investigate something. Please cooperate, Mr. Edward." Edward seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Clock Tower District?" Suen received a response and immediately knew that he had guessed correctly. These two alchemists hidden in the crowd had come for the old nun. Edward glanced at Suen for a moment and continued to ask, "Officer, what are you here to investigate? And how can I cooperate?" Suen didn't sense any malice, which meant that the four bodies in the four rooms were probably unrelated to these two in front of him. Now, he was even more confident in how to use this plot. He said directly, "Have you heard of the White Convent?" Upon hearing this, Edward's expression froze, and he frowned. "Oh, of course, I remember. It's a convent in the Clock Tower district of the East City. But, Officer Johnny, can you be more specific about why you're looking for me? Does it have something to do with this convent? These people look like living beings, but in fact, they are advanced NPCs that only react to certain specific plots." Suen needs to trigger the plot, so he says directly, "A senior nun took something very dangerous from the monastery, which may contaminate others. And I have investigated and found clues that she came to this hotel. But in the process, I discovered some other things, so I need Mr. Edward's cooperation." Having said that, Edward didn't continue pretending to be unaware and smiled, "Officer Johnny, your investigative ability is truly astonishing." As he spoke, he took out his identification. This action surprised Suen. He originally wanted to ask Edward to assist in the investigation and guide him to see the four bodies, and then find an opportunity to provoke a conflict between him and the evil practitioner, and then find another chance. But unexpectedly, this guy directly took out a badge from his pocket, and the symbol on it was a golden coiled snake with a symbol. Taking out the badge was meant to show his identity. But, what's with this symbol again? The other party thought he was a Dawn City Patrol officer, so he should recognize this badge. But he didn't. Suen didn't show any expression of doubt, but instead remained silent, waiting for the other party to introduce himself. Sure enough, Edward politely explained, "This incident has exceeded the scope of the police station's handling. Therefore, it is now under the jurisdiction of our Special Operations Department. Leave the matter here to us." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Praise your dedication, Officer Johnny. So that's how it is?" After hearing this explanation, Suen immediately understood. This Edward and Barbara are both official personnel from Dawn City who handle abnormal events. After speaking, Edward seemed like he was about to leave. But the reason why this hotel has become a cursed space means that 1,000 years ago, they failed to stop this incident. The midnight contamination incident is a reenactment of the tragedy from back then. If Suen were to leave here, things would definitely return to their original trajectory. Although Suen has the alchemical items he obtained from the four bodies, there is a high probability that he can survive until midnight. But he still needs spatial materials. So he definitely won't let Edward leave like this. Moreover, since room 1021 was opened, it was destined that this hunting team might be wiped out. Now that they have the official personnel from Dawn City, perhaps they can solve the problem on the first floor in advance? In an instant, Suen's thoughts raced in his mind, quickly weighing the pros and cons of the identification matter. Will changing the plot too drastically cause certain butterfly effects? He didn't know what would happen in the end if he changed the plot like this, but upon careful consideration, it seems that this is the most likely choice to achieve his goal. And recalling Mr. Black's tone of speech last night, they have enough understanding of this cursed space. It means that there is someone hiding in the team who has the ability to deal with various emergencies. Thinking of this, Suen no longer hesitated and said directly, Mr. Edward, since you are handling this matter, I am relieved. However, I have obtained some information here, I don't know if you are aware of it. Hearing this, Edward turned his head and glanced at him. Oh. Suen said, I previously investigated the check-in records and found that there was another guy named Tage Galson who checked in at the same time as Sister Elizabeth. He booked 4 rooms and placed 4 strange bodies in them. They are the faceless man, hanged corpse, drowned woman, and big-headed resentful infant. It seems like they are conducting some kind of evil ritual. Upon hearing this, Edward and Barbara's faces changed drastically, obviously they knew what these 4 bodies meant. Edward said, 4 sinful spirits fallen sacrificial formation. Damn it, she wants to open the sealed object in this hotel. Suen confirmed that they didn't know about the bodies. Edward's expression suddenly became serious, and he muttered to himself, I hope we can stop it in time. Suen looked at the word contaminated on their heads and felt it necessary to remind them, so he said, have you considered that you may have already been contaminated? Upon hearing this, the two of them exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with seriousness. The enchanting expression on Barbara's face disappeared, and she suddenly formed a warlock seal, as if she was casting some kind of spiritual spell. After a few breaths, she looked at Edward with an unpleasant expression and said heavily, someone of higher level laws has blinded our perception. If nothing unexpected happens. Officer Johnny's words are correct, we, and even everyone in this hotel, have already been contaminated. Edward fell into silence. However, there was a more determined look on his face. He looked at Suen and said, Officer Johnny, this matter is of great importance, and we may need your help. Suen looked at him with a puzzled look, knowing that he might have changed the main plot. Edward resolutely said, if we are really contaminated, please make sure to kill us before you discover our abnormalities. As he spoke, he glanced at the position not far behind Suen, where the invisible zombies were standing. Sure enough, this spatial ability user had already discovered the presence of the invisible zombies. Upon hearing this request, Suen showed a difficult expression, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed, all right. He never expected that after racking his brains to figure out how to obtain the materials, the other party would mention it voluntarily. In the situation tonight, they are 100% going to become abnormal. With their cooperation, he doesn't need to ambush them at all, and the difficulty of killing them instantly decreases by 100 times. But does this mean I have to be ready to move with them at any moment? At this point, Edward spoke again, this information is crucial, but I need to gather my companions. Those 4 corpses must be destroyed first. Suen followed Edward out of the dressing room. They were going to contact his colleagues in the hotel. In order not to alert the enemy, they agreed to take action 5 minutes later, first to clear the bodies in the 4 rooms. Suen knew that touching those corpses would immediately alert the caster of the evil ritual. The battle might break out ahead of schedule. But things seemed fine for now, at least nothing in the hotel had been distorted yet. Edward and his team would investigate this matter, naturally, they had some strength. Suen didn't think the outcome would be one-sided. Leaving the banquet hall, Suen originally planned to find a place to prepare for battle. Unexpectedly, he was blocked. The leader of the Sand Scorpion group, Gallop, leading more than a dozen of his group members, had been waiting in the corridor. Chapter 160, Creating Black Holes with Hands. The members of the Scorpion squad watched Edward and Barbara come out and followed Suen's lead to approach them for information. Hey, Mr. Edward. Oh, beautiful Miss Barbara. No matter what opening line they used, as long as it didn't trigger any keywords, the 2 key NPCs completely ignored these outsiders and left directly. The other hunters were left disappointed and turned their attention to Suen, who came out later. Hey, you. Gallop's face darkened as he stopped Suen. Without beating around the bush, he bluntly asked, "What did you say to those two guys just now?" Suen had long noticed that the Scorpion Squad was watching his every move, from entering the banquet hall to entering the backstage, until now. Seeing these guys with obvious ill intentions, he furrowed his brows. Explaining any further would be a waste of time. Suen had no intention of paying attention to this group of people and ignored Gallup's words. However, when he tried to leave, he was blocked by members of the Scorpion Squad, each with a gun or knife in hand. Only then did he coldly ask, "What do you want?" Gallup asked again, "What did you say to those two ancient people just now?" Suen's brows furrowed at the intimidating aura and he retorted, "Do I have an obligation to explain to you?" After all, he was the leader of a prestigious hunting squad, and Gallup naturally couldn't openly demand information. He said firmly, "I already told you when I came in, don't trigger any special plot. Did you ignore my words?" At this moment, one of the lackeys stepped forward, pretending to be reasonable, and said, "Captain Gallup is right. Those two ancient people are guests on the second floor. If they don't go up by midnight, we're all dead. So, you must give us an explanation." The demand for an explanation was false, but the request for information was true. Since the discovery of this cursed space, 1 or 2,000 people had entered. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that the magician and the songstress were not ordinary, but no one had ever heard of anyone being able to extract useful information from them. The hunters were also well aware that the first floor was just an appetizer, and the real treasures were on the second or third floor with the VIPs. Discovering some alchemical knowledge or alchemical items at random would definitely be an opportunity to get rich overnight. Now that someone had stumbled upon a trick, how could they not be envious? Seeing Suen's attitude of wanting to monopolize everything, Gallup threatened again, "You better make it clear. Otherwise, if anyone triggers any dangerous plot, I don't mind taking them out first." Suen originally didn't mind explaining a few words. It wasn't that Suen wanted to kill them, but rather the 5 major family hunting squads outside. From the moment the 1021 room opened, it was destined that the hunting squad entering the cursed space this time would be wiped out. If you don't trigger the plot, you will definitely die, but if you do trigger it, you might have a chance to survive. However, the malice around him was like needles. This guy really had murderous intent. Suen's face no longer showed any expression, and he calmly asked, "Do you want to kill me?" Gallup snorted coldly, and it was self-evident, "You know it." However, no one expected that Suen, like a reckless youth, completely didn't understand the situation. He just casually said, "Oh. Oh?" Seeing that Suen was completely disrespectful, Gallup's face turned iron blue. The lackeys of the Scorpion Squad were also unhappy, like cats whose tails had been stepped on, they exploded on the spot. "Kid, our captain is talking to you nicely, and you dare to ignore him? Do you really think we won't touch you now that we have security guards? Captain Gallup, don't waste your breath on this kind of person. I say, if he doesn't give us a satisfactory explanation, let's just tie him up and throw him in the wine cellar to die." The hunting squad no longer concealed their intentions, and their questioning turned into a blatant threat to their lives. Without the hotel security guards, someone would have died long ago. But it wouldn't be Suen, it would be them. Blocked again, Suen became a little impatient with their entanglement. He was no longer polite and said, "Get lost." The Scorpion Squad's ruffians didn't develop their arrogance in just 1 or 2 days. They were used to being overbearing, so how could they tolerate such arrogance? As soon as Suen spoke, someone immediately jumped out and said, "Kid, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" At this point, Suen no longer concealed his killing intent and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head and looked at the group of people, "My name. If you know it, you'll die. Are you sure you want to know?" When Gallup heard this, his heart trembled inexplicably. He realized that he might have encountered a tough opponent. Why would someone be so arrogant if they didn't have a background? But, this was the cursed space. If there really was a background, offending them would make it even more impossible for them to leave alive. Gallup's eyes grew colder. Although the members of the Scorpion Squad were intimidated by this aura, it was impossible for more than a dozen people to back down just like that. The deputy captain raised his head arrogantly and sneered, "Ha ha ha. Am I scared? Come on, tell me, what's your fucking name? I'll die if I hear it." This time, Suen didn't waste any words and calmly said, "Oh. My name is Suen. With that, he didn't look back and left directly from the crowd. This time, no one dared to stop him. He said, his name is Suen? This name seemed to have a magical power. Everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. This name seemed familiar, but they couldn't recall it in an instant. No, it should be said that no one dared to think about it. The group of people looked at each other, seeing the doubt and the inexplicable unease in each other's eyes. After a while, someone finally voiced the possibility that almost everyone had thought of, trembling as they said, "It seems, the recently notorious S-rank wanted criminal, is called Suen." As soon as he spoke, it seemed as if the whole world fell silent. Their gazes turned towards the departing figure, finally understanding where his confidence came from. They suddenly realized that his previous words were not a threat, but the truth. In this world, it was a grave offense to reveal the face of a bandit or announce the name of a wanted criminal. If he really was the S-rank wanted criminal, would he let these people who knew his identity live? In that instant, they all heard the sound of swallowing saliva. Even the leader of the Scorpion Squad, Gallop, had a pale face. Even though the man had his back turned to them, Gallop didn't dare to draw his gun. A ruthless character who made it onto the S-rank wanted list had the strength to kill second-tier professionals. Could they, a small hunting squad, provoke him? Although they regretted it, it was too late. Gallop's face turned dark. "Boss, what if he really is Suen? So what if he's a wanted criminal? Do you think I'll kneel and beg for mercy? Fuck that. We'll take him down before midnight. I don't believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms with all this weird shit going on. Let's not hunt anymore, let's make some money today." Yes, he didn't dare to make a move because he's also wary of the guards. We can even find an opportunity to provoke a conflict and let the guards arrest him. By then, even if he is the wanted criminal, we can use the rules of space to kill him. As soon as he said that, the others also agreed. The Scorpion Squad didn't have the courage to shoot on the spot. Suen also didn't bother with them. He walked over and met Edward and Barbara, who had just come downstairs. They had just come down from the 2nd floor and brought along a new companion, an old lady in a black robe with tattoos all over her face. Edward introduced Suen to their companion. "This is Mrs. Ackerman, she is an exorcist and is skilled in dealing with dark arts. We have another companion who will come down later." "Okay." Suen didn't say much and led the 3 of them to the door of room 1021. He used lock-picking techniques to open the door. Edward and the others went in first, and then they saw the corpse on the bed. The old lady with tattoos on her face also had a solemn expression and said, "This is indeed the corpse of the faceless man. Destroying the corpse will immediately alert the spellcaster." Edward sighed, "The people in the hotel should have already been contaminated, there's no need to evacuate. Let's prepare for battle." Barbara didn't say anything, but at this moment, she had already completed her succubus transformation. Her pupils turned red and a tail grew out. A strange pink mist enveloped her entire body. Suen didn't get close, but stood far away, hiding his body behind the invisible zombie. Just as they were about to destroy the corpse, a man with a crew cut suddenly arrived. Edward and the others recognized him and greeted him, "Roscoe, you're here." But as soon as this person entered, Suen's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at the man's unusually large earlobes and immediately thought of the description given by the receptionist. Terrifyingly, Suen exclaimed in his heart, "This guy is the one who booked these 4 rooms. Teg Galson." Identifying him, the name above this guy's head was also Roscoe the Enchanted Beast Tamer. Enchanted? This guy set up these 4 corpses. It turned out that it wasn't just the old nun, there was also a mole in Edward's team. Suen could even guess that 1,000 years ago, these people failed to handle this incident, most likely because of this guy. However, even though he discovered this, Suen's face showed no signs of surprise. Since the person had arrived, there was no need to say anything. They would definitely fight. 3 against 1, the advantage was still on their side. He didn't dare to reveal the truth, for fear of being targeted by the enchanted Roscoe. Instead, he silently took out the puppet and activated the warlock seal, quietly removing his disguise. Edward and the others looked at Suen's spider spear planting equipment, slightly raising their eyebrows, but they didn't say anything. At this moment, the old lady had already taken out some red crystals and alchemical powder, intending to destroy the corpse. Suddenly, the crew-cut man made a move. Without any warning, he extended his hands and in the blink of an eye, they turned into two spotted venomous snakes. Opening their mouths, they bit towards the necks of the magician in front of him and the old lady in the black robe. Edward sensed the danger and his figure suddenly flashed, appearing several meters away. But the old lady in the black robe couldn't dodge in time and was bitten on the neck by the venomous snake. "Roscoe, what are you doing? Be careful, he's already contaminated." Several urgent shouts. Roscoe's face was expressionless, and black energy surged all over his body. An alchemical array lit up under his feet, and in the next second, thousands of spotted venomous snakes suddenly flooded into the entrance of room 1021. Each venomous snake had bloody mouths and venomous fangs, rushing towards the people in the room. What was even more eerie was that under the corpse of the faceless man on the bed, a grey alchemical array suddenly lit up. The corpse stood up straight. Suen's scalp tingled as he silently took out the sack he had previously taken from the corpse and put it over his head. Through the gaps in the sack, he watched everything in the room. There was no need for him to fight. The crew-cut man suddenly turned against them, catching Edward and the others off guard. But that didn't mean the three of them had no power to fight back. The black-robed old lady was bitten on the neck by the venomous snake, and her face instantly turned black, a sign of death. However, at this moment, she also took out a black cloth doll and sprayed a mouthful of black blood onto it. Upon closer inspection, her face instantly regained a healthy color. As they watched the tide of venomous snakes rushing in, Edward's hands rapidly changed the warlock seal, and a black hexagram array lit up under his feet. Then, a miraculous scene occurred. Suen looked at the space in the palms of Edward's hands, which suddenly twisted in the blink of an eye. It was as if the canvas of space had been forcibly torn apart, turning into two increasingly large black whirlpools. The tide-like venomous snakes surged in, but before they could wreak havoc, they were suddenly swallowed by a powerful suction force into the two black whirlpools in the palms, disappearing to an unknown destination. Suen watched this battle scene from the side, his heart filled with shock, creating black holes with hands? Is this spatial ability so outrageous? He was also grateful that he had not planned to directly ambush this magician before. This move had completely dumbfounded Suen, who had never seen such spatial abilities. On the other hand, the battle in the room was still ongoing. Barbara had transformed into a succubus, her body exploding into a cloud of pink mist. When she reappeared, she was already enveloping the bald man. But the next moment, a delicate shout came, "Roscoe has been completely corrupted, I can't control him." Before the words fell, the bald man's skin suddenly began to swell, and huge tumors bulged out from his body, tearing his clothes. He was about to turn into a monstrous creature. "Kill him!" Edward made a decisive decision, shouting sharply. He closed the black hole in his palm, clasped his hands together in a gesture of squeezing space, and the space around the bald man seemed to solidify, his body suddenly stiffening there. A cold light flashed in the pink mist, and before the monstrous creature that the bald man had turned into could go berserk, a huge head rolled to the ground. The old woman in black breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the corpse in the room, she said, "The 4 resentful corpses have been resurrected. Killing one alone, they will resurrect indefinitely. We must kill all 4 at the same time, or kill the caster to break the curse." Edward also shouted, "Hurry to the 3rd floor. The old nun must have been heavily corrupted. Fortunately, we knew the plan in advance, let's kill her before she is fully demonized." The change happened too quickly, and the group had no time to hesitate. Without saying another word, Edward and the others rushed out. The battle came suddenly and ended just as suddenly. From the appearance of the bald man to now, in just a few moments, there were no more snakes in room 1021, and no more people. All that was left was a decapitated corpse on the ground, and a stiff corpse of the faceless man on the bed. Oh, and Suen, with the sack over his head, in the corner. Outside, gunshots had already sounded, and the NPCs in the hotel seemed to have started to mutate. Suen looked at the 2 corpses in the room, muttering to himself, "The plot seems to have gone awry." The person who booked the room was Edward's teammate, which he hadn't expected. But, it didn't seem to make much difference. They had to fight anyway. The only difference was that the ghost fog that was supposed to erupt at midnight had come 2 hours early. He didn't know whether this was good or bad. Suen wanted to leave the room, but at that moment, he saw the faceless man's corpse suddenly bloom. Then, from the petals, a pistil grew, and several meters long, tumor-filled, flesh-colored tentacles swayed out. Those 7 or 8 tentacles, like snake tongues, probed around in the air, seemingly searching for living beings by scent. Suen didn't move. The information he identified was exactly the same as what the old woman in black had just said. Demonized faceless man's corpse. Explanation: a bizarre second-order silver zombie species, a special evil ritual material. If the caster is not killed to interrupt the ritual, or if the 4 resentful corpses are not killed at the same time, the bizarre will resurrect indefinitely in the formation. Although it's a zombie species, it can't be killed. Suen looked at the formation that lit up in the room, and guessed that this room was the respawn point of the bizarre. At this time, the tentacles seemed to have detected the presence of a living person in the room. The slime-dripping tentacles groped towards where Suen was standing, getting closer and closer. But fortunately, the sack worked. Just a foot away, the tentacles seemed to sense a scent that repulsed them and retracted. The faceless man's corpse ignored Suen and left the room. Phew! Suen let out a sigh of relief. A glow had already appeared on the decapitated corpse in the room. He walked over and picked up the golden job material Beastmaster's whip. It's a pity it's not a magician's material. Suen frowned slightly. As the previous information suggested, the bazaar here easily produces high-level materials. But this also means that if he wants to guard Edward's corpse, he has to go upstairs. Suen thought about it, took out the hangman's noose and put it on his arm, then hung the bag containing the wet hair around his waist, and used the resentful infant's swaddling cloth as a cloak. After doing all this, he controlled the living corpse to leave the room.